Halo. Dzirdu. Labi, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Nedzirdēju. Tā mūziķiņa neskan nekādu, vai ne? Labi. Okay. Tā. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Jā. Un, bet šodien tikai viens komentētājs būs par. Un pēc kointus nebūs outro video visticamāk. Nē, kointus ir. Jā. Nē.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to another feast of action on European cricket. We're in a country that is surrounded by some 1,200 islands, and one of those islands is the shape of a heart. That's right, Lovers Island. But I tell you something, here at the Mulder's Cricket Ground, I don't think there's going to be too much love in the air as the teams do battle for day 2 of this European Cricket Series. I'm Rico Fool, you're watching European Cricket. Welcome to our tour of Croatia. Certainly there will be no love in the air, I think, with 5 matches coming to you from this Mladost Cricket Ground. We're more likely to see some torpedoes. We know that the torpedo was invented here in Croatia. Why? Well, maybe because of this surface, this pitch. This pitch has entertained us all. It's, let's just say, a pretty lively deck. I don't mind it really. We go to a lot of places where the surface is so true that batters are on batting paradise. Not the case here. I think if you bowl a good line, and by that I mean your line and your length, and not try to push the ball through. Some people get too excited and think that because it's lively, you've got to bang the ball in. But no, I think if you just bowl your normal rhythm, then this deck will give you plenty of support, and it will also pull up a few surprises. We've seen a lot of balls that have been taken off like the torpedo, and we've seen a few that have stayed a little bit low. But what it does make for is a very exciting and entertaining day of cricket. We're going to start with 2 teams that didn't have the best of days yesterday. Zagreb Sokol are taking on the Zagreb Warriors. The 2 teams have played before. They played the first match yesterday, and it was Zagreb Sokol that got 133 on the board, and they defended it. They kept the Warriors just to 97, but Sokol would have been disappointed for a number of reasons. Number one is that they did allow Warriors to pick up a point in that match when they scored a boundary of the very last ball. But also, they didn't go on from there. They went on and lost their last 2 matches. The Warriors themselves, they lost 3 in the day, and their problems are obvious. They're just struggling with the bat. In 2 of those matches, they scored a 72 for 9, and also they were bowled out for 48 as well. So they've got to get their batting together. Some of the players to look out for with Zagreb Sokol, Rashid Hashmi, the national team player, he did show signs of the form he was in during those internationals. Sagar Manzoor did not. He needs to perform here. And I think with the ball and also with the leadership, I think Gurpreet Singh, the captain, is going to be very key. With the Warriors, it's very hard to find who is going to be the successful batter for them. They did try Harpreet Jali. This guy, of course, was the MVP in the international series with the bat. He scored some runs, but not big runs. And the left-hander, Tohidul Alam, I like this guy with the ball. With the bat, maybe he's the one, the left-hander, that can be promoted up the order. And also, keep a lookout for Bashir Ali. He could be useful, definitely with the ball, but also maybe he can come up with some valuable runs with the bat as well. What I can give you is the news from the coin toss. The Warriors have won the toss, and they are going to have a bowl first. Join me back in the commentary position. I will give you an update of what happened yesterday, and then straight in to the action today. Dobro jutro and welcome everybody. Welcome to a big day of action on European cricket. Day 2 of this European cricket series. Nice to see that a lot of people in the chat already. A good morning to John Hisham and Rob Thompson. And let's get ready though first to give you a bit of an update of what happened yesterday. We'll say always going to be a big day because for me it was going to be a case of how do some of those players that we saw in action in the internationals, how do they come into the frame? And to be fair, I think they struggled. Myself and Phil, who is on day off today, I did mention that maybe it's just a little bit too much cricket for them. But we will talk about how the matches went. Of course, the first match was the first meeting of the 2 teams we're going to see out there in the middle this time. Zagreb Sokol taking on the Warriors. And it was very much the same. Zagreb Sokol were batting first. They put 133 on the board for 5. Rashid Hashmi, we know he's a very good player, national team player. He scored 42 of 12. That made him the player of the match, but purely only because that with the Warriors, their batting really didn't click. They had to thank Tawhidul Alam, actually, who scored 26 of 10 balls to at least get him a point. So that was a win by 36 runs by Zagreb Sokol, and they didn't hit a boundary of the very last ball to at least secure a point for the Warriors, but it wouldn't get much better for the Warriors. We'll get those graphics up for you shortly. I think there's just a slight delay at the moment. I'll keep going because otherwise we will run out of time and the players will be ready to start. Match number 2, the Rako Maho. First time we were seeing them, a new team. They took on Zagreb Sokol, and this is where it went downhill from Sokol. Maho, they made the most of some indisciplined fielding and batting. Jatinder Vashisht was in great form, 58 of 18. He was well supported by Sohail Ahmed, who scored a fine quickfire 24. 29 extras were given away there by Sokol, and they were bowled out for 58 with 3 balls to go. Jatinder Vashisht, 3 for 4, and Wasal Kamal, the captain of Marco, taking 3 wickets there. Zagreb Assassins, they were in good form, 119 they made, but then they got 5 penalty runs added to that, 124. Sathi Devi scored a fine half century, and we saw a little bit of Nashad Babu, but of course more would come from him, and they beat Zagreb Warriors by 52 runs. Akash Lamsal was the player of the match there for 4 for 8. Marco were in action again against Sokol. Sokol, it didn't really get too much better for them. Anil Kumar, this time 37-19. Sahil Lal, 46 of 23. He was the player of the match there with a win by 11 runs over Zagreb Sokol. And of course the last match was more humiliation for the Warriors. 158, which turned into 163 to just 48. Nashad Babu just missing out on a century. So that was a recap. And we will a little bit later on show you how the tables look. But this is what we've got coming up now. So a repeat, as I say, of match 1 yesterday. And we got the captain, Abhishek Wasti, comes back in. Ramazan Khan, we saw him a little bit earlier as well. Mumadel is in there as well with Sibi Lakus and Chetan Attari. With the Sokol, a few changes for them as well. Sajid Khan in the side, Jalal Mia, and Mohammed was in there as well. So a couple of changes. I think that's a good sign actually for all the teams there. They needed to have some changes in there. Yeah, Mohammed Nabil and Abhilash Parakalam coming in. I think Abhilash will probably a good introduction coming into the side for them. So we are set to go. Amina Robbins also joining me in the chat. And hello to Rob Thompson. And yeah, I know I was in chat with John a bit earlier. John, I hope you've sorted out your laptop and you're charging now. Big day, of course, today as well. Not on cricket, but of course for one of Earth's magnificent creatures with World Elephant Day. And it's obviously a number of things to talk about there. But I'll touch on that a bit later as we get ready to start. Rado, our official timekeeper, says, let's play cricket. Here's the first. And, well, it's just going to be kind of left. And the ball, it just rises and gets past the batter, but not the keeper, thankfully. The first ball, dot ball. And we have Manzoor, who is opening up, and he's got Saqib Hussain with him. One thing that Sokol, they have talented players. Both these guys we know can score big. Hussain last year was pretty key, and go big they do early on. That will go all the way, and that's the first of maybe many as that one goes into Charles Croatia, the Sheriff, under fire straight away this morning. Balle from Sago Manzoor. It's a nice shot this time. It's straying in, angled into him, but he uses that angle against the bowler. That's a good elevated shot. Goes all the way for 6 runs. Yeah, nicely hit. Phil G is day off today. I'm sure he's still snoring away and counting sheep, and so he should do. Probably have a nice line. I know he's got some plans. There's a couple of places he wanted to visit today, so I'm sure he will be heading off into town. And he did promise that he would send me a picture of him having an ice cream in the shower. We'll wait and see, as this one is another one that's blasted. It goes through the fingers of the fielder. It's not an easy catch, this one, because he's having to take it over his head. But that ball's been hit pretty powerfully once again by Manzoor. It gets through him, And it's going to be another Maximo. We started with a genuine leave. Now that fielder, that's Atri, will get replaced. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Atri says, right, you didn't take the catch. We're gonna move you. So Atri, he's out of here, and now he's gonna have to chase this one. And there's not too much he can do about that either. Good start this from So-Called. They need a good day here. They started well yesterday. I think the only complaint, if anything, about them yesterday is that they missed out on taking 4 points. But then after that, it went badly wrong, as you heard me say. Tuhidul Alam. I think they've gone with Tuhidul here because they feel that he is perhaps the best bowler. And they feel that maybe taking the pace off works. But bowling somebody who's bowling off pace in the power play is always risky. And Sakar Manzoor, well, he's making the most of it. Misses out on that one, though. That was a slightly flighted delivery, but Manzoor doesn't use his feet to turn it into a full toss where he can get right underneath it. So no run on that occasion. So we've gone dot, 664 and a dot. Here comes the next. And he would just happily take a single, keep himself on strikes. So 17 have come off that first over. 17 without loss. As I continue to say my welcomes, and also welcome to Ravi, who does all our stats for us. Thank you very much for this. Let's have a look at where we are here on the stats. So we know that where the big scorers are, England, Jersey, Spain is right up there. So I think at the moment, when you're based on what we were going at yesterday here, there we go, that's where we are. So a little bit below that, and I think that's mainly because we had about 3 low scores in there yesterday, didn't we? And the Warriors, of course, they had a bit of a mare. But we did get past 1,000 runs. Maximum rate about 7.3, not bad. 4 rate 8.5, that's above average, but also above average is the wicket rate. We did see a number of wickets fall yesterday, but that I would expect that run rate, once the teams start to find their feet, to be more improved. I think myself and Phil were saying yesterday that we feel that 120 is probably a par here, but there were some low scores yesterday. Don't forget there was that 158 to 48. There was the 124 to 72. There was the 141 to 58. So it's those low scores. So the likes of Sokol, who struggled in the last 2 matches, and also Zagreb Warriors, that's why I think those runs a little bit lower than what it should be. That's going to get over the mid-off, or mid-on rather. He was in the circle. We're in the power play, so you're going to struggle to try and cover all of these areas with big hitters here. At the moment, they're going with a third who's on the boundary and long off. So that was a straightforward, easy hit. Manzoor is doing all of the early running here at the moment. And he must have heard me saying yesterday that I think, not just I, but I think a number of people were a bit disappointed with his performance. That one stays a little bit lower. Takes a single, and now we will see Saqib Hussain for the first time. Hussain, another key player. He was somebody that performed very well for his team last year. I mean, they did lose, of course, that semi-final to the eventual winners, Oliver Split, but he scored 53 of their 119 in that match. He was also one of the top scorers, 327 in the series. So he's got to make a start here. Sagul Manzoor, who's out there with him, scored 421 runs. So these two are pretty key. And don't forget, you still have, of course, plenty of other powerful batters. Next in has to be Rashid Hashmi. So those 3, I think, are the ones that have got to score most of your runs for you. And that's what Sokol weren't able to do yesterday. Only Rashid Hashmi was in the runs. I think on 2 occasions he got into the 40s. So expecting them to make a big change up here today. They have to. The Warriors, they're a team that do struggle. Last year they just had the 1 win with a 1-10 record. They finished 7th. They didn't play any further part in the semi-finals. And with them last year, the issue was with the batting. And this year's the same. To give you an idea, I've just mentioned some of those scores from some of the top so-called batters. So 421 from Manzoor, 327 from Saqib. Rashid was 249. With the Warriors, it was Chanchal Kumar who was the top scorer, and that was with around 85. So, yeah, if that's the stats, that's going to feature big time on where you finish. Another crunching hit down the ground. That's a biggie, isn't it? That's another bomb from Saqib Manzoor. Well, I did say in my intro that Croatia, it's here where the torpedo was invented. And this one, well, it's taken off like a torpedo, isn't it? And it's another firework here at this Maldost cricket ground. Blasted away. We are, of course, here in Zagreb. And a few people are saying, hey, what's with this Lovers Island terminal in the air? And, oh, it's palmed away, and it's going to go for 4. Huge opportunity. Well, Saqib Manzoor does get a little bit of love. Talking about Love Island, he gets dropped there on 28. Second look at this, is high up in the air. Watch the fielder here. Kind of, oh, it's an error, really. He's probably the fielder running in from the boundary is perhaps the best man to take the catch. But I thought he was going to whack it into him. That probably would have saved the boundary at least. That's the way the tables look. Assassins on top. They were very good yesterday. Took 2 wins and also 4 points in both of those. Rekamaho, they did well as well. They're undefeated. A 4 and a 3 from them. Then Zagreb Sokol, they lost 1 with no points. Lost 1 and got a point. And then also 1-1 and got 3 points. That's why they're where they are. But remember, these two have played a game more than the 2 teams above them. So it's worrying times for them. Whoever loses this match, I think, is going to be in serious trouble. So Oliver Split, we'll see them in action actually in match number 2 of day 2, match 7. The first time that they'll appear. I'm interested to see what players will feature for them. Of course, I will give you an update on that as I get it. Gets him fishing here. Popovic, the umpire, says no. Yeah, good morning to... I normally would say our grizzly men. I can't say that now, really, can I? I tell you why. Because, well, Popovic might be a grizzly man, but Mia, who's out there, certainly isn't. Good morning to Popovic and Mia. And got the umpires, of course. Sponsored by the Grizzly Bear Sports. Oh, that's well fielded. This one hits the ground and literally stays along the deck. And Sibi Lacoste did very well to not be done by the bounce or the lack of it on that one. This is Mubashir Ali coming on the bowl. Over so far, I've gone for 17 and 18. The plan to go with the slower bowler first up didn't really work. That's hit firmly, is in the gap and is going to race away to the boundary. Bashir Ali, let's talk a little about him. How unlucky was he in the match yesterday? Bowled really well, didn't he? Against the Assassins in that last match. He had Naushad Babu dropped 3 times in 1 over. Who Babu then went on and made 96. He got no luck at all. And of course we know that the Assassins posted 158, which was then, with 5 penalty runs being added to that, changed to 163. We saw that yesterday in 2 occasions where those penalty runs were applied in match number 3 and also in match number 5. And it was the Warriors on both occasions. Their batters just took too late to come out. And the reason for that was that they had mini collapses. So they lost 9 wickets in that match number 3 against the Assassins, which they lost by 52 runs. And with wickets falling quickly, batters couldn't get out there in time. You have 60 seconds to get out and be ready to take guard and face a wall. If you don't, then the opposition get 5 penalty runs. And they did that on 2 occasions. And in both of those defeats against the Assassins. Well, Bashir, this one just doesn't quite take off and also gets a big deflection there off the pitch. There will be a wide. Hello to Ash at Save Derek, saying hello to Rika and James Pond. What's the temperatures here today? Good question. As that one's just paddled away and it will race away. Well, one thing I will say is that today, unlike the other mornings that we've got here, no dew on the ground, which you can see that because the ball races across the outfield significantly quicker than it has done on previous mornings. But it is going to be a lot warmer today than it was yesterday. That's for sure. I'll give you, currently it's 23 degrees. Now, it's still quite not 9 o'clock, but the temperatures will go up to around about 32. That's another nicely played shot there. Just can't sort out the field here as that one, Bashir just rocks back and plays it. Nicely played, but at least on this occasion, it's not going to go to the boundary. They do have a sweeper there, and you can see just part of that rope behind him, so he makes a stop. It's not the worst of overs there from Mubashir. He does slow things down just a little bit. But this is now, I think, after that pretty productive power play, 46 without loss, and the without loss is pretty key, because that's the issue with Zagreb Sokol. If they can keep the wickets in hand, and with the likes of Rashid Hashmi still to come in, they're good. But if they lose those top 3 wickets early, then they're in trouble. And that's what we saw yesterday in the last 2 matches that they played. The first was fine. Rashid was able to stay there, scored 42. And Jay Thakur came in and gave him a little bit of support. But if they don't have him, if they don't have one of the top 3 score runs, they are in trouble. They won't score big runs. A good start from the bowler. Mia has a look at Popovic. Might be signalling one for the over there. Maybe we can see this side on. I want to say good morning to Elvis as well. Elvis joins Maggie and Karina as the 2 circus crew. It's Elvis's turn to be. Yeah, what do you think? I think that's probably his one for the over. I think it's over the shoulder. And I think Mia now probably does translate that on to the bowler. This is Faisal Mahmood. Right up in the air. Is the fielder going to get there? Well, does get there, but is reluctant to put his hands where they need to be. And that once again is Sibi. Now I reckon this has to again go down as a chance. Manzoor goes up, and yeah, Manzoor 28 was what he was on when he hit one that went through the hands of Atri. That's that. Now, this is interesting. Let's have a look at this one side on as well. They will take a bye, I think. I'm just waiting to see what's signalled here from Mia. Now, let's look at side on. So that, for me, is another one that I think is over the shoulder. Now, if the one before was called as over the over, that should be a no ball. Now, let's see what Mia... There it is, no ball. Yep. It's the second one that's over the shoulder. The bowler doesn't look too impressed, Mahmood, but that's the right call. The umpires deal with that nicely. And, yeah, well, the bowler just a little bit too keen there. Mia was still signalling the free hit as Mahmood coming in. Of course, the umpires here, like we see Mia, and we saw Ivana and Helena yesterday, all relatively newly qualified umpires here in Croatia, and getting their first feel off the network. Now, catch taken, but it is a free hit. And now it gets thrown away. Some buzzers there as well. But this time, Chetan Atri actually holds on to the catch. So he's back in the position where he didn't take the catch to remove Mansour before. This time he takes the catch, but forgets it's a free hit. And they're all screaming at him. Get it in, get it in, get it in. And when he does, he throws it down the middle of the pitch. No backing up. Mansour gets 2. In the air chance. Oh, it's put down. It's put down and the throw is thrown away again. Oh, dear. It's still moving. It's all happening this morning. Disappointment there now from the fielder. Not sure. I think that's Alarm that puts it down. Tohudul. Let's have a look at this again. So this one is straightforward. Should be taken. He hasn't got the middle at all. It's an easy catch, but in, out, and then he throws it away. and gives buzzers. This time it's hit towards the man behind square. Deals with that well. I think that's a good bit of defensive fielding. Just says, I'm just putting my body there. You can hit me body, but I'm not giving away any more than that. Mahmood, again, unlucky. They're not holding on to their chances. And that will be the first boundary in the over, and it is another monster strike from Sagur Manzoor. He's closing on a 50 here. That 6 takes him to 47. Also the end of the over. 12 come of that one, but once again, it should have been a wicket in there. Not doing themselves any favours. 50 also brought up in that over. 59 without loss. Sagur Manzoor and Saqib Hossain. Good partnership there. 59, 3 of them to Saqib, who's on 3 of 6. Of course, a few extras in there as well. And 9 extras in total. 3 wides, 1 no ball, 4 leg byes and a bye. Some people asking the number of matches that the team played today. Who's got the big day? I'll tell you that in a moment. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. Well, Saqib Hossain does get his first boundary now. We've had to wait for the start of this, the 5th over. And that has been plastered. Cream crackered. The keeper, Aman Kumar, just having a little chat there with Mubashir. Mubashir, well, the first time we saw Mubashir yesterday, he was doing the bashing the lid and all parts of the body. Just doesn't seem to be getting that same sort of reaction from the pitch today. 007. It's a better comeback. Gets bat onto it. Somebody is appealing, but the ball definitely hitting the bat first. Well, I say that. Popovic has actually given a leg by here. Well, I thought that sort of hit the bat first. Well, maybe it was pad bat. So leg bys, but Sagur comes back on strike. So matches today, the Warriors will play 2. They play the first and the last. No, actually, I'm wrong. They do play 3. I thought that's a bit off. But they will play the one in the middle as well. So the Zagreb Warriors will play this match number 1, which is match 6, and match 8, the 3rd of the day, and also match 10, the last. So they've got another big day. And if they don't pick up some wins, then I think you can very much say that they could be on their way. Zagreb Sokol, they also play 3. It's a big day for them. And then we'll see Sir Oliver Split and the Rakamajos will play 2. And that's hit sweetly down the ground. The ball bobbles away. Will just be a single. And ball to go then. Mubashir. Another good delivery. Gets it really nicely pitched up. Tries to get that Yorker in, but that's well played by Manzoor. Let's see if he tries to do the same again here. And that's going to be a tricky one to field, actually. It bobbles away, but nicely done. So only going to be another single. So that takes us to the end of the over. Maybe just one more here to come. One more to come. And, then I'll invite you into the comms box and say my hellos to you. And that's high in the air, but it's another opportunity, and it's Atri, I think, getting under it again and takes the catch. Well done to Atri, and well done also to Mubashir. So Manzoor, he won't get to his half century. He'll be out for 48. A good catch taken this time by Atri. Well, Atri had a chance to remove him when he was on 28. Manzoor was also dropped when he was in the 30s, 37. But no mistake this time. He'll fall for 48. There's the wicket. And it's a time to invite you into the igloo. A few people were asking me about temperatures. So at the moment, around about 24 degrees and warm. No breeze today. It's going to be a hot day. So I think that pretty soon, maybe after this first match, that teams will be taking breaks like we saw earlier in the series. World 4 and 8 overs. We'll keep you updated on that. But welcome everybody. Dobro jutro. I hope you're having a fantastic start to your Tuesday. Rico Full here. Going solo today. Well, I say solo, but I always have you guys with me. World Elephant Day. And, well, of course, the plight of the elephants is not a good one. Numbers are down some 62%. With around 100, listen to this, around 100 African elephants killed every day by poachers. I mean, that's terrible, isn't it? And the desire for ivory in the Asian market has led to the slaughter of thousands of elephants. And World Elephant Day is created to raise awareness and create change to save these majestic creatures. So come on, everybody. We've got to do something about this. Over the last decade, the number of elephants has dropped by 62%. And, you know, we don't want to lose those majestic animals, do we, the elephant? Another one in the air, just going to drop in a pocket of space. Gets over the infielder, and that was Ramzan Khan, who was coming in to try and get involved in the catch. Not able to do so. But good over that last one by Bashir, going for 9. One thing I like about Bashir is he's, I've got to give him credit, you know, he just keeps on trying. Just keeps on trying, no matter what, he just keeps on trying. If it's not working for him, he keeps trying. And he's not one of those bowlers that really goes after the fielder. So, like I said, catches do get dropped off him. Again, we saw that today, but he just picks himself up and just keeps on going, and I like that. You know, that takes being a bowler myself, and you know, it's not easy to not get frustrated and show your frustration. Oh dear. Well, just like this one, for example, though Tu'udul Alam, he may not show his frustration out onto the fielder, but he does kick out at the ground in a bit of disgust at that fielding. That one gets through the fielder. So 4 valuable runs. Rashid Hashmi has come out and gets his first boundary. You don't want to help him getting any runs. He's good enough himself. Takes a bit of a rash shot here, though, to this Bangu Alam. So here we go again. It's up in the air, but he's going to get this over the top of the infielder, and he chases this, but in vain. It will go to the boundary. So Rashid Hashmi, I suppose Hashmi is thinking, he knows that time is ticking away. But I would still say these two still have to be cautious, because what we saw yesterday, as I keep reminding you viewers of, when they lost those 3 wickets, when the likes of Manzoor, Hossain and Rashmi were out of the equation, the runs stopped to flow. At the moment, though, they're flying pretty well. They've only lost the 1 wicket, and that was Manzoor, who went on 48. And the score pretty healthy, 82. So expecting it to get around about that 137. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Score was expected to be around the 137, 140 mark. But then wickets would fall and teams would fall short of that, would end up around the 119s to the 120s. Tries to muscle that away. Well, it's going to deflect away from the body of the fielder. This is going to be a long chase. The ball just holds up in front of the rope. And they'll take just a single. A little bit slow to gain there, Hossain. I think he thought it wasn't going to be a run. Didn't realise it had gone past the fielder. That's it. Nicely played. This time, there's not an error from the fielder, I think. Sagar Malik. Now, Malik started yesterday with, I think, 2 or 3 catches in one match. And then after that, he went totally off the boil. And so his confidence, instead of going higher, went flat. But this time, he does make the stop. Hossain with that. The white lid is in the air, but there's nobody there, surprisingly, on the boundary at mid-wicket. So he's going to. It's an easy hit, really. They've got nobody at mid-wicket, but they have got square leg back. And I'm just thinking that when you see how the ball went to square, it always went along the ground, not much too much power. So maybe he can come up and they can push the mid-wicket back. They got third back, a very straight long off and a sweeper on the offside. It's a swing and a miss as Hussain loses his shape there. And just a dot ball. 91% to 9% is what the percentages are at the moment. Big time in favour of Zagreb Sokol. Faizan Mahmood trying to just keep this score. I mean, if they can keep it, get a couple of good overs in, 120, I think the Warriors will feel that they've achieved something. The problem is, as that one is clubbed away pretty powerfully there, Captain Caveman style, I'd like to say, there from Hossain. Gets another boundary to his name. Now they get into the 90s. But let's reflect on the Warriors yesterday. We're talking about a team who, you can see this shot again, they didn't bat first. They were chasing in all games. They got to 97, chasing 134. They got to 72, chasing 124. And then, well, the last match, 48, when they were chasing 164. So batting is a huge issue for them. Noticing that for them today, there is, I mean, Harpreet Jolly is in the side, but we haven't seen him feature yet with the ball, which is quite a surprise. Well, more on that in a moment, and my thoughts on it. But this is our tour of Croatia. So, of course, we've had a fantastic T20 International Series that was won by Cyprus 4-0. Then the ECIs, same two nations involved, and it was Croatia 5-2 winners of that. And, of course, yesterday was the start of the European Cricket Series, the domestic series with 5 teams taking part. That will continue, and this Friday will be the final. And then we have 2 days of European Cricket Series, the women, and 2 teams going head-to-head over 7 matches. So that's still all to come here in Croatia. Just gently floated. Well, oh, no way. No way. Well, what can you do about this? Well, not even the Jolly Green Giant would have stopped this one. Have a look at this. Tortuga! Never. There's no way you can stop that. That's a proper Tortuga. And the bowler, the captain, Abhishek Oswathi, is thinking, well, yeah, it just happens. It's one of the the unpredictabilities of this ground. In the air and dropped. Opportunity not taken. Now, that's the man I think we were talking about. That is Harpreet Jolly. So Jolly puts the catch down, so his first bit of action will be that. But not bowling here today, Harpreet Jolly, the MVP of that international series. Well, loses his cap, loses the Grizzly. And I was saying, hitting some, missing some. It's the way to describe this. As Wathi gets one through, they're on 99, looking to bring up the 100 here. Yeah, I wonder if my opinion on Jolly is that he's burnt out, but playing because they need him to play. So maybe he's decided, you know what, I'll play as a batter. We did see him opening yesterday, and so that one's going to beat the fielder. I think it's probably already gone past the boundary rope before even Sagar Malik attempted the foot stop. We'll have a look at it here. So here's the chase, and let's see, you see the foot is past the line. It's already 4, so that brings the 100 up. Hussain moves to 35. Aswathi, not sure what happens there. Aswathi coming in just stops. I think there might have been maybe something coming through on Maya's walkie-talkie. Keep an eye on that time as well. I know the Warriors made plenty of issues when it came to that. Some discussion about something here now. I'm not sure what it could be. A bit of a delay about something. But yeah, so Harpreet Jolly, if he does bowl, he'll only get the 1 over. Maybe the decision was made by Warriors. We got 3 more matches today. Let's try and keep Harpreet a bit fresh. Maybe he is feeling a bit of a twinge, but playing because he can bat high in the air, catching chance, and well taken. That will be the end of Hossain. And they haven't been 100% successful with the catching, but Tohidul Alam, who himself did put one down earlier, and a pretty straightforward one really, but he holds on to that. So well taken. That is going to be the end now of Hossain. So they lose their second wicket. Hossain, good contribution, 35 of 21. That was, of course, a part of that 68-run partnership between him and Manzoor. Aman Chaubey now comes in. He had a kind of a mixed day yesterday, I think, with bat and with ball. Would like to, I'm pretty sure that would like to improve things with the ball. Aman also did feature in the internationals. Let's see how he fares with, well, not very well. He goes swinging wild, and he's going to go very first ball here. So Abhishek Aswathi will finish with 2 in 2, and you'd expect him to come on and bowl. He's second over the captain, so well done to the El Capitan. He's got a smile on his face. I tell you who hasn't, Aman Chaubey, because it's going to be a golden duck for him. That means we'll have the sounds of Derek. That is a little bit low, but if you have a look at the shot, he is in no man's land. He's played it way too early. I think by the time the ball's hitting the stumps, he's already gone through his shot, and he's facing square leg. So good over, 10 runs from it. The 100 did come up during it, so 103 for 3. And this is what we were talking about with Zagreb So-called. The top 3 are so important. When they go, that's what starts to happen. Things start to go downhill. Up in the air. This is a massive moment, and it's another wicket. A team hat-trick. A team hat-trick as Ramzan Khan has now removed Rashmi. That one just pops up. And that's that wicket again. We saw one that stayed a little bit lower to remove Chaubey. And though he did play a bit of a horrendous shot, it has to be said. But the ball certainly didn't help matters. Now that one just, I think it surprises Rashid. And Muhammad Ali holds on to the catch. And just like that, that 137 that at one point would look like they were destined to get to seems a long way away. Wickets falling, team hat-trick. So we saw Saqib Hossain caught by alarm of the bowling of his captain. Then we saw, of course, straight after him, Aman Chaubey play a horrible shot. And now we see Rashid go 3 wickets on the spin. And Usama Haider comes in next. And well, that one, I think that catches him on the lid. Popovic is probably on the way to check that he's all right. I'm pretty sure this is a lidder. He's been lidded. And Usama, who's a giant of a man, is saying, I'm all right, don't worry, I'm good. He's got his batting partner out there with him, Jalal Mia. Yeah, Haider, he's an ox, isn't he? Look at the size of him. We see him normally on the field in front of us here. He can hit the ball, but not this time. He's going to be done by the oldest trick in the book, the short ball that gets him on the lid, and then the next one is the Yorker, and he gets done. And wickets now falling big time. That's 4 wickets in 5 balls. Well done to Khan. Another one bites the duck. It's, yeah, definitely does. And James Bond is doing the biting. Go on, give him some. Haider goes for a 2-ball duck there. The sounds of duck. Now, you had plenty of ducks yesterday in that Zagreb Warriors innings, 6 of them. Quite amazing. On a day that Robo-Duck was revealed, and we can flash Robo-Duck up at some point, Elvis. And of course, it's all about naming him now. But let's see what Ahmad Tukir can do. He plays it. Oh, there. He gets sucked in. Gets sucked in up your boundary. The fielder. It's not. It wasn't Tawhid Alam. He has to find it. And the fielder now giving his excuses, saying it was coming this way, then it went the other. Let's see if he's. Well, you can see he was just wrong-footed. Gets past him. It's a forceful push from Tukir. Breaks the pattern of no runs. And here we go. What should our new European cricket friend be named? Vote now. Robo-Duck is searching for a name. Now you can scan that QR code. One more time, Elvis, if we can have the Robo-Duck up there. So there he is. He's quite a handsome chap, isn't he? I like his eyes. But if you scan the QR code, there's some options for a name. And just go on there and give it a click. What do you reckon it should be called? Right in the air, but I think this is going to get over everybody and probably speed away into where our scorers are. Samir is in there with Nilkesh Patel and Vasu. So another boundary which takes the score to 111. 111 for 5. We've just been through a pattern of wickets galore, but a couple of boundaries in that one helps matters. 8 runs of that over. Aswathi's over went for 10 before, but he finished with 2 wickets. So basically we had wicket, after a 4, wicket, wicket, dot, wicket, and then we've gone 4, 0, 4. So Aswathi is coming back. And this is a hat-trick ball. Remember, he took 2 wickets at the end of his first over number 8. So hat-trick ball from Aswathi. And it's going to be a dot. That one again just pops up. You can see that the Warriors certainly making some noise out there. So that one pops up. Good morning to Zahid Aslam, who's saying his good mornings to everybody. Who else have I missed while I've been gassing away? A few people in there talking about, oh, well, they should run here. They should run. But, well, Jalamia doesn't want to run. You can see Ahmed Tukir saying, oh, yaar, aaja, thoda dor la. कहते मैं नहीं दौड़ना, मैं इतने रहना, मैं बट के मारना चक्का. मैं चक्का मारना, मैं नहीं कितनी जा रहा. All right, let's see if he can. He says, I want to hit a boundary. But only 4 more balls to go. And he's missed another. He's missed another. And Tukir, he should have just made him run. He should have been in his face and saying, get out of here. Aswathi, what a bit of bowling. So he's dotting him up here. Dotting him up. They're staying on the Nelson. Staying on the Nelson. Okay, he does finally get one. Still not the worst thing. Watch out in the tower. He hits just below. And that's scooped. Kind of scooped. No problems. There's the old thumbs up. And no problems for the girls. Of course, Maggie and Karina at the ground. They're going to be made to work hard again like they were yesterday. And they're going to be hotter today, girls. Make sure you get plenty of fluids. That's a nice looking shot. And that's probably why he doesn't want to get to the other end. So 2 sixes in on a row after we saw the 3 dots. So he's gone 3 dots and now 2 big 6s. That score moves to 123. They're not going to get into that 130s again. See, this is what we were seeing yesterday. So many times we thought that score was going to be about 130 or maybe more. And then wickets falling. And that is the biggest of the lot. Oh, that is una bomba. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es grandísimo. Well, that is sweet at the middle of that bat. Well, what a way to finish after being dotted up 3 times. And Jalal Mia said, "मैं कितनी जा रही है? नींद ठंडा मैं इतने रहना मैं छक्के मारने हैं." Well, he missed 3, but eventually he was true to his word as he finishes with 3 big sixes. And that takes that score to 129, meaning a 130 chase. And you know what I'm going to say? A 130 chase for a team that have been struggling. It's not going to be easy. But just remember those hits then from Jalal Mia. Very impressed with that. He'll finish with 18 not out after he hits the last 3 balls for huge sixes. And Amar Tukia probably does do the right thing in the end by just staying at the other end. So let's see the highlights about the start. And here they are. So it was that good partnership between the 2 openers. We knew that was going to be important. In fact, we knew that the top 3 was going to be crucially important. And Manzoor and Hossein putting on a very fine 68-run partnership for that first wicket. There were chances though, and if those chances were taken, who knows what it could have been. That was one of them. Not only was it not caught, it was kind of slapped over the boundary rope for 4 runs. This one was another. That was the easiest of the lot, and it was Amador, and then what he did was throw it away. And not only did he drop the chance and give 1, but it ended up being 2. All those opportunities were pretty important. There were some issues for the field, especially that part of the ground. There was quite a few that really did challenge Sagar Malik. Some he stopped, some he didn't. What could you do about that one? The old Tortuga flying around. But there was a wicket. That was an ugly shot, actually, from Aman Chaube. And Aswati, 2 in 2 for him. Then there was the team hat-trick as Rashid. He was done 1-1. That popped up. That was a bit of a nothing shot, really, from Hyder. He couldn't do too much about that. He goes for a 2-ball duck. There was one that was in the tower, but our girls are all right. They made us strong stuff, you know. And then the finish was pretty exceptional. Boom shaka, boom shaka, boom, boom, boom. 3 big sixes in a row to end the innings. So we'll see the scorecard now coming up. And I think with that, you'll probably feel that Zagab Sokol, especially when you consider the issues that the Warriors had with the bat yesterday, will feel that they've done enough. So no bowling from Harpreet Jali this time. And that means I'm pretty sure that they're going to rely on him to be one of their key batters. But technically, is he good enough to get them a big score and get them to this target of 130? 48 scored there by Manzoor. Hossein chipped in with a fine 35. And then we had to wait for those big sixes from Mia to help them get into the 120s. But once again, you can see there that once they lose their top 3, they are a little bit suspect, Zagab Sokol. And we saw that yesterday in 2 of the 3 matches they played. Let's see if they can make a change to that. Certainly with Jalal Mia coming out in there, that could be the case. It could be stronger today with the bat. Ramazan Khan picks up 2, so did Abhishek Aswati, the captain. His bowling figures were looking pretty decent until those 3 gigantic sixes at the end of the innings. So I'm going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Join me, Rico Poole, and the rest of the ECN gang when we return in around 10 minutes' time.
Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the first match of this day 2, match number 6, featuring two teams we have seen do battle once before. It was all the way in batch number 1, the start of yesterday, where the Zagreb Sokol side were victorious, and they're looking to do the same again here today. They put 133 on the board yesterday, and it was enough. As the Warriors, they only got to 97 and only just managed to steal a point away from their opponents. This time round, the target is 130, and based on that 129, it's 90 or less. So another opportunity maybe for Zagreb Sokol to pick up a valuable 4 points. I think that, bearing in mind that they had one match yesterday where they picked up no points at all, I think that would be a key bonus point if they're able to pick it up. So let's see how it goes. Let's see if the Warriors are going to be any better with the bat. That's going to be the real test for me. And they have got their captain in. He's already made some good impact with the ball, taking 2 for 28. Let's see what he can do with the bat. Here's the first. Jalal Mia. Oh my word. Jalal Mia has bowled a ball that you won't see. When we go to side view, this is a good one for spot the ball. Remember the old spot the ball that you used to have on football? Well, this one we should do. Show this side on, Elvis. And it's definitely a wide. It's the one for the over. The batters will take 2 wides. But here we go. Spot the ball. Where is it? I knew it just wouldn't be on there. There it goes. You see it just there, and then it just keeps going, going, and going. All right, Harpreet Jali now on strike. And he plays this away, no run. Well, I suppose Jalal Mia, well, no run, not yet, but there will be now. Oh, it's a comedy of errors sometimes, isn't it, really? Cricketainment. There is absolutely no... I'll tell you something also. Let me tell you something. When I had to go take a natural break, and when I was coming back, the Zagreb Sokol side were all on in a huddle, and they were trying to have kind of a team meeting. And it was just... Everybody was talking, nobody was listening, and one thing they were trying to say is about backing up, throwing the ball, don't throw it away, etc. When you have meetings like that, this is what happens, because none of it made any sense, because they were all talking. And that one is going to skid past. It's going to be another extra, this time buys. But yeah, they were just all talking to each other, but nothing was achieved. Now, I was going to say that Jalal Mia, we haven't seen him. He didn't play yesterday, so maybe he's forgotten just how bouncy this pitch is with that first delivery. All right, so it's, what have we got here? The batters have changed again. I had Abhishek as being the batter. He is not the batter, so I'm a bit confused here. It just changed. So I'll give you the correct batters at the moment. I'm not going to say what's on the screen ahead of me because it could change again. So the batter actually is... So we got to... There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Good shot of the number. So Aman Kumar is out there with Harpreet Jali. That's a wide ball. Yeah, just having a chat there with the bowler here to Jalal and saying, you're running in front of me. And you need to try not to run in my way. I think now Harpreet is, not Harpreet, that's Gurpreet, is just checking with it. So then they've called, no ball is being called here for, so I don't know what this no ball is being called for, to be honest. Gurpreet doesn't look very happy with the call of it. Gets played into the ground, gets it over the keeper. Another one gets past the keeper. Well, it's all happening at the moment. We saw wides go over him. We saw buys get past him. We saw one that's played into the deck. That was a no ball. Now, I think Mia is trying to show about the no ball. Gurpreet is trying to ask Mir what's the issue. I think that there seems to be some dispute between Gurpreet and Mir about the no ball. Maybe there's some, I'm not sure. A no ball was called for, I think it was called for a foot fault there. And the bowler and the captain, Gurpreet Singh, was just trying to clarify with Mir what it was being called for. I think they might have finally got that solved. That's well bowled, good delivery. So there's been plenty of extras in this over. But of course, only the 2 runs have come off the bat, as that's another one that gets past to Jali. Right, that's a good looking shot, but has he got enough of it? Yeah, just about. Tremendous effort there on the boundary. Well, look at him. He's dressed for a bit of combat, isn't he? Well, that's a decent looking headgear. I was going to call it a headband. You can't really call it a headband, but it's a nice looking shot and flying through the air. Look at that, proper ninja style. Well, that's going to be 6 runs. Brilliant effort from the fielder out there. But that's going to be a boundary. He kind of needed that. It's played and goes all the way. So that's the end of the first over. 13 come from it. So, well, go at 13s. That will win you the match. But what a lovely shot that was from Harpreet Jali. 127 matches since the golden ball now. So just keep an eye on that. The golden ball number keeps going up. There's Popovic. Hands the ball now to, so it's going to be Gurpreet. So 13, 12 coming off the over there, but with that one bye as well. Total 13. Gurpreet. Now Gurpreet bowled well yesterday. I think of all the bowlers, he was the one who was pretty tidy, caused problems. Straight down the leg sometimes though. Good start, full, straight. His issue was yesterday that he was running in front of the umpire. Because he does like to come around the wicket. So he's got to be careful with that. Otherwise, I think the umpires will be onto him pretty quickly. So nice start from Gurpreet. He's been playing out here for a long time. For as long as that I've been coming out here. So he's one of the key performers. And that's why. That's what he does. Just gets the ball on the stumps. And Aman Kumar plays an ugly looking shot and sees his stumps shattered there. So it's always going to be the issue for the Warriors. Somebody to stick around and score runs. I know that Harpreet Jali, he got into the teens at one point yesterday, but never scored big. They just can't find a batter to get in. They can't get a break at the moment with the batting department. And Aman Kumar will go just for 2. 2 off the 5 balls that he faces. And he gets his stumps knocked over. And it's Gurpreet Singh who bowls him again. Good delivery, Gurpreet. He attacks the stumps. Like I say, if he can stop himself straying down the leg side, he's always going to get a breakthrough. That brings out Faizur Mahmood. We saw 2 sides of Mahmood in one match. I think the first match he played when they got to that 97. He scored 18 off 14 deliveries, but he played and missed at a few, but when he hit it, it's that, oh, that's just probably going to be a no ball, is it? It's come out all wrong. The umpires have a look at it. We'll have a look at it side on, Elvis, please. And, I love it. I love saying Elvis. There's something about the, I mean, when I was a youngster, I did, I think I've told you all folks before, I used to love watching the Elvis movies on the summer holidays. There it is again. Thanks, Elvis. And just okay, just so it's a cleverly disguised slower delivery. He's changing his angle now, is Gurpreet, probably because he's struggling to stay out of the way of the umpire. So that's coming a long way. Well swung, no run, good fielding, attacks it. So that's well bowled. Yeah, I mean, I always used to watch the Elvis movies, the summer holidays, and then I wouldn't say I was a massive Elvis fan, but I did like, I liked his ballads more than the old rock and roll. And of course, now our producer is Elvis. Hello, Dave. Good morning to you, and hello to Sumon as well. And Chakadipatti, another one goes. I do love it when the umpires also put the finger up there. The stumps have been shattered. I don't know if they're told to do that or they just like doing it. I suppose if you're an umpire, you don't want to be standing there doing nothing. So there's a wicket. It's another one that's full and straight from Gurpreet. I want to know how much this does. Look at the movement on this. He's getting that ball to swing big. It's another boomerang. Plays down the wrong line. And Faizal Mahmood is, well, not in the mood to party today or score any runs. He's going to be another batter to fall. Another duck in the day. So he will go. Yeah, so, of course, we were talking about Robo-Duck. And, of course, there's some options for names out there. And Quaxel is one. Wiki, Bowley, and Rookie. I thought about, look, I did say I'll be honest. I thought about it, and I'm being honest. The duck will probably grow on me, Robo-Duck. The names, nah, they're not doing it for me, I'm afraid. I'd like an option in there to say another option. And, you know, like we did with Derek. I mean, Quaxel, and Quaxel is going to come at, nah. Here comes Quaxel, nah. Because you know what will happen. He won't be Quaxel, they'll just call him Quack. It'll be Quack for short, or Q, or Duck Q, I don't know. Wiki, I mean, what's Wiki? Come on, Wiki. Wiki is what you sometimes call a wicket keeper, so nah. Bowley, or maybe they're trying to say like a bowler, Bowley. Nah, I don't like that. And Rookie, nah. So the names don't do it for me, I'm afraid, whereas the duck might grow on me. But those are the choices that you have to make. And unless people start their own sort of poll, I suppose you could do that. Well, wants to go and play that little funky shot again here, Harpreet Jolly. Jolly did this in one of the internationals as well, where he couldn't hit anything in the V, he couldn't get anything straight, so he thought, you know what, I might as well just try and play these the scoop shots. He's played one quite handsomely for 6 already in this match, but you're not always going to be getting that delivery, and then every so often you'll get one you get completely wrong. And if memory serves me right, he did that yesterday to one, and it looked pretty poor. It was poor standard from an international player. Jalal Mia continues. And it's a slightly shorter delivery. He's basically now saying to the batter, this is Chetan Attari, who's come out. He's saying, well, all right, if you guys want to play these funky shots, both of these two batters look pretty similar. The only difference is that I think Harpreet Jolly spent more time out there in the middle because his yellow's faded, whereas the one from Chetan Attari is still pretty bright and vivid. It's going to be just sneaked in the line. So, good bowling here from Mia. That last over from Gurpreet, by the way, just the 2 runs came from it. 2 runs and 2 wickets. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Comes again, and that's bat on ball and no run. In fact, I'm just having a look at that again. Actually, things that we're just having a few issues with. I think scoring systems. There was no. In fact, it was a double wicket maiden. There was no runs, 2 wickets. So I'm sort of manually scoring at the moment because there's a few issues. I think it might just be issues with our monitors. But it was a double wicket made, and this one's going to be another. So that's the end of Attari. It'll be yet another duck. Well, they are called the Zagreb Warriors. Somebody might want to think about changing their name to the Zagreb Ducks. Somebody tell me, what's duck in Croatian? And if maybe I can ask Mr. Skinner, who is the 12th man for Zagreb Sokol, what is duck in Croatian? Because Zagreb, remember there were 6 ducks in that 48 they scored all out yesterday, and in this innings that's the 2nd duck now. So Chetan Attari will go for a 5-ball duck, and Patka is duck, I've been told. Patka. So the Zagreb Patkas. It's got a bit of a sound to it, hasn't it? But yeah, it's not good, is it? So Attari departs without scoring. 5-ball duck for him. Simple catch taken by Mohamed Nabili. Now he goes across. There's a shake of the head there from umpire Mia. Says not out. We'll have a look at it again and see what Mia's seeing here. Probably seeing that this one is straying down the leg side. Nicely taken there from Mia as well at the end of the over. There's the leg by signal. Yeah, pitching down leg side. Very good call. That ball is pitching outside the leg stick. Can't be LBW. So not out. Good introduction has Jalal Maya been into the side. That over does go for 2 runs. There's another wicket in there as well. And one of those runs was a leg by, and that means that the Warriors, who seem to have lost their will to fight, are 15 for 3. And Luke Papa Stubbs Pate would be the plural. Thank you very much. And I think maybe Sayo is trying to give me how it's actually said. He spelt it slightly differently. Patka, so Patka Pate. That's going to be another wide. So Gurpreet comes in. It's interesting, Gurpreet. He changes things around, doesn't he, the captain? He started around the wicket, but then he bowls so well. He's getting that ball to swing so much. I don't know why he's coming from around the wicket. He was swinging it big. I suppose he is bowling to the left-hander, but I still think come over the wicket, get the ball to swing in between the pad and the bat. So there's that movement he's getting. Really swinging the ball viciously. Funny thing, swing, isn't it? Funny thing, because normally I always remember going to cricket, I'd have a look at the weather, and if it was a cloudy kind of day, which more often than not it was in the UK, I think, yeah, good for me. I'll get that ball to seam around and swing. But yet here, I mean, right now as we speak, any cloud that was around early this morning has been burnt away, and Gurpreet is getting that ball to swing big. In comes the throw, fires it in. Good take there from Rashid Hashmi, but they do scamper through for a single. That rate, by the way, is climbing upwards pretty massively. And I think John is there talking about the duck. Patka, well said, says Sayo. Thank you very much. So Zagreb Patka. That's what we're saying. What do you think? Change of name? Well, let's see how many more ducks they get. Not that I'm wishing them on them, but if they get more ducks, then certainly that would be a worth considering a name change. And we're also, I think it's worth considering a name change for Robo Duck. I think there was some good ones yesterday, you know. Look, whatever we think, the duck looks like it's here to stay. I said this yesterday. Change sometimes is something that people don't want. Why? I mean, the reason for the change, couldn't tell you. Why, you know, the change in the Derricks, why the Derrick family got changed. I couldn't give you an answer to that, but there was change, and of course, those that have the power to have the say have made the change. We've waited a long time for the duck to return, and it's a robo duck. So we have to embrace that, I suppose, and hopefully it will grow on us. But the name, yeah, you know, I'm not sure about the name. Maybe we can convince others to make the change. But I like the ones that were coming up yesterday. Arnie was one, and Arnie Arnold. That's the slower ball. Is whipped away and it's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Ginna Sona Tohidul Alam. He was the man who solely got their team to that 97 yesterday. I say solely, he made 26 of 10. And it didn't look like they were going to have a hope in hell of getting a point. But he played a magnificent knock. And then also he hit the last ball to the boundary to get them a point. So Tohidul, let's see if he can get a partnership together here with Jali. That's just the ball moving away. It will be the end of the over. The one boundary, big six, a single and a wide in it. And once again, I'm surprised that Gurpreet does go back, coming around the wicket, even though it is to the left-hander. 9 runs coming off that over. His first, none came of it. So he's taken 2 for 9. Splendid bowling figures from him. 24 for 3. Let's talk a little bit more about what days it is today. I know there'll be a lot of duck talk, but today we honour one of the Earth's most magnificent creatures with World Elephant Day. Over the last decade, the number of elephants has significantly dropped by 62%, and they could be mostly extinct by the end of the next decade. That's a very worrying fact. And what is really horrible to read is that every day, estimated 100 African elephants are killed by poachers. I think that one probably is a wide. I wonder if we can, Elvis, if we can see this side on. One for the overs being given. Now, this is the man, this is Tukir, who's coming on a bowl. He's got the headgear on. Yeah, it takes off, but I wonder the height on it, actually. It's, I'm not sure if it was called a wide as well. It should be, I think. Yeah, that looks like a wide to me. I'll see what comes up on my display in a moment. That one will be a wide. It's down the leg side. The first one, I don't think was given a wide, but there was that signal for one for the over. Yeah, 100 African elephants are killed by poachers every day because of the desire for ivory in Asian markets has led to the slaughter of thousands of elephants. Why can't the world just come together, all the people of the world come together and say, you know what, we're not buying it. You know, all of these things, you know, you hear about the ivory trade, you hear about the skin trade, you know, of course people will know that I'm a lover of the big cats and tigers being one of them. So, that one, has that one be called a wide as well? That one for me went over the stumps. Slices that up, not going to go anywhere. Yeah, no, it was just giving us a dot, so it wasn't giving us a wide. Another dot ball there. So yeah, I mean, why can't the people of the world just come together and say, look, this is not on. We don't need this stuff. It's garbage. Just stop buying it. Put your foot down. Stop buying it. No more ivory. No more animal skins. No more, you know, powdered made out of their teeth or whatever they do. That struck him. And, Ahmed Tukir doing the bowling. But of course, while there's a demand, while people are buying it, it'll keep happening. And that a little bit of ouch, as that's in the gut of the batter, Tohidul. The rate is getting to a point now where it's I get the feeling it's a no return, point of no return, and that will probably now sum it up. It's a great delivery. I think softened him up with the body blow, didn't he, Tukir? Tukir, he's got the gear on like Shane. He's there to fight. He looks a bit like Humpty Dumpty maybe, but he's knocking the stumps down. It's not him who's falling down. It's the stumps that are falling down. Great delivery. That is the end of alarm. And if they weren't ringing already, alarm bells are ringing now. It's a run of ball 7. Did play one beautiful shot to the boundary, but I think he just, once he got struck there in the gut, in the rib cage, I think that worried him. And the next one was the perfect. They've done that a few times, haven't they? The shorter delivery, then it's followed up by the perfect Yorker. Stumps knocked over. Another one bites the dust. So wickets that have gone so far. Kumar, he went for 2 or 5, bowled there by Gurpreet. Faisal Mahmood, he went for 0. Now, Well, what's going on here, there, over there? I don't know what's happening. There's all sorts of things happening over there. Well, I think he's down, actually. I think after being hit, he's now probably feeling the pain. But I'm not sure why we are waiting here. It's interesting. Come on, let's get on with it. What's happening off the field of play? It shouldn't affect what's happening on the field of play here. Seems to be all sorts of discussions and finger pointings. So not really sure what's going on here. I think Amir saying, yeah, okay. It's a bit like when you're travelling one way on a dual carriageway, and because there's an accident on the other, everybody stops, all the rubberneckers, and your journey's delayed by 2 hours for no reason apart from people just wanting to have a look at what's happening on the other side. End of the over from Turkey. 5 overs now completed. 26 for 5. And yeah, I think that rate now definitely does get to a point of no return. Very well bowled again there from Ahmed Turkey. Let's have a little look at the upcoming events. So, of course, everybody is, I think, quite keen to hear from Corey, who will be doing some ECRs and T20 International starting on Friday. So our finals day, and Corey will be talking about some matches there in Norway. Probably be talking about Robo-Duck as well. Be interesting to see how Corey addresses the quite a big discussion point on the network at the moment. Germany Kiel, I'll be there for a few days. Vinny Sandu will take over, and I'll make my way to Romania for the encore T20 International, CCIs, and the European Cricket Series. I think Vasu Saini, who's here, will certainly be leading the Romanian side, and certainly the internationals there. 22nd of August, we have some ECI and T20 action in Austria, and also we have a little bit of everything happening there in Hungary as well, which starts on the 29th of August. So plenty of things happening and coming your way on the network. So nicely played, 4 runs, as Ramzan Khan says he is not going to be another duck statistic. He gets off the mark with a nice shot. He bowled very well as well, then Ramzan Khan. And Harpreet Jolly, by the way, I think that's what we were looking at there. I've now realised what's happened. So, of course, there was a wicket, but Harpreet Jolly retired out. That's smashed away. Now, I don't know if it looks like maybe he was retired out because he was feeling unwell. Remember, he didn't bowl because he was, well, it could be because he was batting too slow as well. He'd scored just 9 of 10, but I don't think they would have retired him out for that, bearing in mind that they lost 5 wickets. I think he's just not feeling 100%. And that's maybe where that little bit concern was. I think they were waiting for another batter to come out while he, for some reason, I mean, he didn't even get into the tent. He kind of sat by the scoreboard and lay down. And yeah, let's hope he's okay. I think he probably a bit of heat exhaustion, but remember he's played a lot. But I was saying this to Phil G yesterday, even when we saw Adrian come on to play, and I said, well, these guys, I understand it. They've just had 4 very physical days in the air, catching chance, and dropped. It's never going to be an easy one for Nabil because he's running in, and he never gets to a point where he can stop to take the ball comfortably. So a chance to remove Khan, it doesn't do it. Khan gets dropped there on 10. Yeah, but I don't understand why teams, they played 3 matches yesterday. Why didn't they just rest some of these players? And they had it wasn't that they only had the 11. They did have a 12, and in some cases there were more than the 12 players there. So there's an option to do that. For example, you know, Rashid Hashmi and Sagam Manzoor Pro Sakul, they could have been rested yesterday if they wanted to. David Skinner is the 12th. He was here all day yesterday. Sometimes just be a bit smart. You're going to play a lot of cricket here. It's going to be hot. So if you can rest players, I think you can do it. For example, Alan Magnodic yesterday didn't play the first match. He only came on and played the last few, so he was rested. There's a way. You don't need to put the players through a lot of this physical exhaustion. So worked away, and well, he gets lucky here. The fielder was trying. Well, give him credit. Was trying to use his hands to make the stop, but in the end, it ends up hitting the foot of the fielder. I think that's Simranjit Singh. Yes, it is indeed. He does make the stop. Didn't know too much about it. And as Barak Galam. Oh, pretty close to hitting the leg stick. What happens here? Does this go through him? See this ball again if we can. Oh, there you go. It doesn't go through him, but Popovic just gives a little signal there to say, just catches his pad on the way through. That's why he's not giving the wide. End of the over from Barakalam. Again, it's just all going one way. 14 off that over. He did have a chance to remove Khan. Score has moved to 40 at the end of the 6 overs. So yeah, but the key thing, of course, is let's just hope that Harpreet Jolly's okay. And I guess they've got 2 more to play today. They'll have a bit of a break, and then they'll be back to play the 3rd match in the day, maybe. That'll help him recover. This one's gone straight through. In comes the throw, and fortunately the batters, they don't commit. Who's out there now then with Khan? That's Muhammad Ali. Mundara Ramabath. Mundara Ramabath. Not on strike, Khan on strike. Gets pushed away. Nicely played by Khan. He looks like he can play pretty straight, but he now hands the strike there to Muhammad Ali. Let's see how he goes. Yet to get off the mark, Muhammad Ali. So 5 down, but technically I suppose you could say 6. With Jolly not out there. Turkey. And that's well struck. Oh, into the fingers. And there's the chance of the other duck gone. And it's Mohammed Nabil again. Wherever they put him, he's always in the firing line. He dropped one on the offside boundary. Now that was hit pretty well. It would have been a really good catch, but you can see he's got no shame about showing it hurt him. He's going to get moved from there. I'm out of here, he says. You know what's going to happen? He's going to get another one now on the 45. So 4 runs there to Mundarambath. That's played nicely as well. Leans into this. Oh, now I just saw there Simranjit as he starts to move. He looks like he pulled a muscle or something. He started to move and then he held his leg. He seems to be okay now. He's just giving it a little bit of a massage. To Kiat. Bowling well. And that's why he's bowling well. He's attacking the stumps, and Ramazan Khan has his stumps knocked over. Jagadir Fateh style. Another boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fire ball. That gets absolutely shattered. Here it is. Good delivery. Gets that ball to swing back in. No footwork there from the batter. Khan just trying to hit himself out of the trouble. He's not able to do it. Another wicket goes down. Khan falls for 14. 14 of the 8 deliveries. 1-6-1-4 for him. But Turkey gets his man. Another one bites the dust. Some chat there. And David just saying, you know, the reason why Derek has been dumped, as he puts it, is because certain people in the company feel there needs to be a change for the future. But he was saying that obviously there's a lot of people that are involved with the company. I think he was talking about the chatters and the viewers and the fans that we have. And I think he's just saying that it would have been nice if they would have had some say in the matter. I hear where you're coming from there, Dave. I think you're kind of reflecting on some of the things that a lot of people did say. Yeah, it's all about if you can. It's all about, you know what, Dave, the only thing I would say, Dave, there, you know, maybe you can get something started there about the naming. You know, maybe I know that we got you've got the Facebook page that you control. Maybe you could put something on there about people We'll give you names, and you can do a little poll, and you can say the poll that I did, this was a popular name. How about considering this? I don't know, you know. I don't know what the flexibility there may be. What I do know is that is a very nice shot played there by Momadeli. Beautifully played. Rocks back and cuts this beautifully. He's been joined out there by Sagar Malik. That brings the 50 up. Nice looking shot there, Momadeli. But look at the rate required. It's just basically going through the process. I think here now what we're looking at is to see if the Warriors can pick up a point. That's what it comes down to. To do that, they need 91. I think we need to. Yeah, you can see it's on the graphics now. They need to go at 15 and over for a point, and they haven't managed 15 in and over up until this point. The best they did was the Parkalam's over, which was over number 6, which went for 14. So it seems pretty unlikely, doesn't it? Seems pretty unlikely that that's going to happen. So Malik chasing a wide. What else can I tell you? How about this one? It's a celebration in some countries, particularly I know in the United States, maybe in the UK as well. Milkman Day is being celebrated today, on the 12th of August, in certain countries like the United States. It's a joyful occasion honouring milk delivery and the hard-working individuals that make it happen. The milkman is a traditional term for a person whose employment includes the delivery of milk. Typically, milk is delivered in bottles or cartons. I used to admire the milkmen when I used to live in the UK. These guys would have to go to the depot at something like 2:33 in the morning and start their rounds. And I just used to think, how did they do it? How did they get up so early in the morning? And then I felt for them a bit. You know, when the supermarkets started to come and take over, well, of course, then everybody started to buy their milk from the supermarkets, and, you know, the milkmen started to come a bit obsolete. There's one for the chat. You got milkmen where you are? Do you get your milk delivered? But it wasn't just milk. You know, they would deliver everything. It started with maybe just milk, but then, you know, you could get your other breakfast items from them, fresh juice, your bacon, your sausages. I think at one point they even started to sell the bread. And I remember that there used to be, I think it used to be Sunday mornings where. Was it Sunday morning? No, probably not. Probably Friday mornings, where Mum would, before she would go to work, would leave a little envelope and say to us, "Don't forget, milkman's coming this morning. You got to pay him." And we'd put the money in the envelope and give it to the milkman. That used to be the days, and we used to get our milk delivered in bottles. The only problem that we had, and this was something which then got changed eventually, the milk would get delivered. And then the birds, of course, would peck into the tops of the bottles and enjoy the milk. So over time, there used to be the milkman used to give us like a little wooden house where the milk was put inside there so the birds couldn't get into the milk and all sorts of things. But so the good old-fashioned milkman used to do a tremendous job. But of course, nowadays, I know it's still big there in America, and they honour the milkman on this day. What about where you are, folks? It's still milkman? Do they still exist in the UK? I probably think in some parts of the UK, maybe sort of there in the country, where there isn't too many supermarkets or stores, etc. Maybe you do have a milkman with the trusted milk float that comes around. Of course, it did start with the old horse and cart, didn't it? And a very good friend of mine got an excellent picture in their place of it's obviously taken during the war. That's good polling here from Chalbay. Yeah, obviously taken during the war, and it's basically scenes of devastation all around. So you've got firefighters there that are clearing up the rubble, police involved, and then you've got the milkman who's walking along. He's got the, what do you call it, the sort of the crate of milk in his hands. He's got a smile on his face, and so despite everything that's happened, he's still delivering milk. It makes you think, that picture. It really does. It tells you a story. .56 for 6. The point's not going to happen, is it? 91. So it's going to be another dismal performance from the Warriors. Let's have give you a quick bit of update on the standings and why this is so important. We had a look at them earlier today. They should get this one ball in, mind you. I think that time probably should be stopped in them because the batter's taking forever here, making some adjustments. But the Warriors, just the 1 point from the 3 matches, and it will stay that way now with 4 matches played. And Zagreb Sokol, who were above them, will now move up to above the Rijeka Machos. So they'll move to second spot on the same number of points as the Assassins, but having played 2 matches more. They'll move to 8 behind the Assassins. Assassins will stay top because of net run rate. But, yeah, it doesn't look good for the Warriors. The only thing the Warriors can hope for is that Oliver Split make a disastrous start and don't pick up any points, and they can stay in it. So they're relying already on other teams doing the damage. And that's the way things are looking at the moment. So there's the scores. 60 on the board. I'm just seeing some change here out there in the middle. So I wonder, it looks like they're making, yeah, Sagar Malik's been retired out now. He scored 3 of 7. It's one of those now, I don't really understand why you would retire somebody out now. There's 1 over to go. They need 31 off 6. So maybe they feel that they've got the secret weapon as the captain's going to come out. He's going to be on strike straight away. And he plays this well. He might get 4. He will get 4. But is he going to get 31 off the over? No, it's a strange retirement. And I actually agree that Abhishek Aswathi should be batting. He should have batted. But coming in with a over to go and retiring out of batter, probably not the way to go about it. So 4 runs. There's some talk now on the old walkie-talkie here. Well, what's the discussion? What's going on here now? Oh, I don't know. This seems to be players coming and going and all sorts. And now I see Saqib Hussain coming off for something. So Hussain goes off the field. I don't know what for. I think that's why umpire Popovic had to. Players going in and out of the field. So I do see David Skinner is on the field. That's a no ball. Now that could help matters, I suppose. They didn't get the 6 of the first. They got 4, but that 4 now becomes 5. Now there's a free hit here. So Haider, well, maybe he's trying to give a bit of charity. It's just a pity that the batter could have worked that away to the boundary, because that certainly would have made it more probable. To get a point, that is, by the way, not to get a win. And Skinner in the action. There he is. Look at him. The sly fox. And I think he gets tripped up here. As he trip over his own laces, I don't know. But he doesn't give the boundary away. Look, as long as it's not a boundary, it doesn't matter. So there he is, David Skinner, who's come on there for Saqib Hussain, who had to go off. And now somebody else will have to go off. That's Abhishek Aswathi will go. So Usama Haider picks up a wicket. Aswathi is the 8th wicket to go down. Zagreb Sokol are going to win this very comfortably indeed, aren't they? And Rob Thompson saying, thanks, Rico. He said he was a milkman in the old days. Well, Rob Thompson, tell me more. What time did he used to get up in the morning, Rob? And we really, I think we all, as no matter where we were, had milkmen at some stage, and we owe you a lot. And to get up at the time and do the hours. And I think on the Friday, because as I said, Friday is when we used to pay our milkman, and it used to be late in the day. So that's going to be a test for the fielder. Can't get there. It's going to be 4 runs. So Mubashir Ali. Well, remember I was talking about Patka, the Zagreb Patkas. Well, ever since I threatened them with a change of name, at least no other batter has come out and got a duck. So there you go. That's all I had to do was threaten them with changing their name to Patka. So they won't be called the Zagreb Ducks just yet. But yeah, I think most of the time the milkman, probably a Rob Thompson will probably confirm, would normally finish around about 2, 3 in the afternoon. But on a Friday, because they were collecting the money, I know it was late in the day. It used to be a long day for them. And I think, if memory serves me right, that on Sunday our milkman wouldn't be working, but then you'd order double on the, that could stays low. They're asking the question, well, where's the batter going here? Thought he was going for a walk here. I thought he was walking himself. Probably knows that that's the end of the contest, and it's done and dusted. So we're going to start with another very one-sided match. We finished with a complete annihilation job of the Warriors yesterday when they were bowled out for 48, chasing 164. Well, this time they're not bowled out, but again they lose 8 wickets. And once again, we focus on the fact that their batting is a huge issue. And what is another issue for them is fitness. Harpreet Jolly, we'll have to find out if we're going to see Jolly again. Of course, Neil Smith is here. He's listed as the 12th, so they have got a replacement for him. Neil Smith, a good all-rounder. So he could probably be the like-for-like replacement for Harpreet Jolly. Quick look at what's coming up next. Saqib Hossain. I don't know why he's listed as coming into the side. He played the last match, but that's question marks for us. Sir Oliver Split, let's take a look at this side. Manav Nayak in the side. Remember, he was recently the MVP for the Jib 13. They've got Luke Vuskovic in the side, very good player. I'm expecting my early shout-out, Luke Vuskovic, to score a lot of runs. Who else is in there that I can remember from before? Anthony Resmalic is in there as well. He did play for the national side. Oliver Tilley, I think he will be very good as well. So a lot of good players in that side. So that's coming up next. We'll be starting that match in about 20 minutes' time. Right, Elvis, let's run the highlights. Let's have a look. And unfortunately, the most of the highlights here are going to be wickets going down. That was one highlight there for Harpreet Jolly. Jolly, good shot as that went for 6 runs, but there wasn't too much good that would follow. Timber, Chakadepate, Gurpreet, he bowled really well, Gurpreet Singh. That's why I gave him a shout out in my intros. I think he's a fiery little character, is Gurpreet, but he's a very good bowler. I was very impressed with the way he was getting that ball to move around. In fact, when you go back and have a look at the bowling performance from the Zagreb Sokol side, they bowled very well. Key thing to look out for me is extras. They gave 11 away this time. Remember, in their second match yesterday, they gave 29 extras away, so they need to improve that. But they're bowling much better. The most expensive over in that match remained that over 6 from Abhilash Parakalam. He went for 14. But before that, Jalan Mia, I remember saying after the end of the first over when it was 13 with that loss, well, if they got that right, they win the match. Unfortunately, they didn't. The next one from Gurpreet Singh was a double wicket maiden. There he is. Double wicket maiden. The next one for Jalan Mia, there was only the 2 runs from it. That was when the score was 15 for 3 at the end of the power play. Then it went for 9, 2, 14, 6, 7, 7, and it finished with 11 of that over from Usman Haider. So plenty of issues there from the Warriors. And yeah, early shout from me is that the Zagreb Warriors, I don't think they're going to improve that much. I think we're already looking at a side that is not going to be playing on finals day on Friday. They look down, they look battered, and they're taking a hammering from all the teams that they play against. They're not going to take another point here. So they will be 71 for 8 at the end of their innings. So going down again by a lot of runs, 58 runs this time. There's the bowling scorecard. Well bowled, Gurpreet Singh. Excellent bowling from him. Double wicket maiden. We saw one of those yesterday as well. Ahmed Tukia, he bowled with some fire as well. 2 for 8. But in general, a very good bowling performance from Zara Sokol. The question, and the big question for them, is can they maintain it? Yesterday they started, they picked up a win, just narrowly missed out on getting 4 points. Today they make amends, they do take the 4 points against the Warriors, but will they be able to maintain it? They're going to get really well tested in their next match against the reigning champions, Sir Oliver Split, and that match is coming up in around about 15 minutes time. So join me, Rika Full, and the rest of the ECN gang, and well, everybody else here at the ground. Can see plenty of spectators are taking shade under some of the trees here around the ground and getting set for a action-packed day of cricket. Still do have 4 more matches coming your way. So join me back, Rika Full, when we return in about 15 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for the start of our next match, match number 7. Lucky for some, who will it be lucky for? Sir Oliver Split, the reigning champions, coming back into action, and they are taking on Zagreb Soko, who themselves come back into action with a win, this time taking all 4 points against the, well, let's just say the lonely, poor-looking Zagreb Warriors, who just can't get anything going at the moment. Now, before we talk some more about the two teams that we're going to see out there in a minute, why don't we see what happened a little bit earlier at the coin toss with the Sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Thanks, guys. Welcome to the toss for match 7 with Zagreb Soko and Sir Oliver Split. They'll call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We're going to bowl.
So Oliver Split have won the toss and they'll bowl.
Thank you very much, Charles Croucher. Yes, Sir Oliver Split can be a bit of a mouthful, so why don't we just call him like we have done before? SOS. Sir Oliver Split, SOS. Let's have a look at what we got here. So, Saqib Hussain, he did play the last match, so he's not actually a player that's coming in. So based on that, I don't see any change. So they are the same as before. And of course, the first time we're seeing Sir Oliver Split. Let's talk a little bit about Sir Oliver Split. Their last time in the group stages here last year, they were first. They topped the group with 8 and first out of 8 with a 9-1 record. So they got those 8 wins. When it came to the semi-finals, they beat Zagreb Soko 119 to 121, and it was at that time Nathan Burks, who I don't think is listed in the squad this time, made 40, and Kasir Ahmed was in great form for them. He scored 65. Well, he had 2 lots of 65 actually, because in the final where they beat the Assassins, which was a bit of a surprise when they restricted the Assassins just to 87, and they did that with 12 balls to go. And once again, it was Kasir Ahmed in the run. 6 time he scored 65 of 29, and no surprise therefore they are favourites in this, 59% to 41%. No Burks in the side, but players who did perform well for them, as we know, was Manav Nayak. Now, he scored 312 runs and picked up 12 wickets for them as well. Kasir Ahmed, I think he will feature. He's not listed to play in this one, but he scored 287 runs, also took 12 wickets. But they've got some good players in there, Luke Vuskovic and Oliver Tilley. Look out for those two, and they are like some of the other players that we've seen that were representing Croatia in the T20s and the ECIs. They've had a bit of a break, so that will serve them well, and I'm expecting Tilley and also Luke to go really well. Luke, I said this at the international stage, I feel that he's going to go on and score a big score. We did see him score an international 50. Right, here we go. Sorry, I just had to take my headsets off for a moment. I think a little ant or something got in there and got in my ear. So I've just had a little scratch, and I'm back and ready to go here as well. Welcome back to everybody. Hope you had a little drink in the break as we get set for the action to begin. And it looks like it's going to be Oliver Tilley who's going to start with the ball straight away. Liking the kit here, and I wasn't here last year, so those of you that were following may be able to tell me if it's a new kit. Oh, it's a good delivery. I like it. It's there you go. Look at the detail on that. It's kind of that. It's in between red and burgundy, I think. It's got I like the white on there as well. Actually, I'm looking at Manav, who's on the boundary here. Yeah, they've got kind of a barcode effect on the back. The nice clear numbers. Yeah, nice kit. Edge flies past the keeper, and can't do nothing about it. A bit surprised, got Luke actually, who's behind the stumps. It's going to fly past him pretty quick, and that's going to be the first runs A bit of an edge, and Sagar Manzoor gets going. We talked a lot about this yesterday, where we're seeing players who were part of the Croatian squad played together and now playing against one another. And these two are a good example, Manzoor and Tilly. Slow ball, but nicely played in the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. Tilly bowled this very effectively in the ECIs. He picked up a number of wickets with his slower ball. But that one, I think he just showed a little bit too much of it in terms of it. It went a bit too aerial, which allowed, I think, Sagar Manzoor to find it and club it. So back-to-back 4s. The first one was a lucky one, but no luck involved in that one. This time defensively played from Sakib. He's joined out there once again by Hossein. Yeah, we were talking, we can continue a conversation. We were talking about all sorts of things earlier, and we finished by talking about milkmen. And Kenneth Burridge said they stopped delivering milk in 1968 in Denmark. Really? That was very early. In the air, can anybody get there? No, just lobs it over the fielder. That was Sudesh, who was the closest to it, but it gets over him. And gets a little bit fortunate, does Manzoor. Hands a strike now to Sakib Hussain, who's got that beautiful white lid on his head. And that's exactly what attracts Oliver Tilly, who goes for that lid. He says, well, is that a wide? Well, the umpire's called it. So umpire Popovic is out there with DJ. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I think that is clearly a wide. Well, maybe Oliver Tilly is thinking there's a target on that lid. That would be brave, wouldn't it? Slow delivery, muscle to the boundary. It's another one that's just been over-pitched. Shows a little bit too much of it, and that's a club to the boundary. End of the over. Pretty good start from Zagreb Sokol. 14 of that first over, and they don't lose a wicket. We know that's key for Zagreb Sokol because of the players that, or the lack of batting that they've got. They really depend heavily on the top 3. Let's take our first look then today at the Euros of cricket there happening in Cardamom, starting on the 25th of September. We will have 3 groups in that Premier Division. And, well, you can take your pick. Of course, Croatia themselves will be playing in the Challenger Division. But a lot of people like in Germany and Ireland in Group A, Spain and maybe someone like Denmark in Group B, Scotland in Group C. But remember, got Portugal in there as well. In the air, this one is going to be pretty close to me. But we'll stop just in front of the Igloo. Good hit first up. Good strike as Angus McMunnon gets hit down the ground. A good hit down the ground from Sagar Manzoor. Manzoor does hit straight very well. And he gets hold of that one pretty well from Angus. And that is going to go for 4 over the outstretched hand of Manav Nayak. Good solid strike once again. Doesn't quite get the same amount of elevation, but we are in the power play. And with the players, most of them inside that 30-yard circle, that's a good shot to play. So McMahon goes for another big one. I think they're making, change in the field that makes sense. High in the air, catching opportunity, gets in the sun, but doesn't make a single mistake. The man who's got a lot of hair on his head. And, well, we were recently in England, and I think that some of those, the Royal Guards that stand outside Buckingham Palace, I think that looks like one of the hats they wear. Look at that hair he's got on that. I'm just jealous, that's all I am. It's a really nice catch taken. First wicket does go, and they get the breakthrough. It's a shorter delivery. So Manzoor goes for it, and he gets himself out. He'll go for 19 of the 8 balls that he faces. Good wicket to get. And he's just got to be patient. He's got to be just a little bit more patient. He's not. Goes for the shot. Presents an opportunity. And, well, Angus has him grilled. Nice catch there taken. And that man, Look at the hair he's got on him. That's Abhijit Sudesh. Sudesh, nice moment, good catch, well taken. Oliver Split, make no mistake, they take the first opportunity that presents itself. That's a really good shot. It's Rashid Hashmi who comes out. Wasn't quite at his best in the opening match. Rashid, he was kept off strike a fair bit, and then he got a pretty spicy delivery that tucked him up, and he just chipped it up in the air to the man who was fielding at behind square on the 45, but he starts with a good one there. It was a bit on the pads, and it gets flicked away. Time it's played out, Manav Naik is chasing it, watches it all the way into his hands. Very exciting young player, Manav Naik. I'm sure he'll have a part to play in every aspect of the game. At the moment in the igloo, I'm being kept company by little red spiders and yellow ladybirds. Shot, 6. Balle, 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 ginna sona, shaka lag gaya. Saqib Hussain goes 4 and 6. That's his scores so far. 2 scoring shots. He's on 10. Hashmi's hit a boundary already, and that is the end of the second over. They're going pretty well. 37, though they did lose Sagor Manzoura for 19. Good catch taken by Suresh. And Angus was the man who takes a wicket. Well, he does take a wicket, but he also does go magical. 23 runs come off that one. So 37 for 1. Tilly to continue. Great Yorker. Really good Yorker. This time, that's better. It's a little bit flatter. We just very quickly saw the tables come up there. I don't think it was supposed to come up at that point. Normally they do come up at the end of the second over. But we will have a look at those in detail a bit later. And of course we had a look at it already. And we know that there's a few issues there definitely for the Warriors. Tilly this time pace on, play defensively. There are Misfield and Aja, and they will scramble a single. A bit of a misfield there. Ball just gets away from the fielder. And they decide to take full advantage of it, rotate the strike. So Hossain facing Tilly. And a wide ball, but he does chase it, does Hossain. I think you just leave those alone. You don't need to chase the wide ones. So SOS, as they shall be known. That's going to get over the top of the infielders once again. It's going to be Cuatro Carreras. Brave in the power play is the way to go about things. And, just having a look at Angus. I think Angus McMahon is playing his first time on the network. So that was his first wicket that he's taken. So congrats to him. But he also will go magical. So he's going to learn pretty quickly that that's the way this game goes. That the batters go after you. So you might get success, but you'll also go for a few runs sometimes. Tilly comes back with a good one. His variations are so important, Oliver Tilly. You can see that he keeps the batters guessing. Sometimes the slower ball, sometimes the quick one outside wide, outside the off. Scotty is saying good evening. Hello, Scotty. Nice to have you in the chat. Bat on ball, no run this time. Good pickup, no mistakes. See that Rashid was pretty key to get to the other end. Down the ground, it's going to be, just out of the reach of Manav Naik. It will be 4 runs. I think he's checking his fingers there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, they're still there. But he gets fingers to this. It's a great effort We'll probably have a look at this here. So it's hit pretty, it's flat batted but elevated. And Manov just comes across, just not able to get a good bulk part of the hand onto it, just fingertips. And that boundary takes the score to 47-10 off the over. Tilly spell is done. He goes for 24. And just as the power play is completed and players now can be pushed back, Manav Nayak is going to come on and bowl. And Manav, I feel that he's going to be pretty useful when he bowls here, and maybe even at some point probably unplayable depending on the kind of bounce that he gets. Fresh from a MVP performance at Jib 13. I know that Samir, of course, he's Papa, who's here. He's covering for Marzi today. Marzi, of course, we had a little birthday celebration drink for him yesterday, and no doubt Marzi has enjoyed his birthday last night and deserves a day off. So Samir Nayak is the project manager here today, and he'll be watching his son that he's, I'm sure, very proud of. But the first ball from him gets hit hard down the ground from Rashid Hashmi. I think this will be the test, really. These two now in. They've already lost Manzoor. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if somebody like Turkiya does come a little bit higher up the order, and Jalal Mia maybe, because he did hit some good shots. Four off the first. And, well, he wants to be super attacking. He's eyeing up the square leg area, which the boundary has been left unprotected, trying to swivel this in that area. Got to be a bit careful. They have got one inside on the 45. That's not a good delivery. And rocks back, gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the, oh, well, and maybe, well, we've seen the sun bowling. I thought we might see Father pop up and do the fielding there. You see that the umpires here standing at point. Popovic is at point, not standing at what would be regular square leg. I know we see that towards the end of the end of the day because of the sun. Maybe the sun also featuring. You can see the shadows there. It's well bowled again. Definitely wants to go after him, doesn't he? That's Rashid Hashmi. But Manav just holding that back slightly a little bit. And he's basically saying to Hashmi, if you want me, use your feet and get to me. Short again. That one is going to, oh, wrong foot's the fielder. And that could go all the way. It does go all the way. And oh, that's another one. A couple of times then we've seen the ball get past the fielder. So here it is again. Does get an edge onto it. Look at this one. Look at the way he rolls the whole wrist around that delivery. Back of the hand, Jobby. But unfortunately, the edge. And then put away. That might be too wide. It is. Umpire Popovic says wide ball. Popovic out there with DJ this time. 50 has come up in the over. It's been a pretty good one for the batting side. Zagreb Sokol flights this right up and tries to get it under the bat there of good fielding. Like that again from Suresh. Just make sure that Hashmi has to scarper to get in. End of the over. Going well, Zagreb Sokol. 61 for 1. But I think they will know, and we all know, that one more wicket, or two more wickets really, we see the back of Hussain and Rashid, then they can come tumbling to a halt. So it's very important, I think, for them just to keep things going. I'll tell you what I've got going here, my fan, and of course, with no Phil G in with me, that fan is as close to me as I can get. I'm going to need it today. It's going to get very hot. Temperatures will get and are very quickly approaching around 32 degrees, but out there in the middle, we know that's going to feel, if you're under the sun, it's going to feel like 37, 38 degrees. That's very hot. There's very little breeze today. So I'm thankful for the fan. It's straight into the hands, is it? Yeah, it is. They get the wicket. Rashid Hashmi is out to a soft one. And Sidhu, Sheikh Sidhu, will get the breakthrough. There's the catch. Oh, it's That's not a good... For somebody of the ability of Rashid Hashmi, he shouldn't be getting out like that. And that could be the turning point here. He'll go for 21 of 10. Just going to make a little scribble here that at this point they were expected to get to that 125. Okay, so let's see how that changes with that wicket going. So, oh, he's going to be so disappointed again. He's a good player, but he's got to learn to take it deeper. He's got to learn to score deeper. There's no point him making starts, getting into 20s, and then getting out, particularly to balls like that. He's got to change that. And Sheikh Sidhu getting the breakthrough. Well done to him. And well done also to the catcher. Nicely taken, no mistakes there from Venu. Venu holds on to it. Sidhu does the bowling. And Rashid goes. And there's Ahmed Tukir, the left-hander. I like this. Go with Tukir before probably you go for something like Mia. Oh, what's a good pace-up delivery. Right at the batter, and Tukir just has to block that one out. And what else were we talking about? Yeah, we talked about Milkman, and Rob Thompson led on that he was a Milkman in the old days. No ball called, won't be out. Won't be out. He's celebrating, but it's a no ball. It's a no ball called early by umpire Popovic. Let's see this again from the bowler. Let's see if we can pick. Popovic is now saying, he says, look, come here, you did this, you were well over. Let's see. We'll get a replay of this. Popovic called it out early. Let's have a look here if we can see anything here. Yeah, it does look like, yeah, looks like a fairly good call there from Popovic. You can still see the line behind the foot, so no ball. It was well held by Mohammad Ashraful. It was crunched. He took the pace of it, then took it in one hand in the left. But the umpire called it early, so free hit to follow. Goes short, and it's a ugly hoik from Hossain. And they're not able to get anything out of the free hit. They did take a single, so they got 2 off it. So played and missed. Sidhu works that away well. That came pretty quickly and gets in the gap. Gets in that gap. Hit the gap between the long on and mid-wicket, still keeping that square leg up. As that just allows them then, I think, to have the 2 fielders, or the 3 fielders actually on that offside, the long off, and 2 sweeping out on the off. They're electing not to, quite surprisingly actually, they're electing not to have the 3rd. You can see Darnaros is kind of camouflaged there in the side screen at the other end, taking some pictures, looking for that magic shot. And talking about magic shot, that's in the air, and it's going to be put over for 6. It's going to be put over for 6. Well, if he had caught that one, Ashraful, it would have counted. So Hossain gets a break on 22. And we'll see it again here. I think it's one of those where I think Ashraful, if he's able to hold on to the catch, he's probably going to have to release it pretty quickly. We take a good look at it here. So if he could hold it, I don't know. I think he may have been able to stay in play. Not an easy catch, but it does go down. Now a swing and a miss. He's running, has to go back. Big scream there from Tukir. Says, no, stay there. And that takes us to the end of the over. 73 for 2. As I invite you to join me in the commentary igloo. Hello, world, and welcome. Welcome to the European Cricket Series. We are on day 2 of this domestic series. 5 teams, of course, will be in action here. It's a big one. And, of course, first time we've seen the reigning champions, Sir Oliver Split. We call them SOS, the players will take a drink here. And it's nice to have your company on another warm, hot, sunny day here in Zagreb. Of course, this is the Maldost cricket ground. The players will take some refreshments here. We're going to see a lot of that today. At the moment, I think drinks have been taken at the 5 over mark. But later on in the day, I feel that we might be taking 2 sets of drinks. A lot of things happening in the world today. I think a big one, of course, is World Elephant Day. It's a day that we talk about these majestic animals, and in the last 10 years alone, the number of elephants has declined by 62%. So let's do our best to try and protect these wonderful animals. What else can we talk about? A lot of talk about the robo duck. So Elvis might be able to put that up for us. That means that you can scan the QR code and have a look at some of the names for options that are being suggested here for robo duck, and you can vote on a name that's favorite for you. And we get ready to back to the action. So what do you think? I mean, he's growing on me. He looks like a nice little chap, doesn't he? I don't think that if I'm honest, there's not a name yet that has grown on me. So I'm still undecided about the name. So, but the character, yeah, maybe. But of course, it's let's see what he's going to be doing on the field as well. I suppose he's got to be quacking off the batters as they get out, I guess. And I wonder if we're going to have various, like with the Derek, we had, of course, the Peacock Friday Derek, we had a Royal Derek. I wonder if we're going to have any of that. I don't know. I don't know the answers. But there is a change, and we do finally have a new duck, but not on our screens, not appearing on our screens yet. I wonder when he's going to make his on-screen debut. That one will get fielded. The batters only take the one. So yeah, that's the next question. When are we going to see the on-screen debut? Sidhu did pick up a wicket there right at the beginning of that over. Not a bad one from him, but with some pace. And got the wicket there of Rashid Hashmi, who'll be disappointed the way he got out. Here's McMahon, I should say, in the air, catching opportunity. He loses it and finds it and does well. Oh, well, yeah, the shade. That's the why we wear the shades, because without those shades, I don't think Anthony Rusmalic was going to see this ball at all. So there he is. There's a little bit of Rusmalic in the air. Anthony loses it, finds it, and then holds it. Takes the catch, removes Hossington. Now that's the top 3 gone. And this is now where it becomes important to see what they get to. 28 of 11. So once again, one of those batters, 19 for Manzoor, 21 for Rashid, 28 there for Hossein. They just are not able to go big. Razmalic, really good catch taken from him. You can see he had to find it, then stay focused on it, and then hold it. And Angus, on debut on the European Cricket Network, takes his 2nd wicket. Angus McMahon, well bowled. A new bat comes out now. It's Jalal Mir. Now, he can hit a ball. He's shown that already. He doesn't hit this one. Plays all the way around it. This is where things can change. So once again, it was 135 when they lost that wicket off Rashid. And I said, let's see how the expected score changes. He's already dropped now to 125 with that wicket falling. Oh. I get the feeling here that Angus is probably thinking, seeing what I've seen already here from the batter Jalal Mir, maybe all I've got to do is get one full and straight. That's what he's going to try and do, I think. And he may be successful because he's come out trying to belt every ball to the boundary, but well, he does whip this one away. That is going to go towards that square leg boundary. On this occasion, Abhijit Sudesh is not going to be able to make the stop. And let's have a quick look at the chat. I'm trying to stay with you folks, but of course, when you're on your own here, you got to keep an eye on on what's happening out in the middle as well as everything. And Wayne is saying, calling Elvis, anybody home? Come on, man, sort the duck out. Hello, Wayne. And good day to Ash as well. Good bit of bowling, good end to the over. Good over there from McMahon. And they will finish over number 6 to score 78 for 3. So now it's going to be, I think, a really good test. I know I keep saying this, but now that top 5, the top 3 have gone, this is going to be a test to see just how well the others go. I thought maybe they'd go straight back here to Mud of Nike, but they're not there. They're going to make another change. They're going to, well, no change really. You're going to go back to Sidhu. And I don't mind that. He bowled very well. Bowled with some real pace and real fire. He just went for the 12 and picked up a wicket in that over as well. That's down the leg side. It's a good take behind the stumps there from Luke. Luke Vucevic behind the stumps. A very good, promising player is Luke. A good take. And I'm just noticing that Angus, I know we've got him listed as Angus McMahon, but his full name, Angus Stewart James McMahon. It's pushed away, they'll take the single. Sudesh attacks the ball, but they were always going to get the single there. Some little changes being made to the field. They've moved Sudesh now to all the way behind square, so they've left a massive gap at square leg. But that's going to be played away to third. Now that's the danger. I've said this before with this field. So they've got 3 out on the off. They've got long off and 2 on the offside boundary covering. Now we haven't seen that, but to be fair, we haven't seen too many shots go along the ground on the offside here. So maybe 1 would be enough there, and you can probably push back the third. And are they doing that here? No, it looks like he's coming back up. So they're still keeping it as it is. 3 outside the off, 2 on the leg side. Oh, that's a nasty delivery. That's a nasty ball. Let's have a look at this. Well, Sidhu just puts a little bit more into this one, doesn't he? And that has to be kept out. Oh, look at that. That ball starts to come back into him quite viciously. Oh, that's a nasty ball. And he does well to avoid being caught on any part of the arm on that one. That would have, that would have hurt him. No ball called. And I think this might be a foot fault again. Let's have a look if we can see this. It's a second no ball because of a foot fault. And yeah, once again, not by a lot, but you can, from at this angle, if you can see the line, then the bowler is overstepping. So free hit to come. Can Jalal Mir make it count? They weren't able to get anything out of the previous free hit they had. Just have a look at the expected score, how it keeps going downwards. So they do need to latch onto this one. And he doesn't. It's another dot. So from when the second wicket went down, we saw the score, expected score at that point was at 135. We knew that it would take a bit of a dent. And then when we saw the third wicket from Hossain go, it's now gone from 125 to around the 120 mark. That's launched though. It's going to get over the fielder. 6 runs. It was always going to be 6. He'd already stepped over the rope. That one was just in there. The right slot. All he had to do was swing hard. It was in the hit me zone. And rather than tucking him up, it's always also a little bit fuller. So kind of that half volley length. And Mir gets hold of that pretty nicely. Well, that's not a good ball. Just doesn't get that. He's too straight on it. It doesn't get the swivel, as I like to call it, on the front foot. And as a result of that, it just holds its line and goes down the leg side. No mistakes there, though, from Luke. I'm liking this from Luke. I think it's good to see him behind the stumps. He's showing some more of the talents that he does have, Luke. That's an uppercut. There is fielders out there, and the catch will be beautifully held. Really good catch. Well, they're there for just that. Tries to go for the uppercut, but finds the hands of the fielder. No mistakes at all there from Sandeep Kumar. It's a good catch. You can see he just doesn't go fine enough, does he? He tries to go in that extra cover area. The fielder is there and holds on to it. And Jalal Mia gets to 14. And now it has to depart. So that's the end of him. 14 of 10. And, well, I think that was the last batter to get out, actually. So ignore that one. That was Jalal Mia. Hey, everybody, rise and shine. The launching ground for tomorrow's champions is about to start. And, of course, the Western Shield will be blended in. That's a nice word, isn't it? Blended in with also the Meltel Shield. And 4 top teams featuring some of the best players that we have in Europe will come together. We call it the launching ground for tomorrow's champions. 18th to the 24th of September there at the Kartama Oval. So put that in your diaries and get ready for that. It's going to be big. 92 for 4 with that wicket going down. Sidhu gets his second. 14 of that over. And they get the break from Mia. He'll be disappointed, but he finds the safe hands of Kumar. Kumar doesn't make a mistake. Holds on to it. So well done to Sidhu. Gets another one. He's got the big fish, really. One of them was Hashmi, and we know that Jalal Mia can hit the ball pretty well. And, well, by all accounts, so can this guy. Tukir says, don't forget I'm still here. He's been joined out there by Aman Chaubi, who got a, well, he swung wildly at one and was out first ball in the last match. He's a better player than that. He's also a national team player for Croatia, so he's got to perform. He's got to stand up and perform, I think. Oh, right down the... Yeah, wide ball it will be. And, wow, look at this for a little cheeky back heel from the bowler. Anthony Razmulic tries to do a little bit more of the old Rasmus Daz. And I think he just tries to backflip. Watch this, the ball come, watch his foot there. Look at that. Can you imagine if he got that onto the stumps? I think the batter was in, but it still would have been a unique trick. So Razmulic also, I believe, is the president of Croatian cricket. And we should be thanking him for our time here. Looking after us very well. Hospitality has been fantastic, so thank you to Anthony Razmulic and everybody else that's part of the federation here. That's played pretty well. This one shouldn't get in the gap. A good bit of fielding, because not just from the man Angus who does the fielding, but good support for him as well. It's almost like Angus is saying, right, I'm going, you cover. And between those two fielders, they do that really well. So you've got the wide long on, who of course is Ashraful. That's hit, but there is a fielder out there, but this time he can't do anything about it. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya Shaba Shaba Adeglo Bartke Shaka Maria Kinna Sona. And the beautiful hit is Dana Hora's up there. She's got some good shots. She saw the catch and Sandeep Kumar. I'm sure that'll be one of one of her snapshots. And then that big shot there from Tukir, who will go in the same area again. Lovely jubbly. Que guay, que genial, que grande, manos arriba, arriba, arriba. From the arbitro, 6 carreras más. And a nice little counter-attack here from the left-hander, Tukir. And Razmulic is going for a few. Oh, he's lucky. He's lucky. It'll be a wide, but he's lucky. That's 22 off this over, by the way, because he strays down the leg side, and they're the ones that have been smashed to the boundary, but he misses out on that one. Fortunately, it's just a wide ball. And gets a swivel on this as well. This also will beat the fielders. It will go to the boundary. Cuatro carreras más. And that's a very good productive over this is so far. So it's gone 6 2 wide, single, 6 6 wide, 4. There is still one to go, and Zagreb Sokol have moved to 118. Slices this. Watch the spin on this. There was the spin. It's well watched, and then comes the throw there from the fielder. I think that's Tilly who's parked himself out on the boundary here to the left of me. Just a single. It won't go supersonic, but 27 off the over. And I'm not going to get excited. I did this yesterday and I thought, oh, big over. 27 come from it. I think that was one that 30 came off, and I thought all of a sudden, okay, they will go on to make 150 now. They could have done, but they didn't, because they only got about 9 off the last 2 overs, and that's what could happen here. At the moment, though, it's pretty healthy for Zagreb Sokol. 119 for 4. Remember, when they lost those key wickets, the expected score did go back down to about 121, and then went to 125. Now it's rocked up to 144. Because of that one big over, but you can't read too much into that. Another tied over here could slow things down. They're going to go to Manav Nayak, so they didn't go back to Manav as early as I thought they may have done. They've waited a little, and what's going on here? I think DJ is hobbling a fair bit here. I reckon, are we going to see an umpire change? We might see an DJ is hobbling around. I think, what's he done there? Maybe, yeah, look, he's got an issue, old DJ. DJ. Well, let's hope he's all right. He was on the walkie-talkie. So they're going to run away here. Ball bobbles to Tilly. Good stop. Gets everything behind it. I think maybe DJ, when those shots been swiveled at him, maybe he had to try and get out of the way quickly of one and might have just twisted or jolted his knee. I don't know. All right, Shelby. And Turkey trying to help their team to a score in the 140s, says the computer. Let's see if it will be high in the air. Catching opportunity. Razmalic is coming and holds on to the gad. He's got good hands, hasn't he? A little bit of more razzmatazz from Anthony Razmalic. Comes across and he rewards Manav Nayak with the wicket of Aman Choube, who's having not the best of days, but at least he does doubly score from the first match where he got 0. Just hits this awkwardly, but it's a really good catch. You can see that Manav Nayak starts to go after it as well, but he then slows down as he sees that Anthony is onto it, and Anthony holds onto it really well. So well done. It's a second catch there taken by Razmalic. And Manav picks up his first wicket, so he's opened his account. Gurpreet Singh, the captain, bringing himself in at number 7. Key thing to do here, though, you would feel, especially with Ahmad Turkey hitting the ball so well, is to just play some smart cricket. There's 2 balls being bowled here. It's worth just taking a single to allow Turkey to go 3 balls. He did really well against Anthony Razmalic, who bowled slightly slower, so maybe he does like the slower bowling. So let's see how he goes here. Oh, he does get bat onto ball, and he will get that single. Oh no, he's going to get 4. He's going to get 4, and that's a bit of an error there, I feel, from Mohammad Ashraful. I think he's expected to do the fielding. He puts a hand out here and he deflects it away from the fielder, who's also backing him up. So, in fact, I think it gets his foot and then it wrong foots Angus. And this one is sliced away out on the off. And this one also diverts. They only take a single, and I think that basically is because it means that Turkey will get a chance to have a hit here. And that one also good reactions from the fielder, actually, to make the stop. All right, couple of deliveries then for Turkey to try and see if he can bang a few more boundaries. They get to the 125, which at one point looked like it would be the final score. It's played well. Straight to the fielder. In comes the throw. Ooh, direct hit would have had him. I think if we have a look at this side on, Gurpreet Singh was running into trouble. He will get back on strike. Now, this is where Gurpreet just has to do the right thing. Here's the throw. Yeah, it would have been gone. And a better throw to the keeper also would have had Gurpreet gone. Gurpreet just needs a boundary here and then hope that Tukir can finish off the last. He goes for it, but he ain't going to get it. It should be a catch taken here, and it will be. Luke holds on to it. Second wicket in the over for Manav Nayak. He's a happy chappy. It's a good over from Manav. 7 come from it. Gurpreet goes. But look, I don't mind that. I think Gurpreet had to do that. That was his job, to swing hard, to see if he could get a boundary. But what he didn't want to do probably is take Tukir to strike. Now, Tukir has to play the right role here now going into this last over. There's no point him taking a single of the first ball. I think you sacrifice the single. Simranjit Singh is the man who's coming out there. He's better hurry up, Simranjit. He's got 60 seconds to be out there and be ready. He is running, but he's not got the lid on here. I'm worried here. I am worried because it's tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Now, he's going to be at the non-striker's end because it was the end of the over, so that will help. But batters, you've got to be ready. If he was going to the striker's end, I think he would have been struggling there for time. Quick look at the bowlers. 2 from Manav Nayak, 2 also there from Sidhu, I think, bowled very well. Who are they going to here now? Who are we going to see here? Looks like we're going to see Sandeep Kumar, who's going to bowl this, the 9th over. And he's going to be bowling to Tukir, 126. Tukir, can he go big here? Can he get a magical finish? Can he get a 20? And let's have a look at the boundary on the leg side. They have got 2 men back there and 1 straight as at long on. And he will go on that leg side, but he doesn't get this as clean. Big moment here, and the catch gets taken. That is a huge moment, because I think that could be the difference between this score staying around the 130 mark or perhaps rocketing towards the 140. Holds on to the catch, and Sandeep Kumar picks up a wicket off the very first ball that he bowls and almost comes out. I don't think it almost comes out of the hand. I think it's the fielder almost trips over. So well done to Sandeep Kumar. And Tukir, 28 of 12. It's a good strike rate from him. He's given his team something to bowl at for sure. But Sandeep Kumar, well done to him as well. Picks up a wicket. Now, what do we know about Sandeep Kumar? I don't think we know too much about him. I'm trying to find him in the info that I got in front of me. I can't find him at the moment. We'll keep looking. So Sandeep Kumar, I think that's his first outing on the European Cricket Network. I'm confident it is. So Sandeep Kumar, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੀ ball ਆਪਣੀ ਕੀਤੀ European cricket ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ the wicket ਫੜ ਲਈ. So first ball on European cricket and he gets a wicket. What a start for that man there, Kumar. Taking a good catch as well, isn't he? That's not a good ball, and you can see that Usama Haider, he said, just walks out the way of that one. Haider's somebody who can crunch it. He is somebody who can crunch it. When he gets the ball in the right area, he can. He did that yesterday, but he's also somebody who is a little bit suspect if you get the ball Yorker length full and straight. You don't like it there. Let's see if Kumar can get one there to him. Short, and he crunches it. That's what he can do. It's a mighty hit from the giant of the man, Usama Haider. Boom! Shaka lag gaya, kinna sona. Oh, that is a bomb, and it is a blast. It's a mammoth hit. And some would call that a Bizaway Super 6. Crunched. They're in the 130s now. Still 4 balls to go. This has been better, hasn't it, from Zagreb Circle. They've shown that there is a little bit of backbone in the middle order. Down the leg side. And does he get something on this? Could be a run out. It looks like the batter will get back. I think he spoils the wide here. He gets wrapped on the pad. He should have done what he did with the first ball. He faced Haider and just sort of jumped inside it. Oh, he's missed this one as well. So it did hit one big six, but now you want him to at least get something on the other deliveries. We don't know too much about Simranjit Singh at the other end, who's joined him. Here comes the fifth delivery. It's another swing and a miss. That's disappointing, really. Disappointing. All right, it did hit one. So this over's just gone for 7. Wicket wide 6, and now ... One ball to come. Can he crunch another big 6 and make it a 140 chase? That certainly would make this interesting. Well, certainly would test the defending champions. He does get something on this. It'll only be a single. So it's a very good first over. First time we've seen Sandeep Kumar, and he's made a good impression, hasn't he? And 134 will be the score. 7 down. I suppose what you could say, remember when those wickets started to fall and we saw the score on the board, expected score was 135, and I said then, well, with these wickets gone, let's see how much that changes. It doesn't actually change that much. It did at one point get down to 121, then 125, but then it's worth saying that the big hitting that we saw in one over, particularly that over from Razmalic that went for 27, they were able to at least get to that 134, which means a 135 chase. It's time for us to roll the highlights. And we know that the top 3 were going to be key for Zagreb Soko. Sagar Manzoor got a little bit of luck with an edge there. This one was just over Manav, but the wicket would come, and I think this is here. Is it Sudesh? No, but it is in that area. That was a nice shot actually played down the ground from Saqib Hussain. And this one was high. It was going to be a bit of a teaser. Manav gets fingertips to it but couldn't stop it. That one was crunched pretty hard and taken, but that was a no ball. He says, isn't that out? No, it's not out. And that was another delightful hit. Good pickup. One man who couldn't pick it up was Ashraful. This was, though, I think the catch taken. So nicely taken there. And that was Razmalic who was saying that came right out off the sun, but he held on to it. He took 2 very good catches in that zone. But the top 3 always going to be important. That's another one that just was out of the reach. That was a good looking shot, but the catch was delightful. What a good catch that was taken out there. And Venu holds on to a really good one. Back of the hand, this one high and mighty in the air. And there's the catch again. There's that man again. Anthony Razmalic holds on to another. That one was a little bit disappointing, really. This one almost got past the fielder. Reacted well. High in the air. That would be the end of Gurpreet Luke. Takes a good catch. Manav came back well in that second over. Picked up 2 wickets. And in the end, I think it's probably about this. We said yesterday, myself and Phil G, we think that 125, anything from 125 to 130 is about a par score. So I think it's just slightly above par. Zagreb Soko, remember, they had some issues with the bat themselves. If you look at the scores that they made, 133, which was enough against the Warriors when they batted first up yesterday. This morning they made 129, and again here 133. So batting first, that's the kind of scores that they've been posting. So this is the highest, just by 1, that they put on the ball. But is it going to be enough to get them the win? You suspect maybe not against Sir Oliver Split, a team that only lost 1 match here last year. Quick look at the bowling figures after we had a look at the batting scorecard. And where sort of everybody contributed, but nobody could go big. Saqib Hussain and Ahmed Tukir both scoring 28. 2 wickets then for 3 bowlers, Angus, Manav and Sheikh. Well done to them. And also well done to Sandeep Kumar, who picked up a wicket on his very first ball on the European Cricket Network. 134 will be the score, 135 will be the chase. It will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Join myself, Rika Full, and the rest of the gang when we return.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And we're back to this Maldost cricket ground in Zagreb as you get ready for the reply from the reigning champions. They're going to be given a bit of a test here, I think, with this target 135. Some people in the chat feel that Zagreb Sokol should go and defend this. All depends how well they bowl. I think their captain, if Gurjit Singh bowls anything or anywhere like he bowled in that last match, getting that ball to swing around, he'll cause problems. But who's going to give him some support with the ball? That's going to be the question. And Ahmed Tukir, he bowled very well. But I think what's probably going to be pretty key is how the slower bowlers also perform. I don't think they bowled at their best in the last one. So that's going to be pretty key for me. So let's see how it goes. We were talking about days. You talked about it being World Elephant Day. There was also a talk of Milkman Day, but also it's National Vinyl Record Day today. It's your chance to go old school, spin music lovers all around the world. And there's people disagree about many things when it comes to music, but I think a lot of people will agree that nothing beats the vinyl. And vinyl records are here to stay. They are making a bit of a comeback. And for those who value the quality of sound, they will always say that the vinyl is always simply the best. And of course, we've got our own DJ. Now, I'm checking to see if DJ is out there, because he did take he didn't look like he was injured at one stage. I think he's still there, DJ. It's Jalal Mia to start with the ball. And he's going to start with, well, they like it. And he's gone. They're going to get a wicket here. It is going to be a first baller. And Luke Vuskovic is going to go without scoring. It's going to be a royal duck. And, well, this is where we're waiting to see what the Robo Duck, yet to be named, would be doing on your screen. Well, this is where the Derek would be coming out. And the Derek would be walking behind the batter, looking pretty sorry. And there'll be the old... Well, Luke, he's a good player. He's a quality player. But he's going to get caught behind. It was a good catch. It wasn't... Look, I'm not going to say it was a great delivery from Jalal. But the catch from the keeper, Rashid, was a good one. And they get the big wicket off Luke. Luke goes very first ball, royal duck. We had 3 of these yesterday. That's our first today. And it is Jalal who picks up the wicket. What a breakthrough that is. Rashid takes the catch. Next batter just guides us away for 4 runs. There's a nice shot from Oliver Tilley. Oliver Tilley didn't make the best of starts in the international when we saw him playing in the T20s. But he certainly upped his game with ball and bat when it came to the ECIs. And he's in pretty good form at the moment. Another man, I say man, I should say young man, or lad maybe. Manav Nayak is at the non-striker's end. He's in fine form at the moment. Mr. MVP there from Gibraltar. Let's see how he fares. One thing for sure is, though, let's not beat about the bush here. There's a big difference between this track and the one there at Jib. Oh, gone. Played onto his stumps. Tilley will go. Tilley steps away, looks to play this on the offside, but he's just played it. Smashed it straight back onto his stumps. It's a little bit of dynamite action here as the stumps explode. And this time is not because a batter has swung hard and smashed him over. Well, he kind of has, but with the ball. And Elise Tilley doesn't take a leaf out of Sugunda Pal's book and goes to smash him even further. The damage has been done. The stumps, the castle has been blown apart there. Tilley goes for 4. Second ball. Oh my, what a start this is. And what a good start this is for Mia. So the second one goes 4 for 2. And now we get a chance to see what Angus does. So first time, of course, Angus McMahon is playing on the network. And he comes out with his team at 4 for 2. In comes Mia again. And that one will be a little bit too wide. They've got the third back pretty fine. He's almost, I wouldn't say he's quite the backstop, but he almost is. I reckon he's too fine, if I'm honest. And then they have got, I'm trying to see who else they've got back. They've got nobody back on the leg side. I'm searching it, a backward point. So they literally have covered that behind the keeper area. Very straight third and a backward point. Interesting. In the air and doesn't carry. Doesn't carry to Gurpreet. Shouts and screams of catch. And it just goes up in the air. Gurpreet is trying to get there. And just dropping in front of him. The batters will scramble and take a single. Manav Nayak. Let's see what he makes of this while he's been stood at the other end. He's seen 2 wickets fall. Score is on 6. Just taking time to compose himself, checking the field. Now he does like to play those funky shots, does Manav. He likes to scoop. There is possibilities to play the scoop, but as I said, this track is not as true as the one in Jib. And there you go. That's what I mean. So, dotted up first ball. Yeah, I know that there in Gibraltar at Europa Point, it's a beautiful ground. The outfield and, of course, the track is all artificial. But you're not getting this sort of bounce there. So, just because he performed well there doesn't mean he's going to guarantee to do well here. It's a different ball game completely. And if you wanted the example of that, the first ball he gets shows him that perfectly. In comes Mia again. And there's that little shot. And oh, well. Oh, well, oh, well. I reckon, I mean, he might have hurt himself here, the keeper, but I think that's an opportunity from Rashid. Is it off the bat? I think it's, well, it's either, yeah, it gets webbing onto it, but not able to hold on. I don't know. It's been given as runs. I'm just checking to see. Or is it being given off the arm or something? I felt that it was off the glove. I think that's probably an opportunity to remove Manav. 128 matches since I got on the ball. I still haven't seen that come up on the on my displays, whether it's runs or leg byes. I think the scorers are just checking to see what the umpire's giving there. But keep an eye on that as well. So real, I think, me personally, I feel that was an opportunity. I think that is off the gloves. Nothing coming up on my my screens at the moment. I think we're just losing, or I've lost. I've lost my connection for a moment. Yeah, it's come up now and still not updated. So I can't tell you what they've given for that one. I know it was a run. 7 came off the first over. 2 wickets did fall in it. Could have been 3, I feel. Still waiting to see what they've given that last one. It's going to get past. It's going to be a wide. So Gurpreet Singh, he needs to, the captain here needs to stand and perform. They've given it. I'm a bit confused here. I'm a little bit confused. All right, I think they're just updating. I've got to wait one more ball to come up. They're just trying to backtrack here, the scorers. And was given a run, so I'm going to scribble it down here now. That was a drop chance. They could have had Manav without scoring Rashid. And I think he would probably feel that he probably should have held on to that. Gurpreet Singh, if there's one thing I would say to Gurpreet, man, Gurpreet ने कह रहे हैं ना ताड़ी जरी bowling है आ देखो ball कितना swing हो रही है मैंने तुसी समझाओ ये round the wicket कादे आ रहा मैंने समझाओ इन्नी ball ही move करदा round the wicket कादे आ रहा over the wicket आवी ball swing हो जाती है and well he's looking at me now कहना हुन समझान लग गया चलो देखते हैं की करदे आ but he's certainly getting that ball to swing a lot. Well, let's see how he does here. Staying around the wicket. And up in the air. Not going to carry. So there's that movement again. So he's trying to fire this ball in across the line and get it to come come back into the batter. So he's trying to squeeze it in between the bat and pad. It's almost another opportunity. So Manav. One thing with Manav is, I wonder if they want to try and put the fine leg back for the scoop. He will try and play it. Well, there you go. There's that shot. And that is going to go probably all the way. I feel it does. So Seis Guerreras, it's a shot that he plays, and he plays it really well. We'll see him lying on the floor and playing this shot. It'll look like he's doing the backstroke, but he likes to play it. So on this pitch, I've got to say, it could be risky. But you see here, he makes up his mind what he's going to do. It's a good shot. He practices it. He rehearses it all the time. There's his father there, Samir Nayak, who's now going to find that ball and give it back. And that shot is only made available to him because of the angle that Gurpreet is bowling at as well, by the way. In comes Gurpreet Singh again. Should be the same shot again. It's another one that's just going to get over the keeper. So he does go to play that funky-licious shot one more time. This time he just gets it over the keeper. So he's playing with fire, is Nayak at the moment. Let's see this one again. It doesn't go where he was expecting it to. And can't get to it, can Rashid this time. Gurpreet. Now bowling to Angus. Oh, how's it missed? How has it missed? How has this missed? This one, well, I can tell you how it's missed because it doesn't come back as much as the others did. Watch this one. I was expecting to see and hear the clatter of the stumps, but somehow this ball has come in and then seamed away. Can't believe that's not hit the stumps. Dots him up. 17 for 2. Ball to go in the second. Goes for it, gets it. Gear. Shaka lagya. Balle. Ginna sona. Well, there was Shub. I think Shub got flying out of his skin there. I wonder if we can see that one more time. Shub has got his own little parasol. He sat there in the shade. He looks like an office clerk. And I think that ball kind of wakes him up a little bit. Oh, Shubi. That's the way things are looking there. Zagreb Circle have gone and jumped up to second. They could go top. If they get a win here, they could go top, even if they pick up a point. But remember, they are playing their 5th match. That is 3 more than the Assassins, who will be breathing down their necks a little bit later. We won't see the Assassins in action today. They've got the day off. So they'll just have to wait patiently to see how things pan out here. That over from Gurpreet goes for 16. He was a little bit unlucky. I think he probably should have had the wicket of Manav. Tries to guide this on away. So at the end of the second over, it was 23 for 2. They continue with Jalal. He's made a big impact coming into the side today, Jalal Mia. Bowling-wise, they've been okay. They just had that, I don't know what happened to them in that second match yesterday where they just got it all wrong and gave so many extras away. Just keeping it outside the off here at the moment. I wonder if, we know that Gurpreet Singh is getting a lot of swing. What's Jalal Mia doing? Is he getting the ball to go the other way, or was it just, I think it's probably, pretty straight up and down for him. Slight movement away, but mainly it's just the length he's bowling, and he's just getting that ball a little bit wider off the batter. And Manav, we know he likes to be funky when the ball's at him. So now they're basically saying to him, right, what are you going to do with it when it's outside the off? Let's see what he answers with. Well, it's in the air, and that's played quite nicely. That's what he's going to do. It's a lovely shot, this one. Let's have a look. He hits nicely through this. Good elevated hit. Just bouncing before the rope. That's 4 runs. One thing about Manav that's certainly come along in the last 18 months or so for him, he's got the power all of a sudden in his shots. I wouldn't say he's grown particularly bigger or more muscular, but he's certainly developed a little bit more power in his shots. and that's certainly serving him well. And there he goes with this one. He's hovering in the air, just out of the reach once again of the fielder. So he's playing these little dink shots. He's got it right once. But this one, again, because the bounce is not true, though you get yourself in the position, doesn't guarantee you're going to get the bounce that you're after. You just rotate the strike. And that means McMahon now has to deal up with Jalal Mir. Keeping it to under the 15 and over at the moment. That's another good delivery. Just backing away here. If we see this ball one more time, if we can, Elvis. That's right, people. I'm saying Elvis. We have got Elvis in the engine room. So he backs away. And I think if you want to play that shot, first of all, I don't think that ball was close enough to play. But secondly, backing away, it takes you away from it. Ooh, pretty close to the edge. Good finish to the over from Jalal Mir, just a one boundary from it. 5 runs coming from that over. A very good spell of bowling from him. 2 for 12. And he has the SOS side, the reigning champions, 28 for 2. We'll have a look at the split now off the power plays here. So 47 compared to the 28. So 19 runs separating the two sides at this point. And you can see there from that Manhattan that apart from one over there, that over there where only the 5 runs came from, that was that over number 6 from Angus. They maintained a pretty steady approach to their innings. That one very big over from Razmalic that went for 27 over number 8. But other than that, they kept it steady. And what they have done with that over going as it did is they've pushed this rate up now to over the 15. And change now in the bowling. This guy bowled really well in the first match. He bowled with a bit of firepower as well. So they're resting Gurpreet. He's not going to bowl his second. And they will go now with Tukir, who also did pretty well with the bat. He'll start with one, which just sneaks in again. So you can see what they're trying to do. They feel that keeping the ball outside the off to both these batters is the way to go. And they have got the field pretty well set. They've got that third still pretty straight. They've moved the backward point, though. And, of course, the field now can change. I'll give you the 5 men that are outside as this one gets pushed away. And it's nicely fielded. So what have they got here? They are taking, good running. Very good running. 2 runs taken there. Fielder just wasn't able to get that first up. So, let's have a quick look at the field. They've got sticking with a long on the boundary. I've mentioned the third who's back pretty straight. Then they got quite a wide long off and sweeper out the offside. It's in the air. Will this carry? It's the second one that Gurpreet can't deal with. And then he can't stop it. Gurpreet tends to have this, his reaction to a ball that's dropping in front of him is just to run into it and hope that it hits his legs. I think we need to look at this side on as well, actually. Let's see the side on look at this because it looks pretty high. I think that's why the umpires might be looking at. So Elvis, well, they've called it as a no-e already. We might get a chance to look at it again. Side on, here it is. I think it's probably a pretty good call when I was looking at. Let's see, is it coming down enough? No, I don't think it is. Good call from the match officials. That's DJ and Popovic working well together. So ooh, inside edge, chase then for the fielders, not going to get there. So we see and saw a number of occasions in that innings of Zagreb Sokol, they weren't able to ever get the free hit away. Every time it was a free hit, it was a dot. It's not where one of Knight wanted that to go, but he gets an inside edge onto it. He's moved into the 20s now, scoring fairly briskly. That one from Ahmad Tukir just went a little wrong. Up in the air now. Can anybody get there? No. Can you believe it's the second time? And now the two Singhs are fighting each other, Gurpreet and Simranjit. I think Simranjit might have won this. I don't know whether he wears the grizzly or whether it's the captain himself that has clouted him. So another miscue, not a good shot that. And what happens here, I think they just run into each other. They'll get the single. Oh, well, Manav living dangerously. It's another half opportunity. Doesn't get taken. Angus. All right, in the air, Simranjit holds, oh dear, he just can't get there. Will he stop the boundary? Well, he's playing Twister on the cricket field. Now, let's have a look at this. He's just can't get himself in a position to take the catch. Have a look. Oh, can we just slow this right down here? Let's see, from here, let's see, does this grizzly touch the rope? Nothing. I don't think, looking at that, you could say that it does. And it looks like it's just going to be 2 runs. So Simranjit, he looks like he's doing a bit of weeding there, but he does save the ball from going over the boundary. And where's he gone? Where's that man gone? They just moved the fielder. There's Helena, by the way, who does play for the Croatian national team. Is the captain of Croatia. Helena, nice to see her at the ground. They had a fielder just there. That's 4 runs. Bounces just before. Helena, come on, no foot fielding. They moved him in. Why? Why did they do that? Crazy move. And the next ball would have been straight down his throat. They get a boundary. 4 runs, 44 for 2. So they need to accelerate. They're still just above the 15 required per over. But that over, it goes for 16. Oh, there were chances there, weren't they? And then that change in the field. I was trying to, there was at one point when I was looking at where the fielders were, I'm sure they only had the 4 out. And I'm just trying to see how this field, so they're not going with an orthodox field. I'm going to try and have to maneuver myself so I can have a look properly. So they have got, let's look at this now. They are pushing the third now back. They're pushing the third back. So you've got third now going back. Square leg. So have they got too many out now? Have they got too many out? No, they've got 2 on the leg side, 2 in the off. Third has now pushed back. So they basically got square leg on the 45 on the boundary. Long off, long on are back. A sweeper and a third. So that's what they've got now. So it's the field that I think they needed to have first time round. Nabil, that's too high. That's probably going to be... Oh, no ball signalled. Is that the second one then in the over? The signal says no, it must be the second in the over. It's definitely over the shoulder high, so got to be the second. It's not a... It's been given because I think the bounce... Here it is. Definitely over the head. So it must have been the second one that's over the shoulder. This gets worked away. And Simranjit will once again save the boundary. So on this occasion, they don't get a boundary off the free hit. This is Mohammed Nabil, who's bowling this over number 5. This is Nabil. I suppose still okay. He's a left armour, and that's where he needs to be. If he can keep this one, if he can keep the ball outside the off against both these batters, then there's every chance of just singles and dotting up. But if you go too straight, and especially if you go on leg, you'll get punished. Well, like that is one. It's not a good shot this from Angus. His eyes light up. He doesn't move his feet. He should have just taken a little step across towards the offside and be whipping that away. I think he knows it. That's an opportunity to put that ball away. It goes through him as well. And even if you missed it, if you took a step across and missed it, it would have been wide. So a big lead off. And now he goes for the big hoik. Misses that as well. So after a over that goes for 16, that put SOS in touch. This one's going badly wrong. Just the 3 runs of it so far with the ball to go. So even a Maximo here means it's a pretty decent over from Nabil. He won't be thinking about going for 6 though. He wants a wicket. And it's a really good ball. Well done. Great over. And that's a couple that have been missed there now. Now I wonder if SOS is starting to have a look at the strike ratio there of Angus. 13 balls for 14. I thought that was the end of the over, actually. Is that not the end of the over? I'm sure it's the end of the over. They're on the walkie-talkie. It's over, everybody. It's over. Get the drinks out there. You need drinks. What a good over that is. Just the 3 runs coming from it. And 47 for 2. Now, we had a look at the Western Shield earlier. And we had a look at the men's version of this. This is the women's version of it. And of course, this year round, there will also be Team Asia and a Team Rest of the World. So it'll be 4 teams taking part. And Rise and Shine is what we say, the launching ground for tomorrow's champions, starting on the 15th to the 21st. And remember, as we say, it's going to be a blend of the Meltel Shield and the Western Shield. And of course, if you enjoy the women's cricket action that we bring you plenty of it. Don't forget that the big one will be at the end of the year. On the 1st of December, we will have the Euros of women's cricket. And that will, of course, be the end of our 2025 season. And we will finish it in Spain. In fact, even before we go to the Karma Oval for the ECCW, we will have 2 events before Karma, but in Spain we'll have Alicante there, and just before that we'll have Valencia as well. Valencia will be at Levante, lovely part of the world and lovely part of Spain, kind of in the heart of the city, and that will be at Levante Cricket Ground, which is a baseball ground that they share with a baseball team out there. And of course, Sporting Alfas de Pi is in the Alicante province before we go to Karma and Andalusia. So they're going to stick with Turkey to bowl here. Turkey, his first over, I think he was a little bit unlucky. He went for 16, but he could have picked up a wicket or 2. 17 is the rate has gone up to. They're sticking with, and he's dropped it. Could be a run out. No. Oh dear. Opportunity after opportunity being presented. Manav Nayak, he's living a charmed life. Having said that, though, he's not quite going at the rate he needs to for his team. So I don't think that's a bump. The bat hits the ground, but not the ball. And it goes to the man we might see bowling a little bit later. Parakalam doesn't hold on to it. So Nayak gives another chance. And gets dropped now on 23. I think you're going to make a call here. I think you make a call here. That's 14 or 14. Manav Nayak is having a chat with Angus. Captain here, I think, Anthony, he's got to do the right thing here. He's got to think about retiring him out. He's hurting his side. They haven't had a boundary now since the 2 in the previous over of Turkey. The last over went boundaryless. And right, you've got to make that call. Look at, it's even, you can see it's even reflecting on Manav at the other end. Manav is looking at the dugout. Nobody there looks like padded up, come out. SOS, they're the reigning champions. They know this format. It's not nice on Angus, of course. He's making his debut today on the network. He's taking a wicket, but it's just not helping them at all. Is this going to be too wide? No, it's another dot. And yeah, I think, we do have the Telegram channel in Hindi, but you could be going SOS because they do need an SOS here. Yeah, they've got to make a change. 16 balls for 14. Turkey dotting up Angus at the moment. Well, he gets hold of this one. I suppose he had to sooner or later, but maybe that's the one that's going to get him going. Boom, shakalagya. Well, Angus was being grilled, and he was going to be well done, but in the end, he fights back. He jumps out of the barbecue and hits a big one down the ground. The Angus is still alive. All right, I suppose if he can get another boundary here, that will take him to double figures. But again, I've said this before, even if he goes for another 6 here, he wins the over. 7 have come from it. Turkey goes full again, dots him up one more time, and it's going to be another terrific over, just a 7 off it. So they've only got 10 runs of the last 2 overs. And, well, Manav, he did get dropped in that one as well, remember, but he got dropped, taking a single, getting to the other end. 54 for 2 is the score after 6 overs. Still not seeing any change there at all from SOS. I am very, very surprised. They did lose Luke, Royal Duck first ball, but you got to try something different here. You can't tell me. I mean, Oliver Tilley also. So Oliver Tilley and Luke are the men that are gone. Sam Houghton, we hear, is on the way. They have sent an SOS out to him. The last we heard from him is that he was on his way. So whether he'll feature later today, I don't know. Manav, that's a clever looking shot. He's played that really well. But that's the difference, I think. Manav, not swinging hard, just opens the face of the bat. Have a look at this shot. So he's a clever player. He knows there's no fielder there. He guides that beautifully. Lovely shot. But is he going to be able to do it on his own? They do make a bowling change here. Saqib Hossain coming in. The rate has reached 20, by the way. Okay, played that away. Now they've got to stop this. They do. Think of taking 2. You can see that even Angus is feeling that he's better off at the other end. But hey, look, be positive. He did hit a big 6 in the last one. And maybe he'll take a liking to Hossain, but he's just starting to feel now it's got to be back-to-back boundaries. You're looking for an over to go big. You're looking for an over that went like the one that they had from Razmilic, which went for 27. Are they going to get that? We'll have to wait and see. Hossain bowling to Angus, who's played that nicely. And that's going to be 4 runs. That's much better from Angus. He's not swinging this time. He takes a leaf out of the book there of Manav and just guides that away. So that's well played. This is a good shot. So whereas before, in the over before, and the over before that, he's looking to hit down the ground. This time, he just says, all right, Manav, if that's the way to do it, I can do that. And he now moves to 24 of 19. Hossain keeps it in the same area. See, that's where you go wrong. Could have played exactly the same shot again. So remember the ball before, he just waited for it, leaned into it, and took an easy boundary. This time around, he's trying to muscle it to the boundary. It's the same ball as before. Tries a different approach. He gets dotted up. Dot balls are gold dust in this format. Fuller this time. Good change up. Good change up. Probably was expecting a similar delivery, Angus, and already in his mind had prepared what shot he was going to play. But this is full, and it goes in between him and the pads. Another dot. It's another killer delivery. 9 have come off the over. A boundary won't win it for them again. And they won't get a boundary. It's just going to be another dot. Manav Nayak's body language at the non-striker's end says it all. And just look at SOS. They're out of the dugout now, and they know they've got to make a change. There is a batter there that is padded up. It's now, in fact, I think it's already maybe too late. The rate has gone up to 24 per over. They need 72 in 18 to win the match. 94 is what they need to get a point. Are we now talking about just trying to take a point, or is there still a possibility of them getting this 72? But if you're going to go for it, it's now or never. But they're not making a change. Talking about changes, look at Zagreb Warriors. 6 players coming in there. There's Gupta, Kumar, Neil Smith, we've seen him. Sajid Khan, Alan Magdanich comes in, and Tushar Kulkarni in the side there. And the Marcos, they've got 3 themselves. Robin Sharma, Mohit Saini coming in. So wide to start. This is an interesting call, this. Let's have a look at this. Gurpreet doesn't like it. I must admit they've been very good at just hitting the line. That's not a wide. Not a wide at all. You can see why Gurpreet's disappointed. Gurpreet coming in knowing that he wants to get another good over in there. But a wide ball, so they'll have to bowl an extra ball in this one. Coming over the wicket, by the way. That one is a wide. It's interesting. He's coming over the wicket, and all of a sudden you'd think he'd get the ball to swing in a little bit more, but in fact it's either holding its line or going the other way. And a quick look at the chat here. What are we seeing here? A few people, Dave and Zahid Aslam, having a chat. Hello to Helix. And I love you. Where are they playing? They're playing in Croatia. Oh, that's hit well. Coming in here. I'm ready. Oh, well, how did that happen? That's a proper Tortuga. Well, I got the ball, but it actually... oh, can you believe that? It actually Tortugaed upwards and hit one of my monitors. Please be all right. Oh, here we go. Here's the test. Here's the test. Well, the monitor, it Tortugaed. We had a Tortuga. Well, I did get it after the Tortuga. All right, here we go. Big moment. Now, the monitor does have a cover. Big moment. Dun, 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 dun. Right, let's see what's happening in the middle as well. That's played away, but to the fielder. Are we good? We're good. We're good. This monitor's been busted a few times anyway. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. But it's still okay. That Tortuga, I was down, long barrier and everything, and the ball Tortugaed and hit the monitor. But it's okay. The little cover did its job. I tell you who's not doing his job is Angus. It's another swing and a miss. It's very, SOS. We are sending out an SOS, but sale of a split, they know the format. Because they're not making a change here, they're looking to start with a loss here. And, I feel that they will get to the 94, but I can't see how they're going to get to that 130, 136. That's just a single. Singles don't hurt you, and this is where they're all saying, hey, it's all right. If it's a single, we don't care. We don't care about the singles. Singles do not hurt them at all. Good bit of bowling here from Gurpreet. Leading his team to what would be a very emphatic victory. And what a comeback it will be for them. Remember how disappointingly they finished the day yesterday. Oh, it's well bowled. It gets worked away. Got to get something on it. Can't. And now he's trying to stop the boundary. And he's going to be 4 runs this time. Going to be 4 runs. And Simranjit just didn't get down, did he? If you look at this, he doesn't get down. And when you don't get down and you're going to chase it, I think he probably holds on to it now. I think what is that there? I think there's a rope and cables there. So that's why it looked like there was 3 ropes, but one of those are cables. That's going to be 4. So 12 with a ball to go off the over. There were 2 wides. They could be expensive. And that just played away for a single. He will keep hold of the strike. So 8 overs complete. 76 on the board. And that over going in the end, I think there goes for the 13 from Gurpreet. Gurpreet now knows that unless they do something quite crazy, they're going to get a win here. 59 of 12. But he probably must be keeping an eye on the fact that if they can keep it under the 94, they take 4 points. That will be massive for them. Remember, they took 4 earlier. To take 4 again here, that will see them go 4 points clear. The timer has gone red. That means that that tells us there's 4 minutes left to go when it goes red. So they should have no issues getting this over completed in the 3.5 minutes that they've got left to go here. It's up in the air. There is a fielder out there. And the catch gets taken, well taken. That's going to be the end of Manav. Manav will go for 39 of 24 deliveries. Good catch taken. And now there's a real threat of not getting a point here. One thing I'm going to be very interested to see, though, is who comes in and how they play. And if they come in and are hitting boundaries, then Oliver Split, the big questions to them, and especially their captain, to Anthony Rizmalic, is why did you not make the change? Why is Angus McMahon still out there and he's going at run a ball, well, almost run a ball. He's on 25 or 24. So a lot of question marks to be asked as the wicket gets taken by Hossein. And Manav Naik goes for 39 of 24. Good catch there by Tukir. Oh, swing and a miss. He's asking the question. The wicketkeeper's not really asking. The wicketkeeper throws the ball at the stumps. The wicketkeeper stops it and rolls it back. And this is Ashraful, who has gone out there. This is Mohammed. And he gets beaten by that ball that's moving away. One thing that I think Zagreb Sokol have done so well today in both their matches, the bowlers have bowled well. They've moved the ball around in the air. They've moved it off the seam. They've targeted outside the off. They learnt pretty quickly. Well, that's high. Another catching chance. Somebody's got to call it. Oh, for a moment I thought Simranjit was going to go firing into the fielder. Now there's going to be a run out. Oh, that's brilliantly done. Brilliantly done because they don't give up. First of all, they get the communication right. It's a marvellous effort there from the fielder. And that's Tukir, who's he just took the catch, of course, to remove Manav. But he's thrown himself at it. But they get the communication right. So he's diving forward, doesn't get there. But then look at Simranjit, picks it up, fires it in. There's a mix-up between the two batters. And then in the end, Angus is going to get run out. So that's the end of it's been a painful innings there. So all right, so new batter gets given the signal here. Angus is the man that has to go. Goes for 25 or 24. That's hit away, and it's well stopped. And you can see that they're just saying, hey, there's no point. Don't get excited. No point to get excited. Wide ball down the leg side. That's quite a big wide there from Hossein. Keep an eye on that time. This should be all right. There's a few wides in there, but they had plenty of time. And also they took a wicket. So the wicket gives them an extra minute. Plays it into the ground. They will take just a single. They just got to hold on to this and not panic. So, all right, end of the over. They take the score to 80. So they know what they've got to do here. They've got to go big. So keep 2 wickets fall in that one. There was the run out plus the wicket. And very good over there in the end. Just goes for 4. So they need it. You see, they needed a good one there just to at least to try and get them the 94. Now, Zagreb Sokol messed up yesterday early on when they had the chance to take 4 points from the Warriors in the very first match of this series. They've got to try and defend 14. So this is massive for also Oliver Split. They've got to try and get 14 of this last over. And the main thing here also, I think, they're going to go with, looks like Nabil to bowl it. They've got to try not to bowl too many extras. So that's played away. They'll take just a single. But there's got to be urgency here from SOS. Got to be urgency. Even ones like that, I think you've got to be screaming too. There's not 2 there, but scream it. Trying to put off the opposition. So 13 or 5, playing for a point. Mohammed Ashraful or Anthony Rizmalic. Which one of them can get there? They know what they've got to do. I think look at SOS standing there. I wonder if we can see SOS to the right of us where they are in front of their dugout. They're all standing there. They know this is very important for them to get something out of this match. Goes for the big swing. He knows what he's got to do. Comes dancing down, Anthony Rizmalic, but he dots up. Dot balls are gold dust. So look at the equation now, 13 or 4 balls for a point. 94 gets them to a point. Next one, same again. Now they're starting to feel it. Now they're starting to feel it. You can see their heads are down. They're wandering around. It's just not happening for them. Look at them. They're standing there, looking a little bit down, I think. Arms folded. 13 or 3. Need a boundary. That's hit well. Will they get the boundary? They will get a boundary. They will get a boundary. And Shub comes out of his office. Does a good bit of fielding like the praying mantis. All right, get 4. So 9 off 2. It's very similar to the Warriors yesterday in the first match where they somehow managed to get a point. Will Zagreb Sokol give up one again? This is a big delivery. Bowling to Razmalic. In comes Nabil. Swings hard. Won't be a boundary. They hold on to it. They don't throw it away. Zagreb Sokol. They're playing it cool. Just a single. Now, this is where you say to your bowler, all you have to do is bowl a legal delivery. They can belt you for 6. It doesn't matter. Don't bowl an extra. And he doesn't. Oh, no way. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. That's not a wide ball. I mean, how is this a wide ball? That's, for me, is not a wide. That is getting inside the... Anyway, it keeps it exciting. So he does bowl a wide ball. All right, 7. It's hit well. It's going to go for 4, but it doesn't matter. It will be 4 points. You can see, high five. It will be 4 points to Zagreb Sokol. They have made the perfect start to the day. They took 4 against the Warriors, and now they are taking 4 against the reigning champions. I tell you who else is happy with that result. The Warriors themselves. I remember I said that for them to, I feel, for have a chance, they need some results to go their way. And this one is exactly what they needed, because they still stay in the all-important 4th spot, because so Oliver Split do not get a point here. They'll stay on 0. The Warriors do have a point to their name, even though they have played more matches than their opponents. So, well, there you have it. We were talking about these changes coming up. All right, Maho, Sandeep Singh, Mohit Sani, and Robin Sharma coming in for them. And the Warriors, plenty of changes for them. Alan Maglanic comes in, Tushar Kulrani, Sajid Khan, Neil Smith, who I think could be pretty key, Chanchal Kumar, and Kartik Gupta. Those are the players that are coming in for the Warriors. Big match for the Warriors, because as we saw there, Zagreb Sokol have just maybe thrown them a little bit of a lifeline. But will they take it, and will they be able to perform? Of course, that match scheduled to take part in about 15 minutes time. It gives us an opportunity to show you some of the highlights and then go to the scorecard. So let's roll them. So this is the way it started. It was an awful start, really. Luke, who I said before, I'm looking forward to seeing him back, because I feel he's got a big score in him. He would go without scoring. Then Oliver Tilley hits 4 and then smashes. He stumps to the deck. He would depart. And then they needed a bit of a partnership. Problem is, they did kind of get that partnership, but Manav Nayak scored 39 to 24. But the problem, probably, or the bigger problem, was Angus Mukmon. He just couldn't get going, and it was a slow 25 of 24 from him. And then once he departed, it was basically already curtains, wasn't it? At the last 3 overs, they needed 72 runs for a win, but they needed to go at around about 15s to pick up a point, and they weren't able to do that as well. So 94 was the target for a point. They got to 91, so real disappointment for the reigning champions, SOS. Last year, they lost just the 1 match. They've lost 1 here already, so that's not the start that they wanted. We will see them in action again a bit later, and it'll be a repeat of the match that we've just seen. They will have a double again today against Zagreb Sokol, and Sokol will be hoping that they can produce another fine display like this. They're going to take a break now after playing those back-to-back matches. And next up, it will be, as we said, the Warriors back in action, playing the second of their 3 matches up against the Riker Marcos. And Marcos, yesterday, they made a good start, didn't they, winning both their matches. There's the scorecard, 39 from one of 9. They bowled very well to him. They cut out his scoop shots by keeping the ball outside the off. He had to play differently. He played some good shots, but couldn't keep up with the rate. And I think you can see that he was getting a little bit disheartened with the partner at the other end, that Angus just couldn't play and get shots away. Bowling front, I think they bowled magnificent. I really do. All the bowlers there. Mia picked up 2 for 12. Gurpreet Singh once again was very good. Didn't pick up a wicket, but the economy was decent enough, as for Tukir, Nabil and Saqib Hussain. So Zabrik Sokol, they probably did get a fair bit of stick from myself and Phil G yesterday, but they've come back a different team, and they've come back with fighting spirit, and they've taken 8 points from the available 8 in the first 2 matches. Look in the business. I'm going to leave you with the match summary. Going to take a short break. We'll take some fluids and have a little mingle with some of the players, but come and join us right back, because I'll be back to talk you through the next match, starting in about 12 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as you get set for match number 8. And of course, Zagreb Warriors are going to be in action against the Markor side. So the Markor, they had a good day yesterday. They got a couple of wins under their belt. A new team, but with some familiar faces. They beat Zagreb Sokol in their first match, and then they were in action against Sokol again and did the double over them. So let's see how they fare here today. First things first, though, let's join the Sheriff out there in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Thanks, guys. Welcome to the toss for match 8 with Zagreb Warriors and Rijeka Markors. They'll call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Warriors have won the toss, and they'll bat.
Thank you very much there to the Sheriff. So the Warriors are making a change. They're going to bat first. Now, they're a team, as I mentioned before, they really struggle with the bat. And maybe they're feeling that it's because they get under pressure when they're chasing. They're going to try something different here. And we haven't seen them have a bat first. We've seen them stumble with the chases. So they're going to try something different. Now, they have got some changes into their side. Now, let's see if that makes any difference to their batting. Though, when I'm looking at that, most of those that are coming in are listed as bowlers. You can see that batting-wise, they've got 2 all-rounders there, according to that, Gupta and Kumar. Faisal Mahmood hasn't really clicked. Tuadil Alam probably still is the key batter. And I'd like to see someone like Neil Smith maybe elevated up the order. Perhaps Neil Smith and Alan Magnolic could be the ones that make a little bit of a positive impact. But the Rijeka Markors, they were very good yesterday. And they have got some new players coming into their side as well. Robin Sharma listed as a bowler. Mohit Saini, let's see how he goes. And Sandeep Singh also listed as a batter. So that doesn't make good reading though, does it? Zagreb Warriors just being given an 8% chance at the start of this one. 8 to 92%. So let's see how that pans out. But I do like the change. I do like the change of attitude there from Aman Kumar. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And let's hope we have a slightly closer game this time round. Though I think, as you saw there from the win predictor, they feel that it's going to be quite a one-sided battle. So let's see how things do pan out. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Hello to you, Zahid. Hello to John Gray. Hello, John. Hello to Dave. And, I think a lot of people are saying, "Come on, let's have a good one. Let's see if there can be a bit of fight from the Warriors here, particularly batting first." They were given and thrown a bit of a lifeline, I think, by Zagreb Sokol, who got that victory against SOS and Sale of a Split, not picking up a single point. Now that's probably key, because it means they still stay in 4th spot, but it's also key that they get some points on the board here, preferably for them a win. It's a positive start. It's a short delivery, and that's played away nicely. It's going to be 4 runs. So nice, aggressive stroke play straight from the beginning there. Just rocks back Aman Kumar and hits that pretty well. Kumar, captain, starts well, gets a boundary. And Wasal Kamal, he was one of 2 bowlers yesterday who picked up a 3-for. Picked up 3 for 7, and Jatinder Vashist was also in the wickets. Again, same area again, probably the same result. No, the ball just slows up, and I think in the end they just take a single. That's a bit of a poor show, actually. You've got to be running 2 there. There's no fielder out there. And it's Kamal. Well, there's a different batter. I don't know if they want to make a change in the field. Yeah, they're making a change to the field to a different batter. That's a bit nuts, really, because they take a single So Aman Kuma's the man who's hit 2 balls in that area. You've got a new batter. He may hit it somewhere else. And okay, that one says DJ. Yeah, surprise change in the field. Come on. Shorter. Defended. Just blocked out. Having a look at some of the players we are going to see in action. So I've mentioned some of the key players. So Jatinder Vestia, he was instrumental with his bowling and his batting. He did score a half century in that player match performance in match number 2. 58 and 3 for 4. That's a slightly shorter one again. So after giving a little bit of width there to Aman Kumar, Razaman Khan isn't finding this shorter length ball easy to deal with. It's dragged away to the leg side, bit of work to be done by the fielders. Make the stop and keep it to 1. So the end of the first, there was 1 boundary there. Then just well, disappointingly a single when really they should have taken 2. So 6 runs off the first. Let's take a look at the Challenger division. So remember, this will be we're calling this the filling in the sandwich when it comes to talking about the events that are happening at the Carlton Oval. And while I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a fielder in front of me doing press-ups. So I don't know who that is. He's doing some press-ups. He's up now. We'll try and find out who that is. Just distracted me for a moment there. But you can see that it is Croatia where we are now. They're going to be in Group 1. We've seen them in Cyprus already do battle. And that will be interesting. They would have done a few bit of homework on each other. Malta in there as well with Bulgaria and Slovenia and Czechia as well. Group 2, Estonia, Guernsey, Isle of Man will probably be the key ones to keep an eye on. But Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey will also, I feel, have a play on how that goes. They may not be the group winners, but some of the results there may decide who does go on and win the group. Of course, it was Estonia who lost out last year, beaten by Greece in the final. And they'll be hoping to do one better this time round. 2 batters just having a bit of a chat about something there. It's almost that it's an interesting one. Razaman Khan is having a chat to Kumar about something. I don't know about what. Robin Sharma is the bowler. Down the leg side. He's kind of a bit all over the place with his running here. They are not going to take another one. Sharma does charge up to the keeper's end. Just if you see him running in, it's kind of stop, start. He doesn't get into a flow. So he's got no rhythm. He can't build up a rhythm with his action. I think because of that, he's struggling a little. There's not any. We've talked a lot about this this outfield and this bowler's run up. You see it there. It's not easy, and you sort of you see he's trying. He just shortened it slightly, but oh, that's pretty close. He's going to find a way to get back on this and get 4 runs. Can't believe that. He swings hard and manages to deflect the ball away from the stumps. 4 runs, and lucky 4 runs to Kumar. But yeah, it's very, I suppose the only way to describe it is sort of uneven. Bubbly is the word I used yesterday when you're running on it. So you've got to be pretty careful how you plant and land your foot. You don't want to roll your ankle. So you can see it does get a stride in as that one being hit nicely for 4. So Robin Sharma, it's almost like, you know, when you first get into the sea, when you're walking on the sand and it's hot, and it's little steps. So he has little steps, and then he never even dives. He doesn't even dive into the sea. So if you watch him here, he doesn't really get those legs stretched. There's no. You see, it's quite an interesting one. That's upwards, and well, he releases that before he goes over the rope, I believe. We'll probably check that one more time, actually. And I think he's okay here. So goes upwards, almost holds onto the catch, actually. Let's see, it just falls through him. And now he does well. He gets the ball and then throws it in quickly. Gets the ball, releases it before he goes over the rope. Whipped away, but no, oh, they're taking it on. But the fielder doesn't attack it. He ends up on the floor. He's on his knees, actually, before the ball comes to him, so he doesn't really attack this. And that allows the batters to take a single, which probably wasn't on there if that was attacked. Warriors, better, I guess. Haven't lost a wicket. Their batting has been the issue. Trying to get to a score, but what's the score we feel they need? What do you think, people? That one's going to be scuffed at. And Robin Sharma gets a dot ball into finish. So 11 off that over. 6 came off the first one. Score now at the end of 2 overs, 18. There was that one leg behind there as well. So the 11 technically becomes 12 of the over. Quick look at the standings. Zagreb Sokol, they had a disappointing end to their day yesterday, but what a start from them today. They have gone top by 4 points. All right, they have played more matches than the Assassins, so the Assassins will have the right to reply when we see them in action tomorrow. But for now, Zagreb Sokol will be hoping they can do the same again in their final match of the day, and they'll be happy. Right, this is high in the air. I don't think it's going for 6, actually. And, or does it? I think it does in the end. I thought for a moment this was going to be one of those that was going to just plug just before the rope, and the fielder either hit it over the boundary rope or runs over the rope and comes back to take it back. But it's not the case, as it was Al Kamal, the same way that he did with the first ball of his first over. He'll go for a boundary first up, but this time, as we see here, it's a big 6. That's going to be a wide, as this time he goes a little bit shorter into the deck. Doesn't allow the batter to go down the ground, but the length of that is... The length is okay, the direction is not. Has to bowl that one again. There's Kamal. Ooh, that's a spicy one. Trying to get behind the bowler here. I think you can never underestimate your opponents. That's the important thing here. I know that Raika Makos are big time favourites to win this match, but you got to be thinking that you still got to work hard for it. That's out the reach. Fielder gets his completely wrong. He ran at it and then stuck one hand out, whereas if he stayed where he was, I think he would have made it into an easy catch. He sort of charges at this. He's running forward here, you can see, whereas really he should have stayed where he was and tried to take it 2 hands. So it's elevated, and Ramzan Khan picks up another wicket. So liking this from the Warriors. That's just nurdled away off the hip. Goes to the fielder. Be an easy little pick up there from Jaspreet Singh. Wasal not getting the same sort of joy that he got yesterday with the ball, is he? Well, we've seen that a number of times though. A new day, different results. Now he bangs this one in short. That one probably is the one for the over. Climbing delivery, that's the signal. One for the over. So this is where the batter now knows that you can't get another one of those. Aman Kumar knows that probably has to be pitched up, so wonder if he'll be ready to go down the ground on this one. Well, he was ready. It's in the air and it's going to be held. Catch gets taken and he ain't going to drop him. Sohail Ahmed, he's a very good fielder. And well done to Wazal Kamal. He will finish with a wicket. 1 for 18. That over will go 12, but a wicket to finish with. And it's Aman Kumar. I think Kumar kind of knew that that ball was going to be pitched up. So he'd already made up his mind he was going to go for it. He just doesn't get enough bat onto it, doesn't get the middle. And a nice, safe pair of hands there once again shown from Sohail Ahmed, who takes the catch. So the first wicket goes 14 of 8 for Kumar. A wicket falling at the end of the power play. And interesting to see if we will see Raiko Marcos split and push back the field, or whether they keep it as it is. They might want to move one or two up and not the whole 5. There's no need to do so if you don't feel the opposition are finding the boundary. So it'll be interesting how they go about things. They have got long off back. It looks like mid-wicket is going back onto the boundary. Third is standing pretty straight down the ground. It looks like the other fielder is there on the offside, so yeah, they have pushed back. So long off goes back, offside sweeper, third is back, long on, and a mid-wicket in place. Chance for us to have a look at Jasprit Singh with the ball. Jasprit, 2 for 15 yesterday. And Goini, yes, he does start with the wide here first up. And I think it's, hey, it's that time of the afternoon, maybe we have to think about, well, there it is, there's that celebration, Jasprit. We don't quite know what this celebration is all about, but it's a bit like, I don't know, we've been talking a lot about the robotic duck. This is almost like the robotic turkey celebration. Let's have a look at it again here. So gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough, and we'll have to just hold for. And well, maybe the question is, what do you call this celebration? So here it goes, and I'll this celebration the style hai, but it's a style the naki rakhiye are there. This will be a good look at it. So here he goes. He's not doing the these sort of movements with his head that he was doing yesterday. Razaman, he goes. So 2 new batters out there now. So both the openers sort of see them out of the power play. And I wouldn't say there's a great deal of power in there, but they get them to the 30. And Jasprit, the man whose dancing style we have to give a name to. He's now bowling to Faiza Mahmood, who's joining Chanchal Kumar out there. Well, flicked to the fielder, no run, and well, it's going towards the boundary, but it can't go all the way. It's a big chair there from the Warriors, as Mahmood does get off the mark. Mahmood's got some firepower, we know that. He's demonstrated that kind of briefly yesterday. I think they just need one batter to get a little bit of luck, to show a little bit of confidence, and get some valuable runs on the board. And that could rub off on the team. That's going to be a wide, a little bit of matrix batting there from Chanchal Kumar. So the second Kumar in the side, so one Kumar goes. Aman, the captain, and another comes in, Chanchal. All right, high. This is going over us for a big 6. That is absolutely smashed. And, well, where has this ended up? Oh, well, that was quite amazing. I think that's actually hit one of those Frisbee goals. We heard it crunch into that. It's got to be there somewhere. Yeah, is it in the, oh, there you go. Is it in the goal? Not far from it. Wow, what a hit there from Chanchal. Well, Chanchal goes jum, jum, jum. Shakalagya. What a beautiful hit that is. Well, don't get too carried away. Each ball on merit. That's one thing that the Warriors can do. That's what we're going to miss as Jaspreet just changes the line a little bit shorter, and so we're going to miss. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about knowing which one you get. So Chanchal Kumar, if he's pitched up, we know what he can do, but you got to play the shot on merit. There's no point swinging and missing. If you get those sort of deliveries, be prepared just to take the singles and just keep that scoreboard ticking, because hitting a big 6 is fine, but then dotting up the next 2 balls doesn't really help you. So 9 off the over. There was the wicket there also to Jaspreet. 39 for 2. So probably once again, if they do get to a 100 score, then they'll be pretty happy about that, but they've got to get there first. Yeah, here's my question. I know there's quite a few people in the chat. I'm pretty sure that you've all got all right, in the air, let's wait. Watch the bounce. And no problem for Sohail Ria single. I know that you've all got a good knowledge of cricket. And before I go to my question, I want to say buenas tardes to Monica Ramos. ¿Cómo estás, mi amiga? ¿Todo está bien? Hello to you, Monica. Right, the question. Who were the first brothers to score centuries in the same test innings? Right, high in the air, taken, no problems whatsoever. Safe hands does Sohail have, Sohail Ahmed. He takes the catch, and Chanchal Kumar, after blasting a big 6, now, as I said, he doesn't pick the right ball, goes for the same shot again. So unfortunately, it's just the one scoring shot for him as he finds the safe hands of Sohail. I love the technique there from Sohail to hold that catch. It's all catching. A lot of catching is all about getting yourself in a good position. And he gets into the position early, then pulls off the catch. And Jatinder Vashisht in the wickets again. Now this guy, Jatinder, I was saying, is Mr. Cool. The shades on, collars turned upwards. And I like what he does. The left arm around the wicket. He likes to come in between the umpire. Not too many bowlers prefer to do this. And I think it's just something different for the batter. And that's played away quite nimbly off the back foot. So, yeah, just have a look at him. But today, actually, he hasn't got those collars up today. So he's maybe he was told, hey, you were looking a bit scruffy, you're looking a bit tatty. Come on, smarten yourself up. And what's happening here now? Well, what is going on here? Well, I'm very confused, people. I'm very confused. It's almost like, well, it's almost like a wicket did fall, and they bowled a delivery, and I think they just decided there, hey, hang on, we should take drinks here. All right, why don't we do that? We'll take drinks, and I can keep talking to you. And my question was, who were the first of brothers to score centuries in the same test innings? So that's my question to you. What else can I tell you about on this day? What about this one? This was a good one. In 1996 at Headingley, a pretty funny thing happened. A test wicket for Mike Atherton. Would you believe it? He only took 2 in test. Better known, of course, for his batting. There were only ever 2, and this one was his old Lancashire buddy, Wasim Akram. And he was the man with egg on his face after Atherton got him out. And Wasim Akram, he never forgot that. And I'm pretty sure that Mike Atherton never allowed him to forget it as well. Right, we are ready. The drinks are being taken there pretty quickly. I think they took the drinks there instead of waiting for the 5th over, because the wicket did go down. But so Jatinder Vashisht ready now to continue bowling. I think they're just waiting to confirm. This is a bit strange here. I can see what the confusion is here, because Chanchal Kumar Why is Chanchan Kuma, why is he back out there? He was out. Have we got two guys with the same? I'm very confused here. Can somebody tell me what's happening here? I think, well, I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused here. So here we go. I'll place that out. Well, there's definitely 3 wickets going on. I thought the player just got out was Chanchan Kuma. Now, yeah, this is weird. We're going to have to sort this out in a moment. I think the scorers are going to have a bit of a nightmare here. As Jatinder Vashist continues to bowl. So I don't know what's happening. My feeling here is that I'm thinking of two things that might have happened here. Obviously, this is Kuma has gone out there now, and he's going to go to the. That's well fielded. Good bit of fit fielding. Nice lay on actually there from Anil Kumar. And lays it on there for Robin Sharma to get the throw in. So Chanchan Kumar obviously wasn't Chanchan Kumar earlier, which means that there would maybe it was Tushar Kulkarni that was out there, or I don't know, but that will have to be confirmed because there is 3 wickets down. Here comes the delivery. Oh, well, that one has just beaten everybody. I think that's just going to be a bye, actually. It goes and misses. I think what probably has happened is maybe that was Kartik Gupta who was batting. I think there might have been a mix-up of names because of numbers. We will confirm that. It doesn't really make too much of a difference to the way things are. All it means is that Chanchan Kuma wasn't out for 6. Would love to get more than 6 maybe. That's hit pretty well, and we're talking about 6s. It won't quite go for 6. It will go for 4. So we will get that clarified for you. But like I say, it doesn't make any real differences here to the score. So we get the feeling that it was Kartik Gupta is the player that's been in and out. We had him listed as Chanchan Kuma, but until that comes up in the screens in front of me, we'll just go with what it is. Could be out. It's not the best of throws, but he's still going to be gone here. I think that's going to be out. It's going to be an easy decision to be given. And so we're going to see Mahmood give his wicket away here. This wasn't necessary. Going into this, the 6th over, there's more work to be done here now for the scorer. So Faizal Mahmood, I feel, here has played this and decides to go. It's a bit of a crazy bit of running. Here it is again. So he's told, come on, let's go. He's a little bit hesitates. He wants to look with the ball. He doesn't want to trust his partner. You've got to trust your partner. And if you don't, you're going to get into trouble. And that's what's happened there. So Mahmood also to go. He'll go for 8 of 8. It's played away pretty nicely. A good looking shot. And Chanchan Kuma, we've said his name before, haven't we? But this time it is the Chanchan Kuma, not the fake Chanchan Kuma. And he will get a nice shot. Chanchan Kuma, nicely done. And yeah, last wicket, that was the fall there. Let's just confirm that was Mahmood. He gets run out. Mohit gets the throw in to get him out for a run of ball 8. That's hit nicely as well. That's a really good shot. Well, it's important that you get the right batter's name because Chanchan Kuma, he is going well. That's been absolutely crunched. So that's nicely hit. A big hit fired away now. Here comes Anil Kumar. Well, that's hit pretty nicely as well. Is he going to get another boundary here? He is going to get another boundary. How about this? Oh, Anil Kumar is getting a bit of treatment here with trying to bowl a tidy line, but the batters are taking a liking to him. And Kuma to Kuma, and Kuma bowling to, well, we think it's Sancho Kuma, but at the moment he's taking a bit of a pasting. So here we go. So there's the confirmation there. It was Karthik Gupta who was listed as Sancho Kuma earlier. So apologies to Chanchal for giving him out when it wasn't. And apologies to Karthik Gupta for not giving him the accolades for when he played some nice shots there, because I think he did hit one nice boundary, didn't he? It was a nice shot he played. End of that over, 62 for 4 at the end of 6. Now that was a good over. No, 19 coming of that one. That's a bit more like it, but how do they deal with this man? All right, in the air. Has he got the legs? I don't think so. And it's a very good, oh, that's 6. That is 6. There's a foot on the boundary. And not only was it a foot on the boundary, the cap went over the boundary as well. It's 6 runs this. As this is Tushar Kulkarni. Have a look, watch that foot. Oh dear. He plants the, and what's the cap come off says? The cap says, that's 6 everybody. Just confirming that 6. That's a quicker ball. It's going to get through, so nice shot by Kulkarni. Oh, got to keep fighting. Got to try and get something. Some runs on the board, something to defend. And you know, sometimes just making a change could make the difference. 69. And this one, I think, is going to go all the way over that man. Gear. Shaka Luggear. And 007 wanted to come in and take a catch. He's not going to. That's Mubashir Ali. Here he is. He says, Mera, मैं phalena. Ay, gir. Nahi par hoya. And batter says he wasn't ready. Vashist goes back to his mark. All kinds of things happening out there. 75 then. 103 expected. And that will help. Shots like that will accelerate that. And Chanchal Kuma gets another one away. That's a good hit. Nice little cameo here from Kuma. Playing some really nice shots. Ray Tipping, by the way, is coming in with an answer to my question. A few other people were up there, and we'll confirm. Very good answer. We'll confirm the actual answer with you shortly, but thank you for your answer to Ray Tipping. So, end of the over. That's accelerated things nicely. And this is our 2025 calendar. Just to remind you that, well, very quickly and swiftly, we're making our way to all the action on Kardamena at the Kardama Oval. But before then, we still have Croatia to finish, Germany, Romania, Hungary, Switzerland, of course, not to forget Norway, all to come. And then, of course, we've got a marathon of entertainment coming to you from the Kardama Oval, the Field of Dreams. 82 for... it's going to be well fielded, good bit of fielding. And we'll come back for a couple with Chanchal. Is certainly turning on the style here. I'm really liking this from Chanchal. And we gave him out once for 6, but of course it wasn't him. It was Gupta. Gupta was the man who went. Chanchal is going really well. And he's moved his way into the 30s. This is Jasprit coming back. They've gone back to their wicket taker to try and end. And this partnership, that's guided away. It will be calmly fielded there by the man at third, just inside the boundary there. So single. Now they'll work maybe on the other batters. So this is Kulkarni. Only lost the 4, you know, so they've still got time to keep on accelerating. And based on what the Warriors, the kind of scores they've been putting on the board, remember they made 71 only in reply. There it is again. There goes the... Well, this time he is giving it a little bit more. Oh, it is a little bit more. अरे वाह, आ देख लो. किंदा मैं ना क्रिकेट नहीं खेलना आया, अपना थोड़ा पंगड़ा भी पाना आया जसप्रीत सिंह. And we'll take a look. Good look. And he adds a little bit more to it this time, does Jaspreet. So he gets the wicket, not the one that he really wants. So it's right through. Here we go. Let's go. Come on, let's wind this up. Come on. Here we go. He's getting jiggy with it, isn't it? It starts with the funky. There we go. A bit more to it now. It's a bit like the robotic turkey dance mixed in with a little bit of rap there. You could add some music to that, couldn't you? But he gets another wicket. He's got a habit of picking up wickets. And a good effort there, though, from Tushar Kulkarni. Did play hit one big six, but that's all it would be. And he's bowled there by Jaspreet. So Jaspreet getting a wicket, probably at the right time for his team. But you know the man that they want is at the other end. And now Alan comes out, Alan Maglinich. Let's see how he goes. Magdalenic, we know if he gets the right ball, I've been talking about this all the time because I want it to happen. If he gets the right ball, he can hit a big. Oh dear. Well, goes for it and doesn't get it. So swing and a miss. But if he gets a boundary, if he hits a six, and he said the other, because he hit a four the other day and said, I thought you might do it a four. He said, no, only if I hit a six. So whips this one away. I like the way that he runs hard because he tries to put a bit of pressure on the fielder. And though it's not fielded cleanly, they decide that it's not worth risking a second. They'll take one. So a bit of normality in terms of for the Riker Marcos as that over from Jaspreet. Just the 4 runs come from it. He picks up another wicket. But he's now bowled out. Score 86 on the board now. 8 overs completed. Now who they go to here now? Who they got still left to bowl? They've also used, of course, the likes of... Well, Sharma's got one, hasn't he? And Anil Kumar, will they go back to him? Probably not. So taking their time. I wonder how we're doing for time actually. I would imagine it should be coming maybe about red now. 81% to 19. So the Warriors, they've given themselves a bit more of a chance. It didn't start very promising for it, did they? Those percentages. But they've got some runs on the board. It's Sahil Lal who's coming onto the ball. And there's the timer. Yeah, they've got plenty of time here, haven't they? I suppose if you keep picking up wickets as well, that you'll always have that in their favour. Same delivery again. Wonder if these haven't... Let's see this side on. There's a fair bit of bounce there. I wonder if this is just below the shoulder or goes over. I haven't seen anything from the umpire just yet. Side on here. Here it is. He is dancing down, but I think if he's staying in his crease, I think you give that one for the over, actually. Because I think if the batter, you have to go by with the batter standing in his crease. And I think with that ball always going upwards, I think that is the one for the over. Two batters would, well, they've given it a no ball now because there must have been the ball before from the very first ball from Sahil Lal must have been over the shoulder as well. So free hit called, or no ball called, which means this is a free hit. Sahil Lal bowling to Allen, who swings hard but misses. Dot ball. An opportunity to get a big shot away on the free hit. Missed out on. Lal, just the no ball so far. That's up in the air, should be out, will be out. And that's the end of Alan Meglinich. He'll go for just the one. Just gets tucked up by that. I think he was trying to get Chanchal Kumar on strike. So he's trying to do the right thing, but I think Lal read the play beautifully and bangs it in short. And you can see that tucks and catches up with Alan. He's not able to deal with it. Too much spice. Getting spicy and out there in the middle. Kehna mecha bahut tha. Mecha lar gaya, masala lar gaya. And, well, Jangatur Kalaya, and he's got the batter out. A simple corner ball there for Sahil. And that means that they're still struggling to get Kumar on strike. Toido Alarm, I don't know why this guy is coming in so low. I suppose they feel that he's just lost his touch for a moment. Let's see if he's able to bring some back. He's a left-hander. He can hit the ball pretty briskly and pretty hard. He's still got to bowl well to him. And the thing is, though, Sahil Lal has been bowling well. And just a bit of a hoik at that one. Is a bit of a nothing shot. Yeah, so the answer to my question, 1972 Australian captain Ian Chappell and his brother Greg became the first pair of brothers to score centuries in the same Test innings. Although the destination of the Ashes had already been decided, Australia's young team won the 5th Test at the Oval to square the series and herald their domination of the 1970s. So well done to those of you that got it right. Just sprays this one down the leg side. That's Sahil Lal. And there was a bit of a rarity also in 1986. A New Zealand Test victory in England. It was only the second in 33 attempts. It's sliced away. What's the spin on it? And nicely dealt with. It's a good tidy over this Sahil. There was just that one moment, wasn't there? Especially with 19 coming off over number 6, that you thought, yeah, maybe 110, 115, bit more competitive from the Warriors. But they've just pegged them back little again, and it's thanks to that over from Jasprit. Sahil. Now they've got Kumar. Now he's the danger man, 31 of 11. Let's see how he deals with Lal. Gets the bottom of the bat. I suppose if you don't hit a boundary, the next best thing is to get a single, because you do go back on strike. So just the 4 off that over. So 2 overs of 4. Very similar to the one from Jasprit. Jasprit, his over did go for 4 for 1. And this one goes 4 for 1 as well. So 90 for 6 with 6 balls to go. Can they get to the 100 mark here? The Zagreb Warriors, they got to 97 in match number 1 against Sokol. They got to 72, 48, and earlier today 71. But this time they're batting first. Can they get to the 100? It's the best. If they get to 98, it'll be at least they've matched their best score that was chasing. This is batting first. Kumar is on strike, and it will be Robin Sharma to bowl the last over to him. That's a bit of a wild one wide. That gets him a little bit closer to the 100. Yeah, the rarity. I was talking about New Zealand victory in England in 86. And it came courtesy of yet another storming display from Richard Hadley. And as well as a 10-4, he slashed 68 with the match in the balance. But bizarrely, the highest score in the match came from the 2 off-spinners. That's going to be another wide. I don't know what's quite happened here to Robin Sharma. His first over went for 12. Yeah, so the 2 off-spinners. One was called John, of course, and John Bracewell, and the other. So John batting at number 8 for New Zealand, made 110. And John Embry from England made 75. So that was the rarity there in that victory for New Zealand in a test in England, 1986. .93 for 6. Not a legal delivery in this one yet from Robin Sharma. Oh, he's giving some charity away. Is Sharma, he really is. Well, what's happened to Sharma since bowling his second over to this one? And maybe he's been kept boiling and cooking too long. And that's what happens, I suppose. He did start with 1 leg by 1 wide, and then it went boundary, boundary, single, single, dot. And that's how they got to 12. And now here, well, that's no ball as well, so free hit. He's totally lost the plot, and he's doing everything he can to be as charitable as possible to the Warriors to try and get the 100 on the board. Well, not out. It was a free hit, but I think there's a thick edge on that. And goes back to his mark. There we go again. Let's have a look at this. There you go. There's the edge. So Chanchal Kuma. It was a free hit, remember, because it went wide. No ball 1, no ball 2. Here's Sharma again. Well, at least he seems to have got over the yips. That's hit pretty firmly. They want to take 2 here, and I think they will get 2 as well. Oh, they don't go for it. They don't go for it. They don't take on Arpit Shukla. But that means that it's going to be... I still don't mind Tawhidul Alam on strike. He can hit the ball pretty well. I've got confidence that he can muscle a boundary or 2. They've moved to 96. It's a good delivery, Yorker length. So now they've evened or equaled the highest runs they've put on the board as a team. When that was in the very first match that they played yesterday. And now can they go on? Can they go on here? That's the question. Can they go on? And 3 balls to go. 101 expected. Can they go a little bit more than that? Well, that's been missed. It goes through the batter. It's going to be a dot, unfortunately. So 2 balls to go in the innings. They've upped their chances during the match, though. There's that one. Goes through. They've given themselves, say, from here, a 17% chance to perhaps get a victory. Takara, takara, shaba, shaba. Be strong, be strong. Come back strong. It's a... Oh, well. Well, he doesn't know what to do with it. The bowler gets all confused. He says, I don't know what to do. I don't know. It's too confusing. I don't know which way to go. I don't like having to make a choice. I don't like having to make a choice. Look, Eric comes to him and he says, I don't know, he says. And in the end, Sharma says, it's all right. It's only a single. I don't mind giving up a single. And his alarm says, I want to have 1 big hit. Well, he's going to get probably 1 ball. And he has that 1 big hit in the air. And that is going to avoid the fielder. They're going to run 2 at least. And that is how it will finish. And that means that they do get exactly the 100 on the board. 100 for 6. So well done to the Warriors. I know it probably isn't going to be enough. Strange things and funny things can happen, though, in sport. But they have, at least this time round, they are the team with the runs on the board. You feel that it's not going to be enough to get them a victory, but they finish with 100 for 6. And a very good knot there from Chanchal Kuma. 33, he'll finish with 33 of 17 deliveries. And Tawhidul Alam didn't have too many balls really to bat, but he does hit 2 there and help his team get to the 100. That last over would eventually go for 10 with all the extras in it. So let's roll the highlights. It was not a bad start actually from the 2 openers. They stayed together. They did put 30 on the board in the power play, but it was that over number 4 when Jaspreet came on and would do the damage. He would pick up the wicket. He picked up 2 in that over. There was a very good catch there from Sahil. He's very tidy. And then there was this little bit of craziness, wasn't there? The run out. And that would be the end of another 2 wickets to fall. And then we needed something to happen, and it would happen thanks to Chanchal Kuma, who played some really nice shots actually. Most of them were going over the counter. Now this was a big moment. Takes the catch, but 1 foot on the rope. So that was 6 runs as well. Then he would clear that rope, and then Mubashir Ali thought he was going to take a catch. He doesn't. And there was the stumps knocked over. That was the end of Tushar Kulkarni. He would go, And that was towards the end there, a chance to maybe take another catch. But the batters would take 2, and they would get 100 on the board. So slightly better display with the bat from Zagreb Warriors, but you can see that those issues still continue for them. Not surprisingly this time round that there's no Harpreet Charlie in the side, so they're going to miss him. Not that he bowled in the earlier match, but remember he had to be retired out in match number 1 when you just felt that, I just get the feeling he was just overcooked himself after playing the international cricket, 4 days of international cricket. I think the heat took its toll. He was retired out and we haven't seen him and not going to see him in this match. And whether we see him at the end of the day waits to be seen. Let's bring the graphics up then. So 33 from Chanchal Kumar, 33 of 17, well batted to him. On the bowling front, there was again the usual contenders with the ball. 2 wickets from Jasprit Singh, 2 for 13. And Jatinder Vasisht also picks up a wicket. That was a little bit expensive in his spell, or expensive by his standards. And also a very nice little tidy spell there from Wasal Kamal again. Also picks up a wicket, 1 for 18. Sahil Lal, he's just a Mr. Reliable. Good bit of bowling from him. And also some good fielding there from, once again, Sohail Ahmed, showing that he's the man to have in those key catching positions. So we'll take a short break around about 10 minutes time. Join us back where I feel that the Reka Mahos will be looking to make easy work of the 100 they need, and I think it's an opportunity they will feel to see if they can pick up the 4 points by knocking off the runs inside the 7 overs. Join me, Rika Full, and the rest of the gang here in Croatia when we return in about 10 minutes time.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and we're seeing the conclusion of this match number 8. Zagreb Warriors have done something different. They've decided that they will have a bat first. They put 100 exactly on the board, and that means that the breakdown of that would mean, yeah, exactly 70 runs or less. If they can pull off a remarkable bowling performance, they can take 4 points away. But more likely, I think, is an opportunity for the Raka Marcos to pick up all the points available here if they can get to that score of 101 inside the 7 overs. So welcome back to everybody in the chat, and hope you've managed to get some lunch inside you. I've got a nice burrito waiting for me, and probably I'm expecting maybe that in between this this match and the next there might be a little bit more extra time. And the War Brothers, well, I gave the answer to this one already, Matthew, but I'll update you on it. So the question, of course, was who were the first brothers to score centuries in the same test innings? And it was in 1972, Ian Chappell and his brother Greg. So that was, there was the answer there for you. But thank you for taking part, everybody who did. So let's see who's got a feeling that maybe the Warriors are able to defend this. If they defend this, and bearing in mind the way that SOS started, it's a good opportunity for them to get themselves back into contention here, because if they don't get the win, you just feel that though sort of a split will be behind them still, but they've got a lot of games to play. A bit of a mix-up. Fortunately, the two batters understand each other pretty quickly, so could have been a bit of a disaster there. Walking back, giving that ball a nice shine. This is Ramzan Khan. Well, that's well bowled. Sort of takes himself away from the shot, does Anil. Anil Kumar. We've talked a bit about Anil Kumar. We were talking about it, myself and Phil were talking about him yesterday. He's a little bit of a pocket rocket, isn't he? And we tend to labour that with somebody who's not just a massive, you know, he's not built like a tank or anything, but he's got power. Certainly has power. I know we've said before that here in Croatia that this is where the torpedo was invented, and Yukuma certainly, when he strikes the ball, it goes pretty well. At the moment, it's just being tucked up a little bit here by Ramzan Khan. A good start with the ball. A quiet couple of overs can make that score feel more than the 100. And that's exactly what they're looking to do here. So it's another dot. Well, are we going to start with a maiden here? 4 balls, 4 dots. They're normally aggressive and hard-hitting. Anil Kumar playing and missing. He's got Sahil Lal out there with him. Give you the how they batted yesterday. Well, that's up in the air. Field, it'd be a great catch if he takes it. It's a good effort. It's only going to be a single. Oh, it's a wonderful effort there. Trying everything. Trying to get there. He's really sprung into action. Runs fast to get there, and then in the end, just not able to get it in his hand. That was Smith. A bit surprised that we didn't see Neil Smith come out the bat, actually. They went with the last batter we saw was number 8, Tohidil Alam. Smith, I think, myself and Phil were saying yesterday that he's somebody who's played a fair bit of cricket, that he might take a bit of time to adjust to getting out there in the middle in this format, but he is probably useful. All right, Sahil Lal for his first delivery, and he plays that away. They will take a single, so 2 runs coming off the first, so they fall behind straight away. And if you fall behind, and then the chase becomes even harder. We got to 129 matches since the golden ball. If they get another, well, I'm going to say even another 2 overs similar to this, where not too many runs come off and they avoid hitting boundaries, but that certainly does come into play, the golden ball. That's for sure. Let's have a look at the batters then for Raka Markov in their first win against Zagreb Sokol yesterday. Jatinder Vasisht, 58 of 18, and Sohail Ahmed made 24 of 10. But they were given 29 extras helping him to that 141, which gave them an 83-run victory. Second time round, it was Anil Kumar, the man who's out there at the moment, the pocket rocket, 37 of 19. And Sahil Lal this time made 46 of 23. So, number of batters, Sahil Lal, Anil Kumar, and Jatinder Vasisht and Sohail Ahmed. So they're the key ones. So you can say maybe 4. Oh, that's a great effort. It's a great effort. It's just going to be another single. Throws himself at this. There were oohs and ahs. Not giving. They're fighting here, and I'm liking that we're starting to see the warrior side of Zagreb Warriors. Great effort there from the fielder. It's played away, but there is a fielder out the deep and lunges forward at it. Doesn't let the ball get past him. That is, of course, Chanchal Kumar. Well, a bit earlier in the day, when they were once again being comfortably beaten, we were calling them the Batkas, Zagreb Batkas, because we found out that Batka means ducks. And we thought, well, maybe that's what they changed the name to, because there wasn't too much of the warrior Warriors in them, but we're starting to see that here now. This is better. I like it. I like it. That probably is going to, well, no ball called by the umpire here. Now I'm guessing, again, that's the second one over the shoulder. So, second over the over. I must admit, I didn't see the sign for the first one from the bowler. Alarm now. Alarm. We've got him down as your spinner, but he's bowling bumpers. I suppose anybody can on this pitch. Another dot ball, though. Another dot ball. Well, one thing for sure is that if they go down, they might at least still get a point. That's being played away. That probably will be the first boundary. Well, that will be a sigh of relief, really, I think, in the camp of the Croatia Marcos. Because if that one didn't go to the boundary, they really would have felt under the pump. But still, it's a good start. They only got the 9 on the board. That over with that boundary goes for 7. Only the 2 off the first. There's the way it's looking. So you can see Zagreb Warriors, they're playing their 5th. And just the point, they need to put a bit of distance between them and Soliver Split. Soliver Split, of course, they lost their first match, didn't pick up any points at all. They will be playing the next match against Zagreb Sokol. It will be a repeat of the earlier match, which Zagreb Sokol won 134 to 91 by 43 runs. And I'm expecting to see a turnaround in performances really there from SOS. They wouldn't have expected to have lost the first match, particularly losing in that way and not taking anything from it. So let's see how they do bounce back. It's a few people were asking, well, where are we coming from? Where are we? Well, we're in the country that invented the tie, everybody. Not that I'd be wearing a tie while I'm out here. And in most parts of Europe, actually, at the moment, as it's roasting. And, yep, no ball called here. And what's the no ball for here? The foot fault, says the umpire Popovic. So, Mubashir Ali, a guy who definitely deserves some luck. He's bowled well. He's been unlucky. They've been dropping catches off him. That's another part that the Warriors can really improve on. Hold on to the chances. 007. Good heavy delivery now. Is that one going to be one for the over? I suppose maybe we should be looking at the side here fairly often every time. It's a difficult one. You can't be just looking at side replay every ball because it's bouncy. I think you just got to see the umpire give the call. And if I see the umpire doing the one for the over, etc., and telling the captain and the bowler, I sort of know that it is one. Didn't see anything there. Bit fuller, gonna get that over the top. It's going to be runs. Kuma gets it away, and well, Shub trying to do a bit of fielding there, gets that one wrong. Not sure Shub is having a chat with that's Wasal Kamal about something. Not sure, but here it goes. Shubi, Shubi doo. Where are you? Ay, not good, Shubi, not good. What else? It's a filming location for the Game of Thrones. Dubrovnik, a stunning coastal city, stood in for the King's Landing in the Game of Thrones series. In the air, chance, and taken. And why are they running like this? Well, what have I missed here? So he plays this, and the catch is taken. It obviously was well, what did we miss there? No ball. That's what I missed. It was another no ball. Boy, oh boy. So the ball that was hit for the boundary was 5. It was a no ball. I'll put my hand up and say I didn't see that. It was a no ball called. So they were celebrating. I was saying a wicket. I was wondering why they were running. And you don't have to run to that. That's a delightful shot played by Sahiwalal. So just starting to get the the scoreboard ticking at the right rate now. Mubashir Ali once again, the poor guy. I said he's been unlucky. I suppose some people will say, well, he shouldn't have bowled the no ball. Alan Mednic just trying to G him up. Also, he said that this country has islands scattered along its Adriatic coastline, over 2,000, well, not over 2,000, actually 1,244 of them. And only 50 are inhabited and home to the smallest town in the world, the town of Hum, located in Istra, has a population of around about 20 people, officially recognised as the smallest town in the world. And the dogs, the Dalmatian comes from Dalmati, a famous spotted breed named after the Dalmati region. And of course, I'm talking about Croatia. That's where we are. High, big, gone, adios, 6, pocket rocket, boom, shakalagia, smashing shot. Just needed a bit of time to get going. Wayne is saying, umpire not giving the signal though, that's why confusing. Thank you, Wayne. I thought maybe I was not looking, but I certainly didn't see the signal. Yeah, I think it touches on what I was saying before. I think sometimes umpires are very visual with the signals they're given, whether it's for a no ball or the one for the over. And I think when so many other things happening, if they're not giving it that obvious, then you miss out on it. Now that one now, so I'm looking at the umpires. So let's see this side on. Well, they've called over anyway, so it doesn't matter. So let's not see it side on. But over is called. It seems to be very cool, doesn't he, umpire DJ? He's got a bit of a swag around him. Somebody was asking earlier, did an umpire get injured? Well, I think we saw DJ was hobbling around. I think at one point when he was either standing or moving from his one position to another, he might have just slightly either twisted his ankle or knee. Something happened because he did seem like he was limping around. Even now when we see him walking, he doesn't seem to be too brisk. Doesn't seem to be walking briskly in between positions. So I think he has got a bit of an injury. Well, Matthew Pitard is saying that the current fielding team, of course he's referring here to the Zagreb Warriors, he's saying that their uniform is a spitting image of my old indoor cricket team's uniform. That's Zagreb Warriors. What was your team called, Matthew? Plays that into the ground, straight to the fielder though. No run. Oh, gone. Gets his man. Caught and bowled. And it's a wicket they needed. As this partnership was starting to look dangerous, Sahil Lal is the first to go. And it's a good grab there from the bowler, Tudul Alam. Look at him. He's happy and they're happy. Well taken. And I think the umpire, Popovic, is pretty happy that's been taken as well. Popovic gets out the way and then gives the decision. Lal goes for 10. 10 of 11 deliveries, but of course they have got other batters to come. But all the Warriors can do is just try and keep taking wickets and try to get them behind that rate. At the moment it's around 11 required. So well done to Alam. Jatinder Vasisht, now this is a guy that they do want to see the back of. The man I say is as cool as ice. Speaking of ice, I've got my ice again here in the cool box. That was going to be called a wide. And once again, thanks to Vedran. Now we're saying thanks to Rizmalic, who's playing, of course, Happy Rizmalic playing for SOS. The president, he's looked after as well, and Vedran has done his bit as well. Liking all the noise actually out there from Zagreb. they're not everything is going their way. But I like the way that they've come out today. They're really trying to be very vocal. They're trying to get inside the mind, inside their heads there of their opponents. And well, that will quieten them down a little bit. It is time now for the Riker Marcos to make some noise. That's a good hit from Jatinder Vasisht. It's a good player, and you always feel that if he's having a good game, then the Marcos will probably be up for the fight and be pretty competitive against whoever they play. I think him and Kamal are going to be pretty key. Ooh, well, he changes his mind, I think, there. Wants to probably go for a dangerous cut shot, but then just sort of leaves the bat hanging. Yeah, still waiting for Matthew to come back with what his indoor team was called. That was just out of the reach there of Alam. We do see a fair bit of yellow, don't we? I think we see it from a lot of the teams there in Germany as well. Of course, a lot of the Zalmi teams have the yellow about them. Of course, the Gozo Zalmi, of course, is one that we often talk about. We saw Zalmi there also in Romania recently, so it seems to be a Zalmi colour. End of that over from Alam. Picks up a wicket, gets the breakthrough. They only also go for 8. That it's also the end of the power play, and power play got completed. And give me the power play score. Power play score was 27, so they were actually behind. And now 4 overs complete. It takes that score to 35. 35 for the 1. So like for like, at the moment, the Warriors were going just slightly better. They were 39 for 2. That was the over with Jasprit picked up those 2 wickets. Back to Mahmood. All right, miscue. It's up in the air a moment, and just can't stop it. Can't stop it. It goes all the way to Baximo. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. Sajid Khan there. Here we go. Getting back. Leaps up. Does whatever he can to try and stop it. But Jatinder gets another boundary to the oohs and woes off Zagreb. But that's more like it. That's the wicket. Jatinder Vasisht goes. It's a very big wicket as well. Well, Jatinder gets lucky with 6, but it's 6 and out. As Mahmood gets 1. Pretty straight. Well, maybe Zagreb Warriors are in the Mahmood. It's an ugly looking shot, it has to be said, from Jatinder. Plays completely down the wrong line. Stumps are shattered. Well done to Mahmood. Is there a twist here? Still got Anil Kumar out there, of course. But one of the other key batters goes. Oh, I think we were saying that with the Riker Marcos, you're looking at 4 key players. You've got to try and see the back off. So, looks like the teams will take drinks here now with that wicket falling. And Mohit is the batter that is going to come out there next. So Mohit comes out to join Anil Kumar. So players taking drinks. I'll share a little bit more about Croatia. Now, they have a museum of broken relationships. This is in Zagreb. There's a quirky and emotional museum dedicated to failed love stories and complete with donated mementos and personal notes. And we were just saying, well, what sort of mementos would you send in there? I know when we talked about Phil G was like, you know, I'm taking the toaster, it's mine, it belongs to me. Then we went on to the TV and the remote. Thought, yeah, you know, I'll take the TV remote. I'm going to leave you without the TV remote. And I said, well, you can go one better than that and just take the TV. So, interesting one though, isn't it? Museum of Broken Relationships. And, well, I think at the moment Mohit is trying to break the hearts of the Warriors. That's been hit pretty hard, isn't it? Yeah, maybe he's trying to break the Grizzly. Keeping in touch, the Warriors, but they know that they need to have something special happen here. They need somebody to, I don't know, special moment. A hat trick would do nicely here, wouldn't they? As Mahmood did go for 6, took a wicket, now it's gone for another 6. Maybe a wicket coming here. More hit. On strike. Good comeback. Keeps this out of the reach. Yeah, what other things could you do in that museum? It's a bit of bat onto this. It will go away to the fielder, who there's a slight little Tortuga, but we know that that's an area where you get those very dangerous Tortugas. But Osman Khan, no real issue this time around from him. What else? What else? I suppose there's always something. Record collection. Yeah, they belong to me. Bye. And that's firmly struck. It will go all the way. And it's Anil Kumar smashes another one away. A big hit. Yeah, it could be. Can you imagine going to that museum? There'd be a lot of animals, cats, dogs. No, I don't think that's quite that's quite the way to do it. But all sorts of items. Let's have a look at our upcoming events, and we can go back to our talk. And Norway coming up, starting this Friday on our finals day, and that would be Corey talking you through the ECI and T10 international action there. I'll go from Croatia to Germany, Kiel. Be nice to go back to Kiel, actually. Hopefully it hasn't changed too much. A beautiful city, and the ground lovely there as well. We were very well looked after when we went there last time, and we had the stallions playing, and we had the stables just right next to the ground as well. And I'll do a few days there before going back to Romania for the encore, and after that we also have Austria and Hungary on the agenda. So, and of course that means that we'll be quickly leading on to the start of the action and the drama there at the Gardermo Oval. That's a lovely hit, beautifully played. The umpire will put his hands up in the air like he just don't care, as the bowler here, Sajid Khan, will be blasted for a 6 of his first ball. The problem here is they've taken the rate down to under 10, and every time that a boundary of 6 is hit, they then just take a few singles, and it keeps them ahead of the game. There's been plenty of dot balls in there as well. Now, they need 41 runs here to win, so I suppose the door is still open to try and take 4 points here, but you've got to score those 41 runs in quick time. Well, shots like this will help, and that's going to be 6 more. Corner of my eye, Sandeep Singh from the Raiko Marcos came running out of their dugout, thought, I'll take this catch, and then I think something in his mind said, if you get injured taking this catch, it's probably not a good idea, so he left it, and I think that's a smart move. And even Shub is staying sat in the shade saying, I'm not going to go for these either. Where's this one played away? Down the ground. Should just be a single. So we've had 13 off the over. 34 for victory off 9 deliveries if they can do it in. That will mean that they take all the points. Well, he's got, look at the celebration here. Now you tell me if this means nothing to Sajid Khan. Sajid Khan is doing the proper Ronaldo celebration. I'd like to take a look at this again, because the way this is played, it's a strange shot from Anil Kumar. It looks like he's playing a shot to a ball that's quite wide of the stumps, but here it is again. So, yeah, no doubt about it. He's completely played down the wrong line. Watch this. He's trying to play this ball, yeah, like it's being outside the off, but it's right in front of his stumps. That's one of the easiest decisions for umpire Popovic to make. And that's a big wicket. 19 of 14, leg before to Sajid, who celebrates in style. Sohail Ahmed now comes out. Oh, he gets a Gandhi. He gets an absolute Gandhi. That's going to be a minimo. That's going to be a minimo. And Sajid Khan, I reckon he's overdid it with the celebration. So the celebration, the ball before, I think the blood has rushed to his head, and he's overcomplicated things for himself, and he's on cloud 9, can't come down quick enough, and gets it all wrong. So no ball. This is the free hit. Let's see how he goes about this, and well, that's a bit of a full toss as well. But a kind Tortuga could be out, should be out, but the throw just needed to go to the keeper. Oh my, it's another filthy delivery which deserved to be punished. And this time it's a nice Tortuga. It's a nice Tortuga to the fielder. It bounces up. It bounces up into his hand and he throws it. I think we might have this again. Have a look at when you see a nice Tortuga. The ball pops up, but all he had to do, here it is here. So the ball pops up to the fielder. All it needed to go was to the keeper. A gentle, easy throw would have resulted in the wicket. They get lucky to the Riker Marcos. So 73. 3 down after the 6th over. Here it is there. So that means 28. Can they get 28 off this over? I suppose they could if they went ballistic. Ramzan Khan to bowl it. Let's play down. Should be stopped. Will be stopped. No Tortuga. That side of the field actually seemed to behave itself. All the Tortugas happen here in the kind of long on mid-wicket area. That will help. Fighting hard for a point here. Zagreb Warriors have only been able to take 1 point out of the 4 matches that they've played so far. That's played nicely away, so these 2 batters just seem to be content, perhaps, just to get the win under their belt. I can hear, I think that sounds like Neil Smith, every ball. You almost forget that Neil Smith is playing because they didn't use him as a batter. So they batted all the way to number 8 and we didn't see him. And at the moment they haven't used him as a bowler either. That one's got away and they will come back for a comfortable 2 byes. I think this one gets past the batter and then ricochets off the keeper, goes towards the boundary there on the 45 on the leg side. Here we see it again. It's a difficult one, isn't it, when it bounces there in front of you. There's a puff of dust. At least it does hold up, but it's still 2 more runs. So a point will be secured. And now I suppose it's like, all right, we've got a point. Let's see if we can get another wicket or 2 and get some of the also batted guys in and put a bit of pressure on them. That's what they're looking to do here. And I think you could say that after the wicket of any one of these 2, that is where you get to. Yeah, but Neil Smith, we saw him bowl really well yesterday. He only got 1 over in the first match that they played, and he took 2 wickets. It didn't quite go as well for him in the second match. But he's certainly somebody who still bowl. High. Going, gone. 6 runs. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Or maybe sweeter than those lovely raisin and rum-filled little mini dough balls that you get out here. What a good hit this is. Boom. Shakalagia. Beautiful shot. That's gone a long way. Yeah, how about one of them right now? That'd be nice. One of them. That's what Phil G was saying. Some of those with some ice cream. That'd be nice. Rum and raisin is Phil G's favourite. We have to remember that. Roman Razor, maybe when it's his birthday. Haven't had that picture from Phil G yet, so he obviously hasn't had his ice cream. Just when I say that, hang on, there is a picture from Phil G. I just checked. David Skinner comes into the side for Zagreb Sokol, who are keen to continue to impress today with 2 wins out of 2. So Oliver Split. I'm not quite sure. Well, Sam Houghton comes in. I don't know why Angus McMahon is highlighted. He did play the last match. So somebody who's ever doing these graphics is not getting them right. But let me see if I can see anything here for Zagreb Sokol. Let's see, I'm looking to see if I've got something that's a bit more updated. And I don't, I'm afraid. Maybe I will have a little bit later, but yeah, I haven't got anything there. I'll just try and update it. Sometimes updating will help. Now, this could be an update to the batting lineup. He's going to take the catch. Second time lucky. Mohit will go for a very healthy 28. 28 of 10 balls, but it's, well, that's nice. Look, celebrate your moments. That's Allen who takes the catch. Nicely held there by Allen. He's got good safe hands, actually. And well done also to the bowler. Well, I suppose it gets to a point, well, who are you going to call when you're in this position? You call James Bond. Well, shaken, but not stirred. Well, there was the shaken bit. They were shaken with that little celebration. Well done to Allen, and well done to Ali. Picks up a wicket. He deserves all the little victories that he gets. I'll go back to Dave, to Phil G in a moment, and Dave Skinner. So Dave Skinner, he does come into the side. I was trying to look at if we've got anything. Yeah, so for Sir Oliver Split, the only change there is that Matthew Johnson is out and Sam Houghton comes in. So Sam is only probably just arrived here. So I'm not sure with that. Angus McMahon did play the first match, and he is also playing this one. So that just, I think somebody just got a little bit excited when they were doing the highlighting there. What about Zagreb? I think just that one change, but I will double check. Yeah, there's no Abhilash Para Kalam. David Skinner coming in for him. High. Another catching chance, maybe. No, he's going to get over him. And yeah, there's no point trying to get your hands on this. Why hurt yourself for nothing? It was always going to be 6. So that's a powerful hit. Blasted away. There, you can see it's high and mighty. Okay. So this is Arpit Shukla, who's a little bit of all Shukla up as he plays that away. The bowler going to change his action. And, well, Phil G, he sent me a picture of, well, of course it's his day off. He's got a nice, refreshing beer in front of him. And then he's got a gigantic burger. I mean, that burger looks massive. So I think it's one of those where you either cut it into a quarter and try and eat it with your hands, or you get the knife and fork out and say that's the only way to do it. Well, Phil, enjoy. It looks blooming tasty. I don't think you're going to have space for ice cream after that, are you? Yeah. Good comeback, Bashir Ali. So far off the over, just that one big 6. 10th needed for a victory. How deep can they take this? We are in the 8th over. Ali. They want something off this. You feel Shukla plays that nicely, guides it away. Should be going for 2 here. Should be an easy 2. What are they doing? Oh, that is just very, very poor. Very, very poor from the batter. And now he's turning around. Yeah, Gala Kadona Changia Kad. Yeah, Jutti Omena Jutti Marik. That should be 2 runs, easy 2 runs. And no wonder No wonder he's not happy about it. And he should be giving him as much as he can give Harpreet Shukla, because Sohail Ahmed, that is very poor. There's always 2 runs there, and Shukla has literally gone all the way up to him, shaken his hands, and gone all the way back and had to dive to get in. If it was me, I would have kicked him up the backside and then run back. And that's poor cricket. 92 on the board. 4 wickets down, 9 runs required, should have been 8. I suppose the only thing is Harpreet Shukla will stay on strike, so it wasn't like Sohail Ahmed didn't run because he wanted to stay on strike or something, unless, of course, he didn't know it was the end of the over. Mahmood to bowl. Gonna get a dot ball in here. Shukla watches it go by, wants the wide, not going to get one. Mahmood did go for 19 in his first, but he did take a wicket. Oh, so we're going to miss, but it comes off the wicketkeeper. The number of runs that have been taken, not just in this match, but in this series already, we're only on day 2, from plays like this. And I think that's what the smart teams are going to do. Every time the ball is going to skid through like that, you're running, because the wicketkeeper has got no chance to take it cleanly and then also get a quick throw in. Dot ball, dotting up, taking this into the next over maybe. That's what the Warriors are saying. Look, let's just take it. Let's just take it as far as we can. That's here being hit away and well fielded. Keeper, keeper, keeper. The batter's content to just take a single, not really pushing on here. 7 required. So they have secured a point here, the Warriors, remember. Only the second time that they've managed to do that. Can they take it? Can they take it into the last over? 2 balls to go. 7 from 8. Plays it away. Got to do the fielding. Does well. He's fielded well out there. Batters happy to just take the one. Neil Smith, really, really good. I wonder if do you give him the last over? I would give him the last over. He's a left armer. He's something different. He did bowl 1 over yesterday, and he took 2 for 5. And you feel that if it goes into the last, if this one isn't whacked to the boundary, that might be enough to win you the match. Sohail Ahmed. I suppose here, last ball of this over, you just go for the big hit, wouldn't you? Yep, he does. Straps him on the pads. They're going to take just the leg by. Just the one. 96. So they will and do take it into the last over. Still needing 5 runs. Does anybody believe? Does anybody believe? There seems to be a lot of chat here with the key players. Neil Smith has come up. He is having a chat. He's not going to be bowling. He's not going to be bowling. He just comes to give a high five to, I think, the man who just bowled that over, Mahmood. He comes to congratulate Mahmood on that over because only 4 come from it. So well bowled, Mahmood. 96 for 4. Looks like they're going to go to Chanchal Kumar, who scored the 33 with the bat. Chanchal Kumar with the ball, bowling to Sohail. Dragged away. Is he going to get in the gap? No, it's fielded. In comes a throw. Just a single. Just a single. 4 or 5. 4 or 5. They believing. They're fighting. field. I think at the moment you probably don't change it too much. High. I think this one is going to be the end of it. That's going to go all the way, I feel. And it will. Manos arriba from the arbitro. And it is Arprit Shukla that hits another massive boundary. Gets a swivel on this. And that goes a long way. It gets over the boundary. It's still going. It's going to be victory to the Rakamakos. But they were made to work hard for it. Some disappointed players on the ground. They know they took it deep. They worked hard, didn't they? They made some few changes to the way they went about things. I think Zagreb Warriors with batting first. But maybe another 10, maybe even, 10 runs could have made all the difference. We were saying at the one time, if they couldn't get to that 110, 115, where it was on the cards for a moment, wasn't it? But those extra runs could have made all the difference. But how they fought, they'll take a little bit of belief from that performance, better than what they've done so far. But of course, they do get a point, but they will know that another win or a win for their opponents in the next match, that is of course the split side, they will then be in bottom spot. So there's the win. They do it with 4 balls to go. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And here's the shots that are taking part. Great caught and bowl, that one, as that's being played. It's a good hit, but a good catch there from Tohido Alam. They just managed to just keep taking the wickets, didn't they? So every time, that one was a bit unlucky, wasn't it? Every time that we thought that a couple of boundaries had come, a wicket would go, and then that was a massive one. Jatinder Vashisht going, so they get the wicket of the dangerous Jatinder for 13. Then Mohit came out, and Mohit, well, he can hit. That was one that almost got guided by Nilkuma into the gloves of the keeper. But wickets were what they needed. You just felt that if the Zagreb Warriors were going to win this match, that they had to win and take everything that came their way. Well, there was that celebration, and Alan almost gets knocked off his feet. I don't think he was expecting it to be so forceful. This, though, would be the end of the game. It would go all the way for 6. And it's victory for the Raikamahos. They do it with just 4 balls to go. But fair play to the Zagreb Warriors. They did push them hard. We have got, of course, more matches coming up for you. 2 more scheduled for the day. The next one is going to be an interesting one. I'm excited for the next match. It's going to be a rematch of match number 7 at Zagreb, so-called taking on Sir Oliver Split. Quick look at the scorecard there. So all the batters making a bit of a contribution. Everybody getting into double figures. A disappointment for Sahil Lal, I feel, and also Jatinder Vashisht. Vashisht, he played a bit of a terrible shot there to get out to Mahmood, really. He won't want to be going back and looking at that again. Nice catch from Alan to remove Mohit, and I'm happy that it was Mubasha Ali that takes a wicket. He hasn't had a lot of luck, has Ali, so picking up a wicket there. And the celebration was done in style there as well. They took it deep, they took it into the last, but unfortunately just didn't have in the end the extra few runs that they needed to perhaps pick up their first victory. So there is the bowling scorecard. I think all the bowlers will be pretty happy with their bowling performances there. Nobody went for too many, and it's just unfortunate that they needed, apart from Chalchal Kuma, they just needed one other batter just to make a bit of a contribution there on the board. That could have been the difference of losing this match or winning it. But fair play to them. I think a lot of people probably thought that Marcos had the chance to take the 4 points in that one, but it's not to be. They will take a point away from it, the Warriors, and Raika Marcos will get the 3 points. So we're going to take a break now. The next match coming up in just over 15 minutes time. And as I say, I'm looking forward to it already. It's going to be a repeat of the match that we had earlier in the day. The Zagreb Sokol side taking on Sir Oliver Split. In that one first up, Sokol made 134, and SOS in their first match in this 2025 edition, the reigning champions, only managed to get to 91. They missed out by 4 points, getting a point on the ball for them. So they haven't got a point to start off with. A team that only lost just the one match last year. So I'm expecting them to bounce back with a little bit of force and power and firepower. Join me and the rest of the gang here when we return in just around 17 minutes time. That's the problem, family.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and getting set for a big match now. We have of course the Zagreb Sokol side taking on Sir Oliver Split. Now these two teams, they did do battle a little bit earlier in the day. It was match number 7 and it was a victory against what most people thought would be the play. Zagreb Sokol winning by 43 runs, 134 to 91, and they didn't even allow the SOS side to even pick up a point. So I reckon that Sir Oliver Split will want to bounce back strong here. They have got the likes of Sam Houghton coming into the side. That could be pretty key. Though Luke is still listed to be behind the stumps. Now earlier the two captains were out there with the Sheriff. Let's see what did happen at the coin toss.
Thanks guys, welcome to the toss for match 9 with Zagreb Sokol and Sir Oliver Split. They'll call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head.
You're going to bowl first.
Sokol have won the toss, they'll bowl.
Thank you very much to the Sheriff, Charles Croatia, and welcome back to a very hot among dust cricket ground here in Zagreb. Heat now. Temperatures, we are into the 30s, plus 30s really, and of course out there in the middle, it's under the sun, it certainly feels more like 32, 34 degrees, so it's not going to be easy out there for the players. We know that they will get plenty of time to get on some fluids. I think once again around about the 5th over that play will come to a brief halt to allow the players and of course the match officials to take on board some fluid. So we're getting ready for what promises to be another exciting match. Interesting how the Zagreb Sokol side are big time favourites this time round. Those percentages are favouring them pretty good, and that's what happens with just one victory. I think last time around when we saw this, it was not by a lot. It was SOS that were favourites. It was something like 55-45. There wasn't a lot in it, but with the match going the way that it went first up, the Zagreb Sokol also having won 2 matches in the day and winning them both by picking up 4 pointers, have put themselves firmly as favourites to go on to win this match. The match officials are out there. You can see that Vedran joins us back, and Vedran is out there. Just want to see who's out there with Vedran. I know that we've had some women match officials, and I can tell you that that's Helena who's out there with Vedran. So Helena and Vedran are your match officials. Here's the first delivery. It's going to be guided away quite nicely. Well, Luke did get out first ball for a Royal Duck in the earlier match, so he'll be pretty pleased to get his first runs in this European cricket series. He's a very good batter, let me tell you. I don't think anybody will doubt that. And though the first match didn't go his way, when he got a sharp delivery that was rising on him, going down the leg side, he just managed to get a little bit something on it. The smart catch was taken by the keeper, and that was the end of him. Welcome back to everybody as well. That's played neatly. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. And expect to see a few more glorious shots like this from Luke. Climbing delivery, but I like the way he gets right on top of that. He's not a hoik. He's not a hoik that is going to take it over the third boundary. Not going to be a Baximo, but he's got right on top of it. He's a tall chap as well. That's a good shot played by him. Expecting him to perform well. Just some changing's being done in the field there, so you see Vedran just stopping the play for a moment. Yeah, it's a good addition to this side. Good comeback there from the bowler as well. Nicely bowled. That's he did bowl with a good bit of pace earlier. Jalal Mir, he was making things happen for his side. And he comes back with a good one there. Yeah, Luke, of course, we saw him playing there for the national side. I think he made a very good introduction. And so first time that he's playing in a European Cricket Series as well. He's out there with Manav Naik. Now he knows all about playing this format. That's going to be a wide and probably the one for the over as well. If we have a look at this side on from Jalal, I think that's what Vedran will be checking here. We'll have a look at it here, and it looked and felt like it was high. Oh, there it is again there. So what? I think he probably just catch a little bit of the shoulder. He was on his kind of on his tippy toes. I think they're just trying to confirm this. Vedran is just asking, can you repeat? Is it one for the over or not? And yeah, they say it is. Okay, fair enough. I thought it was just skimming the shoulder, but they've, well, hang on a minute. Now they're saying it's not one for the over. Vedran saying, can you confirm, please? So I think they've retracted that and probably said, right, not one for the over. That's probably the right call, actually. It's well bowled, good movement away. This is what worked well for Zagreb Sokol in the last match, just keeping that ball outside the off stump. And they were getting that little bit of movement away as well. Now, as long as they were keeping it inside that line, they were keeping players quiet. Manav Naik, who he did score and scored well in the earlier match. He got 39 of 24, also picked up some wickets. So that one just got away from Simranjit. That will just be a single. Now, Manav Naik, of course, most of you will remember in JIP 13, he was in good form. For a young man, it doesn't sound right when I say this, for a young man, he's been around. Played for a number of teams. You've seen him been playing in Costa del Sol, also there for the Budapest Blinders. Let's have a look at this and we'll go back to Manav and the rounds he's been on. So this is kind of gives you an idea of how these the ECC will look. This is kind of the breakdown of it. So you'll have the Premier Division, and then you'll have the Challenge Division in between. Then after that you'll have what we call the Championship Group, where all the group winners from A, B and C in Premier Division will come together to join up with the winners of last year, and also the runners-up, England and the Netherlands. So that's how the whole program will look in a nutshell. That's a good pull shot. That's going to go to the boundary. Nicely played. And Manav Naik, who's talking about the teams he's played for, he's gone past now 800 runs on the network with the 39 he scored earlier. Started with, I think, 7-4 to his name, and has scored a couple of half centuries. Hasn't got a century yet. I think it won't be long. I mentioned Blinders. Who else? Sir Oliver Split. He's played for the Calgary Giants, Turek, and Lathbury Lightning, and the Mediterranean Vikings. And of course, he was the MVP there at Jib. It's another nice shot played from Manav. He can sometimes get a little bit carried away with playing those funky shots when he likes to play kind of over his shoulder. He likes to play that little scoop over his shoulder, but he ends up quite often on the floor, on the deck to play it. And depending on the wicket and the bowling, I suppose it can either work, but sometimes it gets him out as well. As Gurpreet Singh, he knows all about the abilities of this young man. Let's see how he goes. He is coming back over the wicket now, and that one's straight down. What I mean by that is no movement this time from Gurpreet. He was getting a lot of movement earlier on in the first 2 matches, but whether he's just deliberately held that ball differently and doesn't want it to come in, just to try and keep Manav guessing. Comes Gurpreet again, he charges in. It's a good heavy ball, nicely played also, runs this down to the backward point area where the fielding gets done. And Dave is saying, can you tell us why Charles Croatia is called the Sheriff? Well, it all comes down to some of the caps he used to wear. You know, and myself and Phil G actually the other day were actually asking the question, how come he's not wearing those anymore? You would think that the weather being the way that it is here, it would be perfect. But he's not wearing those caps. I say caps, they're not caps, are they? Hats is the word. Gurpreet. Just strays onto the pad slightly, just a little nurdle there from Luke. And I'll take the single. And John Isham is saying, well, he's not just making Dave jealous, but maybe me as well. Cornish pasty and a jacket potato. Dave is saying he's just had. Is that with the jacket potato with a bit of cheese and beans there by any chance? To John Isham. And I suppose it's a good delivery for Bold. Gets that one through. Good way to finish the over. So end of the second. First one from Mir going for 8 runs. That one going for the 11. Takes the score tidily along, I suppose, to that 19. 19. So going away quite nicely. These two looking to just get to a nice partnership. Dave, how are you doing with your food? Now, those of you that are wondering why I'm asking, of course, when Dave was there at Wimbledon, he lost his last tooth. And now, of course, that makes a big difference to his diet choices. That's a spicy one. That'll be definitely the one for the over. As Jalal comes back with a spicy delivery. But he bowls it first up. And that means that Luke can probably think, okay, he can't be bowling at that kind of short length delivery again. Otherwise, he'll get done for an OE. But that was definitely a sharp delivery. Had some wheels, as they like to say, that one. Dalal again. Oh, now hang on a minute. This could be a no-e. This could be a no-e. We're going to have a look at this side on. Let's take a look at this side on. Let's see. Oh, no, I think he's all right. That's a good delivery. I think that's a good... It doesn't go over the shoulder. No, it's not a no ball. Come on. Can we see that? Show us that one more time. Let's hope this gets this right. That's not over the shoulder. That's not over the shoulder. They've got this wrong last time and they made the right call. You can't call that over the shoulder. That's a poor call. It's a poor call. That's a wide ball, though. That was really a poor call. Batter standing in his upright position. If the ball is going over the shoulder, between the shoulder and the head. So that was a poor call. And they did get one right when they were calling one earlier. And they changed it. That was good, but that one's not a good call. Hit straight, and that's going to be 4 runs. So he does put the free hit away. It doesn't go for a maximum, but it goes for 4. Luke gets another boundary to his name. I just feel with those ones, the reason I get more frustrated with those ones, it's not so much with the umpires on the field. That's Helena and Vedran. I think it's more that we have the technology. We can use the technology there. So it's not me getting frustrated with the umpires that are on field. I think it's the umpires that'll... I mean, you see that replay. I saw that replay. They had time to see the replay and then make that call. I think it's wrong Now this one, let's have a look at this. Let's see this. This could be another one. This one does look like it's too short. And I think also they might have a chat here with the bowler as well, because that's now the third one. Buys. Let's see the height on it. Let's see here. Now that one definitely should be called a no ball. They signalled buys there, but not a no ball. Has to be a no ball. So no ball and buys. And now you can see Vedran is having a chat with him saying, hey, you can't bowl that. If you keep bowling that, you'll be taken off. That's what Vedran is saying here. So no qualms about that one. That one definitely was, and the umpires get that one right. Okay, that's okay. It's a full. See, this is where it gets difficult now for someone like Delamere on two accounts. Number one, it is a genuinely a bouncy pitch, so he could bowl a delivery which is probably short of a length and still get it over the shoulder. See, that's perfect. So like that, that's what he's going to try and bowl, but he doesn't want to pitch up because he knows that that's what the batters think is coming their way. Manav, I feel a funky shot coming. He's been in there too long not to have played one. Well, it's going to get past the fielder. Yeah. Sure it did, buddy. Sure it did. But you've got to watch for that. Tukir, let's have a look at this. He's chases the ball. I think you've got to anticipate with these. If you're anticipating, you know what the ball's going to do. It doesn't deviate that much. And after saying, idhar se idhar आ गई. Oh यार, वो तो गल हुई, पर तेनू पता ही होना ही है. थोड़ी जी spin तो होनी है ball. Not good fielding here. Zagreb needing to break this partnership, but they're making some errors. I think with the bowling, the line, giving away those extras. Those extras then cost you runs. And that's firmly played by Manav. Nice shot, good technique. He looks such an accomplished batter, doesn't he? He looks so relaxed, so much in control. As he takes the single, hands the strike over to Luke. And yeah, we had got a bit sidetracked there with all the things happening out there. I think it was about the Cornish pasty. I was asking John if he was having it with cheese and beans. I think John came back and said just with cheddar. Lovely shot, 4 runs, as that's going to bobble past me and into the long grass. I can see it here. That should be found fairly comfortably. Good way to end the over. It takes the score to 36. Good power play. It's not a huge power play, but they haven't lost any wickets. They also deal with Jalal Mir there pretty well. 17 runs coming off that one. Jalal, I think, just losing a bit of concentration, maybe just getting a little bit irritated with some of those calls. I think he was unlucky with one, but I think one was wrong, but the other 2 were correct. And at the moment, so Oliver Split are cashing in on that. Let's go back again to the chat there. So Dave was saying no more egg in the holes. Now it's become scrambled eggs on brown bread. Thanks for asking. Okay, so I think that's again going back to the teeth issue. And I think Dave is on things like mash soups and things like that. But scrambled egg, it's still eggs and it's still protein. It's still good for you. Hello to Enrico, who is saying hi to everyone. It's going to be not the best of deliveries. Wide down the leg side. This is now Gurpreet, who's bowling his second. So the 2 openers bowling themselves out here. They're not making the same sort of changes that they made in the last match. So they haven't gone to Ahmed Tukir here. Gurpreet held himself back last time, and Tukir bowled this over. So looking to bowl him out. That goes for the pull shot and gets it beautifully. It does Manav. That's a nice shot. He wants to get tested by the short ball. That's really well played. Here it is here again. Good shot. And that will go all the way. Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. So Manav Nayak showing that he is in good form. Scored the 39. Did get out there towards the end when he was trying to muscle the ball to the boundary, trying to get them to a point. He was frustrated, I think, with his partner at the time, Angus. Gets this one through. They're asking the question now. Not sure why Helena's going on the walkie-talkie. Let's have a look at this again. I think it's your call here, Helena. It's your call. Let's see it again here, Elvis. Here's the delivery. And asking the question, you've got to make the call, Helena. You either say it's pad or say if it's bat, you got to give it. But it's probably, yeah, looking at that again, I think that just got a little bit of the side of Manav's leg. But of course, Helena is an umpire that's recently qualified and now getting some practice in. So under the guidance, oh, that's not a good delivery at all here from Gurpreet. The Gurpreet wants to bowl this over, but it's not a good over. He's strained down that leg side and too much down that leg side. Another one that will go to the boundary, and runs keep flowing. Here it is again, but off the bat, bounces a couple of times before it goes for 4. Signal given there by Helena. You can see a lot of people have got themselves sat in any place there's a bit of shade as the temperatures really start to go upwards. Now this is I think the worst part now of the day, this time of the afternoon. Slower ball in the air, should be a wicket, will be a wicket. Clever bowling from Gurpreet Singh. It's not been by any means his best spell of bowling, but he just bowled a nice slow ball. And Manav Knight, you can see what he was trying to do. Didn't read it, he was trying to whip it away, using the pace of it. He gets well done there by Gurpreet Singh. Manav reaches 25, but now has to depart. But he leaves the innings in good hands. And he's got Luke out there on 16, looking good as well. But Gurpreet picks up the wicket. And it's the other Singh in the team, Simranjit, that takes the catch. Simranjit, we haven't really seen much of him in terms of batting and bowling. We've seen him field. Oliver Tilley comes out now. Number 3, he also went cheaply in the early match. I think he hit a 4 and then smashed the ball into his own stumps. Not a good delivery here from Gurpreet. Gurpreet, he's a funny one, isn't he? I said this morning before he came on the ball that he does have issues when he strays onto the leg side. But that's usually when he's bowling around the wicket. And I was saying then, why are you coming around the wicket? You're getting so much swing back into the batter. And now he doesn't seem to be getting that swing, but he seems to be straying down the leg side. That's a better delivery. Tilley watches that carefully onto the bat. Almost gets his fingers jammed there, actually. But better ball there from Gurpreet. So they have taken that and got that breakthrough. But SOS still looking to bring the 50 up here in this 4th over. Oh, that sounded horrible. And it should be out. It will be out. That sounded very, very bad. And I think you're going to look at that bat. I think it's come right at the toe end from Luke. Goes for the big shot, but it just sounded, just didn't, you can see there, it's right on the bottom of the bat. It sounded hollow. There's no power. And when there's no power, it means a chance of being caught and no errors in the field. Held there by Jalal Mir, and Gurpreet Singh picks up another wicket. Both the openers back in the shed. Manav was the first to go, 25, and then a couple of balls later in the same over, that's the end of Luke this time. That's right at the base of the bat. Jalal holds on to the catch. That might put a smile on his face. Certainly a smile on the face of Gurpreet, who's taken the second wicket. So I suppose in the end it works out well that he bowls himself out. Does make a change, and it's worked. 2 for 25 he finishes with. And with 50 on the board, it's 2 wickets down. Gurpreet in that over goes for 14, but takes 2 wickets. That's played in the gap. 4 runs as it is now. Tukir, Ahmed Tukir, that comes on to bowl. Tilly. Ooh, not the shot to play. I think Tilly, he knows the way this pitch plays. He knows about the bounce. So I think because of that, you see him at times like that, he just moves himself away. He goes kind of sort of falls towards the leg side and tries to give him a little bit of room. And that wasn't the right ball to do it in. Then comes Tukir again. Oh, just didn't feel right there and had to change. Tukir. Looks like he was going to really sling that one in, but at the last moment he just stops. I suppose another reason why, apart from just his company and missing field, gee, I haven't got the. I should have taken the fly squatter from him. And talking about fly squatting, that's how you squat a grizzly. Oliver Tilly. And that's 4 more runs. So not the best of starts this from Ahmed Tukir. The decision for Gurpreet to bowl himself out was good. But Tukir here, perhaps he needs to look at changing his field. I think that's what's been happening. You saw there that Sagar Manzoor just points to the field and says, you've got to stay over there now. So they do make a change. Interesting. 3 on the leg side. See this one first. That's played away. A lot of work, a lot of ground to cover, but this time it does work out well. It goes to the fielder on the inside. They've got a very straight. The teams have adopted this today. Very straight third. Then they have a swan sweeper out on the offside who's at extra cover. A long off is straight. Long on is pretty wide. And then they've got mid wicket. So that's the 5 that are back. Oh, that's that dangerous attempted shot again. Angus has come out, and Angus once again showing that he does have issues with that ball just outside the off. Angus McMahon. Played nicely, and it's going to get through the fielder. A desperate lunge at this from Aman Chaubey, but can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more runs, and a good time to welcome you to the commentary position. And wherever you are tuning in from around the world, welcome. We just saw that boundary there. I thought we were going to see a replay of that, Elvis. You cooked me. We normally show the replay of the shot, and then you come to me. But I know you're learning. You just want to catch me out. But anyway, it's nice to have Elvis in the engine room there. It's always good to say, is Elvis in the house? He is in the house. And, of course, big shout-out also to Karina and Maggie. It's tough work for everybody at the ground, and not just the players, but also for 2 circles. And I know that Karina and Maggie have been taking it in turns, going up into the tower where they are doing all that camera work from behind the bowler's arm. And can you imagine? It's about 34 degrees out there at the moment. Under the sun, it's probably more than that. You're standing on top of a metal structure. It is hot, and I know that the girls have been saying that you've got to hold that camera all the time, because if you let go of it and go to hold it again, it's burning your fingertips away. And don't touch the tower. But well done to them, well done to the umpires as well. We've seen some new umpires as well. I know that the girls are getting an opportunity. We've seen Ivana, Helena, and also Mia are doing a good job out there in the middle, and well done to DJ and Popovic as well as Vedran, who's out there. And also, of course, to Charles Croucher, the sheriff. And Of course, big shout out to our very own crew out here, scorers. We've got Vasu, Nilkesh, Samir, Marzi was on his birthday yesterday, so he's probably after celebrating. We did have a few drinks with him as well yesterday, but after the celebrations, I think he's earned himself a nice day off. So enjoy your day off, Marzi, and enjoy your day off also Phil G, who's probably still trying to get through that burger he sent me a picture of. And no, before you ask, he hasn't sent me a picture of him tucking into an ice cream. And that's played and picked up. So let's see if they can get just a little bit tidier in the second part here. 63 was the score thanks to that boundary right at the end of that fifth over. 63 for 2. There was a little bit of success with a couple of wickets coming at the right time. And this is Nabil, Mohammed Nabil. I suppose the danger that they have here is that they have just lost. Oh, not sure what's happening here now. I think, yeah. I think Helena just letting the bowler know that that was the one for the over. That's good areas. You can keep the ball in that area, especially to Angus McMahon. He has struggled in balls that have been in that sort of off-stump corridor, played and missed quite a few. And that's well bowled again. I think that just sneaks inside the line. Perfectly bowled. We'll see this one again, Elvis. Over to you. Just watch this. I think that's for me is the perfect delivery. Catching a bit of the line. I think that's pinpoint accuracy. Makes it very difficult to get away. Oh, that's a wide. If he had bowled that straight, if he had got that straight, I think he would have got his man, because I think Angus had decided he was going to commit himself to it. And if it was wicket to wicket and struck him right in front, you see where his legs are. If it caught him on the pads, I think he could have been in trouble. But it's going to be another wide. Nabil, I think he went for that fuller delivery, but just strays a little bit down the leg side. And now he goes across again. That's nicely played. I think Angus is far better playing that shot. Just reaches and guides it. Especially while he's got other batters out there at the likes of Tilly, who we know can give it a good crunch. And let's see how Tilly goes here now. So he's seeing this over so far go for just 2 runs. And that's well bowled. It's good delivery. So I think that is that the over. I think that's the over. So need to have the over call here. The only thing I'm seeing here from, look, I can see Helena, she's being very nervy. A lot of the calls that she's making, she's waiting for the square leg umpire. But I think she's just got, it's a confidence thing. Count, you've counted 6. You've already confirmed with the umpire 2 to go. That's what umpires do, halfway 2 to go. Some umpires also signal 1 to go. So, you know, just be confident. There's nerves out there, but be confident. Just say over, and it's done. But at the moment, you can see that Helena is looking to take all the guidance that she can from Vedran at the moment. But confidence is that it will come. What needs to come here at the moment for Zagreb is another wicket. Angus on strike. And let's see this one. I think it's probably the right call from Vedran. It was there or thereabout. We have the chance to have a look at it again. The umpire doesn't. And I can see why it's called. But I think if you really wanted to go into detail and look at it with a fine-tooth comb, you probably would say not a wide. And this one. Okay, let's see this. Let's have a look at this. This is now Hussain. Now, has he got reason to be feeling disgruntled. Let's keep going. Oh, I think you can understand why he's feeling a bit disgruntled. I think he feels he's catching a bit of the line there, but that's not the way umpire veteran sees it. He's calling them, and if he's going to be calling them, I think as a bowler, then Hossein, you've got to just try and get it in a little bit more. And this time he goes for the full pitched up delivery into the block hole this time of Angus. You can see why they're bowling outside the off to him. That's where he struggled in the last match. They remember that, and they're going for the similar line to him. It is, if I put my bowlers, I can look at it on both points of view. If I put my bowler's hat on, I'm going to be very annoyed. Well, that's just a terrible delivery. It's going to be a free hit. It's a slower ball gone wrong from Hossein. Tries to do something different there to Tilly. He's just lucky that he gets away with it. And the umpire will have a chat with him and say, right, come here, you. You were moaning about the wide balls, but let's talk about this one. That's a no ball. And Angus McMahon now has the license to go big, and he's going to slice it away. The fielder has dived at it, 2 foot lunge, and has made a stop to the joy and the roars of the Zagreb Soccer. Let's have a look at this. He slides in with 2 feet slide tackle style. Look at this. And I think he gets more lucky. It's a bit of luck rather than good intentional fielding. Another dot ball. You can see people in the chat are pretty mixed about who they're supporting here. Good support for SOS. That's that other slower ball. Now this time it's into the pads, and they will just trundle along and take a gentle little leg bite. It's that slow ball again. It gets it wrong. I think if he gets it straight outside the off, it could actually be pretty effective. But on the leg side, it's either gonna just catch the pads and nothing, or it'll get belted away. I think pace on again here, maybe. And oh, that's a great shot. What a wonderful hit that is. Well, Angus needed a big one here, doesn't he? And McMahon does go big. That's a massive hit. Goes down on one knee and rifles this one away. Well, he's been playing and missing so many at these ones, but he gets that one proper. He sends that one packing. That goes a long way. Big hit. And now this is where it matters. So all of these things I was talking about with the bowler's hat on. This is why I'm filthy with some of those calls, because if I'm the bowler, oh, that's going to get through. If I'm the bowler, I'm thinking, oh dear. Well, the man who just made a fantastic stop on the boundary, and I think he didn't know too much about it. And he needs to straighten his cap as well, as he looks like a rapper in the Bronx. But gets his one completely wrong this time. Oh, that's bad. And then he almost does the splits and ends up in casualty. But it's going to go for buys. It means that that's an expensive over. But when you look at the extra balls, so with the 2 wides there, now both those extra balls, what do they cost you? They've cost 10 runs. And when you add the wides to it, well, they've cost you 12 runs. That is why those calls are important, people. And that is why I, as a bowler, would be absolutely filthy with them. So 20 in the end. Coming, what's it, 20 off that over? I think we'll get that updated in a moment, but it's an expensive one. When it takes a score from 66 it was. So 17 coming off the over. And of course, that's what hurts it, the extra balls. But in terms of the umpire, so now let's look at it from the umpire's point of view. So like this one here, now that's, again, if we look at this one, it's difficult call when we look at this. So if we see this again, we've got to decide, all right, from our angle, is this one inside that line or not? Here it is again. So is it inside the line or not? Now from here, it looks like it is. But don't forget the umpire's angle is completely different. That gets played away. This time it is to the fielder. So the umpire only gets a chance to look at it once. The umpire cannot use technology to say, yeah, wide or not. The umpire can't say, I'm not sure if that caught the line or not. Can you? No, umpire's got to make that decision, and that's what makes those close ones difficult. You've got to make a call, and then as an umpire or as an officials, team of officials, you've got to say, right, if we think it's there or thereabout, then we call it. We don't beat around the bush. We think it's close, but our sort of play is to call them, so we call them. And you would just want consistency there. So if they're going to call them, so if Helena's calling them and Vedran and Popovic is going to be doing the same, then that's what you do. In the air, chance, and take it. Nabil holds on to it, and Angus will have to depart. He runs out of there pretty quickly. 13 of 12 deliveries, so even with that massive 6, he's still struggling to go at a decent strike rate. Now that's the end of him. Caught and bowled there by Nabil. So plenty of things to talk about, and of course it's not easy. And of course the match officials are doing the best that they can. And new bat is Anthony Razmalic, who comes out to join Oliver Tilley. Oh, that's a good pickup, because that was right on the stumps to Anthony. Nabil gets a good full delivery in, and he needed to make sure he got some bat on that. Here it is again, and oh yeah, if he misses that, if you don't get anything on it, it's hitting the stumps. If it catches the pads, I think there's going to be a massive LBW appeal. Nabil now to Tilley. Short. Gets through and over the stumps. It's another dot ball. Just getting a few dot balls in here now, which is starting to be a bit of a concern. Coming up to the end of the 8th over. So at one point, they had 50 on the board after 4. They're just starting to slow up. That's well bowled. Not sure why the wicketkeeper's not holding on to it. It's the end of the over. You can see that the timer is in the red zone. When it turns red, it tells us that there's 4 overs to go. So they need to get this over in pretty quickly. Remember, they've got 36 minutes. 36 minutes to get in the 9 overs. So by the time this last over starts, I think we'll be coming pretty much to around about 3 minutes to go. To 86 for 3 is what the score is at the end of the 8th. So things are starting to slow down a little. Just the 3 runs in that over. The over before was okay. It went for 17. That's hit well, but there is a fielder there. Watches it safely into the hands. There have been some errors in the field. We've seen a few of those. We've seen a few that have gone through, but I think it's the sort of ground that we expect that to happen. Hits that firmly. There's fielder out there, and goes for it with his feet. This is what I'm talking about. So it's a kind of ground where there will be genuine bloopers. There'll be Tortugas. And now that one here, we see this is Simranjit, and Simi just tries to get a hand on that. And that's not probably the way to deal with it. And that gets played away. Just talk about Nabil's 2 overs there, by the way. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 6. That's quite incredible. And that's why they've slowed Oliver Split down here. His first over was over number 6, went for 3. And then straight after that was that big one that went for 17 from Hossein. But then he comes right back on again and bowls another great over, which also just goes for 3. Excellent bowling from him. And now they're trying to keep it tidy and finish it in style as well here. Ahmed Tukir. His first wasn't his best. No run again. That's good work from him. .13 came off his first, and that was a bit of an inside edge. Inside edge, back onto the pad. So Oliver Tilley, 17 of 16. He too is now with that dot. He's back to run a ball. Well, that's hit hard, and that one is just going to hit the side of the cube. Hits the side of the cube, and then does come inside. But fortunately, it misses all of the important electrics and cables and ends up going through to the other side. So good hit, good boundary. That's what they need. It's a good way to finish the over. So 9th over completed, but only 9 again off it, even with that boundary there. So Turkey will be pretty happy to get that over in. I think Zagreb Sokol will be very happy the way they've come back into this. So Oliver Split at one point were looking like they were going to get a big score on the board. It was looking around about the I think around 128, 130 at the halfway point. But look how well they brought this back in with overs going 13, 17, 3. Overs going 3, 17, 3, 9. And now whatever comes off this one. And Hossein comes back. His first was the one that there was a little bit of everything in it, but he was the one I think was genuinely unlucky. I think he was there were some wides in there which I think was hardly done by, and then those wide deliveries that he had to re-bowl did go for 2 boundaries. But talking of boundaries, that's going to go for a boundary as well. That will bring the 100 on the board for SOS. We weren't able to get to the 100 mark in their first match when they were chasing that 135. The 100 on the board. Still got 4 balls to go. Let's see where they can get to here. Zagreb Sokol. Now remember, I'm not going to go as far as to say that they should chase these pretty easily. They were restricted to low scores yesterday themselves. So it's not going to be that straightforward. They were bowled out for 58, remember, by Marco. That's another great shot. Beautifully hit. And wow, it's a little bit of razzmatazz from Anthony Razmalic. That's a good shot. Powerful hit. Captain delivering at the right time. Crunching shot. Valuable, very important, valuable runs coming. It's almost like with every ball, the expected score is going up. It was on 100 and something. Boundary was hit, so it went to 107. Now a boundary gets hit, it jumps to 100. Make your mind up to the computer. You've been beaten, haven't you? You've been beaten. Just put your hand up, say you've been beaten. Well, Razmalic gets beaten this time by that slower delivery. Shaba, shaba, shaba is what they're screaming. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Well done. Two balls to go. Expected score now has jumped down to 110. Let's see. There'll be another boundary here, then it's going to jump to 115. Let's see. Right, up in the air. Wicketkeeper wants it and will take it. Anthony Razmalic hits 2 big sixes, but he's also dotted up 3 deliveries, and the last dot is going to be the end of him as well. He'll go for 14. Good catch taken there by Rashid. You didn't expect him to drop it. He's a good player, a national team player. So the 2 national team players in the action. The keeper takes the catch, and Razmalic has to depart. And Hossein, nice moment for him as well. He's been in the wars a little bit, but this time he's the one who has maybe the last laugh. He's still got 1 more ball to go. He could have the last laugh if he gets the wicket here of Ashraful. And gets a fair bit of bat onto it, straight to the fielder. And that's a sharp take. That is a really sharp take. Have a look at this. Wow. That happened so quickly. We gonna have to, don't blink. So he's hit this hard. Bang. And it's a great bit of fielding. Here it is. That is sharp. Nicely done. And just a single then at the end. That one could have easily gone to the boundary, but you can see applause from the bowler, Hussain, for the fielder who made that stop. 13 come off the last over when he was smashed for 2 big sixes. He thought it could be a biggie, but it doesn't end up being. 108 is what's posted there by SOS. But I will go to remind you again, don't forget, though Zagreb Sokol have been in pretty good form here today, yesterday they were bowled out for 58 in one of their matches. So it's not done by far, that is for sure. Let's take a look at the highlights here. A few people saying they're very surprised that Sam Houghton doesn't get out there and have a knock. Yeah, I agree with you. Now, whether Sam, he's just got here and he's saying, no, I'm not quite match ready, but he's in the side, isn't he? He's in the side. If he wasn't match ready, they could have gone with somebody else. So, yeah, I am a little surprised that Sam hasn't come out to have a bat. Some good hitting early on, but that one there, it just sounded terrible. It came right off the bottom of the bat. And it was a good little moment, that wasn't it, for the Zagreb Sokol side. In fact, it was kind of game-changing because they got the wicket of Mana for 25 or 14, and then Gurpreet in the same over, then removed Luke. And that just stopped the momentum, didn't it? Because they were going well, they just brought the 50 on the board, and then 2 wickets would fall. 63 was the score at the halfway point, but they weren't able to go at the same rate the second part of the innings when they finished there on 108. So weren't quite able to keep going at the same pace. Only the 42 coming off the last 5 overs, with 66 coming off the first. And I think the likes of Zagreb Sokol will be pretty happy with the way that they went about things there. They were tested. There were still errors, we know that, but I don't think this is the kind of ground that you're going to see a perfect fielding performance. I don't think the elements in this ground allows it. 18 extras, 9 wides, 3 no balls. They could have done better with the no balls. I think the wides, some went against them. 1 leg by and 5 byes there as well. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard here. So 25 to Madhav Naik, and Luke got 16. They gave the team a good start. 21 from Oliver Tilley, Angus making 13, and Anthony Rosmalic, he hit and banged 2 big sixes before he would get out. And Ashraful just has the 1 ball to face, which we thought was going to go to the boundary, but it was a good little pickup, just a single from it. 108. We'll take a quick look at the bowlers before we go to the break. So once again, Gurpreet this time elected to bowl himself out. Likewise with Jalal Mir, and it kind of worked pretty well. Both of them in their 4 overs, they went for 49. 2 wickets were taken. Tukir didn't have the best of first overs, but he had a really good second over. But pick of the bowlers there by far was Mohammad Nabil. What a performance. 1 wicket, 6 runs off his 2 overs. A bowling performance like that is a player of the match performance, so keep an eye on what happens with the bat. But that bowling performance there is worthy of player of the match if they are to go on and win the match. We're going to leave you with the mid-match summary, 108 for 4. Join us back in about 10 minutes time when we'll see the conclusion to this match number 9. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome. Yeah, and a big shout out of course to our partners, to HCL Software, 1xBet, Rado, also to Grizzly Bear Sports, and also we're going to say big shout out to Locker Lifestyles as well and Bizway Airways. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation here. So with that score of 108, which yeah, a little bit disappointing. I think it needed to be around about that 125, 130, didn't it? Let's see how they go about defending it. They've got some good bowlers though, so there is that possibility, but somebody's got to bowl really, really well. So you would feel that Zagreb so-called, I don't know if they'll be thinking about going for the 4 points again. If they do, well, that'll be 12 points in the day for them. Would that be quite remarkable? They've taken 8 already. But certainly, I think to do the double against Soliver Split, that will be a real achievement for them. So let's see how they fare here. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And plenty of chat happening there at the moment. Monty in there as well. Hello Monty, John Gray, Dave, and Paolo's in there as well. Nice to have you all with us. And that's going to be an uppercut for 6. It's a loosener for Tilly. Too wide, too short, and boom, shakalagia. That will go all the way. That's not a good opening delivery there from Oliver Tilly. I suppose if Oliver had to play for any team, he had to play for Oliver Split. So he's playing in the right team, but he doesn't start with the right ball. That's crunched away by Sagur Manzoor. And that is going to fly away into the vacant third. It's not probably that far away from the wide third that they have. We'll see this again. So again, that move swinging away, but anything that's got any width on it, Manzoor is going to swing at it hard. Yet to score a big score in the tournament, Manzoor. We saw a little bit of him of what he could do the other day, but he needs to buckle down. He wants a good score here. I think Rashid Hashmi, and we've said before that those along with the likes of someone like Hussein are the key ones. That's played away for another 4. This one is all along the deck. That is silky smooth across the outfield, like our mobility partner, Microlino. There it goes, meep, meep, all the way to the boundary. That's a delightful shot. 3 boundaries on the spin. So they do make a change to the openers here. Tukir, Ahmed Tukir. Is that the non-strike extent? Slow ball, could be out. And a big, big appeal. And not out, says the umpire. This is close. I looked at the umpire trying to look at this, was leaning. So the umpire, you see the umpire the way he's leaning there? I wonder if he couldn't quite see it because Tilly was kind of in the way. He's really leaning and looking at that decision. In the end, decides it's probably just going down leg side. This one, though, is making its way to the boundary again as Tilly goes for another slower delivery. It's whipped over the top of the infield. That's going to be Cuatro Mas. It's an expensive start. They haven't got that many runs to play with. 14 becomes now 18 off the over. And I was thinking about just maybe pushing it for the single. It won't be. So end of the first, 18 off it. It's a cracking start for Zagreb Sokol. 18 with that loss. Now, we've been showing you the golden ball graphic throughout the day. You can see where it's at now. 130 has been brought up. 130 matches since the golden ball. The last one was delivered, I think, in that short match in Crefeld by myself and Tina. It was a 3-over-a-side match, which did result in the golden ball. It was an absolute cracker. A match that had a little bit of everything. It had a hat-trick, which ended up being 4 wickets. It ended with one of the best celebration fails from a bowler that we've seen. It had it all, but it finished with the golden ball. Oh, big one swing. I like the thinking from Zagreb when they've decided that they've had Turkey, and oh, there's our man who's got the lovely setup here. He took a good catch early as well, didn't he? So that's Sudesh, Abhijit Sudesh. Yeah, a bit more on Turkey in a moment. He gets bat onto this one, gets single. I like having this. I'm a fan of a left and right-hander. So Turkey, I think, has proved already that he can hold his own with the bat. And that's why I think they've given him an opportunity here. And let's see if he can make the most of it. And good all-rounder is Turkey. So they just want to give, they want to try something different with Sagor. I think that's not a bad idea because it means that you hold Hossein and Rashid Hashmi back a little. So just try something different, try somebody else up there. So probably a good move as Angus comes in again and he's sprayed down the leg side. It was whipped away. Angus is one of those, is not the greatest at deliveries, but sometimes they do reward you with a wicket. It was close to the fielder, but it's whipped away quite nicely. Look, it's on the leg side. He gets a fair chunk of it. It does fly past the fielder. And who is that? Vasu there doing a bit of sharp fielding. Vasu just gets off his chair, a bit off balance, but still makes a stop. And it's going to be 4 more. Same areas, straying onto the pads. And Sagur Manzoor is making it count. Manzoor gets another one away. So look, steps right across. And this is where, as a bowler, you've got to say, right, now I know what he's doing. I've got to get it really full up there and get it on the off stump so he can't play that shot. On the pads this time. This one is missed out on by Manzoor. It's probably same sort of area as the ones he's put away. Angus McMahon had a bit of a tough initiation, isn't he, to this format. Could all change though if he picks up a few wickets. And Ray is saying, when will Tina be back? Well, we won't see Tina now, of course, until we get to the Cardamar Oval. Tina, of course, will be involved in her own international cricket. And, of course, Germany have got some very important matches to play. So, yeah, it's an important one. Tevin is in the chat saying hi to people. Hello to Balraj Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Balraj, kidda? Theek thaak hai? Ki banda? And, nice to have Balraj with us as well. And if you are lurking, look, I always like to say, if you're lurking and you're not one that normally comes in the chat and says hello, well, do it. Come on. Give me a little bit of company. Let me know that there's somebody new out there that's tuning in. 9 off that over from Angus. So you just have to say hi. You can give us your name. You don't have to give us your name. You can make up a name. You can tell us where you're from. It's always nice to visualize where a lot of people are tuning in from around the globe, and it's always lovely to be able to say hello to our extended family wherever you are. And, oh, is he running? Oh dear, oh dear. Well, what was Sagar Manzoor doing here? He just, but Sidhu wasn't going back. Sidhu had gone. Look at this. So here it is here. So it's played, and look at Manzoor. He just stops, and luckily for him, the ball misses the stumps. Well, he's made a good start, 26 of 10. The last thing he wanted to do is get himself run out. Sidhu now to Manzoor. Got to keep him off his pads, you would think, wouldn't you? Well, look at him go right across, and he's played this one away. It's going to get past the infielder again. I don't think it's the best effort there. That's a Vishnu Venu And well, that would be, yesterday was World Lion Day, but I tell you what, he's got a set of hair like a mane that a lion would be proud of, and when that's running towards you, you might think there's a lion coming your way. Today's not Lion Day, of course. Today is all about the elephant. Yes, it is. International World Elephant Day. So we can miss, of course, we talk about these magnificent creatures, and some really concerning statistics over the last decade. The number of elephants has dropped by 62%. Estimated that every day 100 African elephants are killed by poachers. That's terrible. And I put a cry out there earlier to say, come on, let's make a change, let's stop this. And one way we can stop is just stop buying those products that these animals are being killed for. Come on, let's make a stand. Also said it's Milkman Day today, and celebrated big time in America. A joyful occasion honouring milk delivery and the hard-working individuals that make it happen. And our very own Rob Thompson said that he was a milkman. Hello to Rajbir Sandhu saying hello to me. That's there. Oh, fingertips. Fingertips, and now he chases after it. The batter's very casual running. That was hit hard, and Angus, I said he was having a tough initiation, wasn't he? He gets a hand to it. It's a full toss. It probably should have been put away. Gets a hand to it. Saves 3 runs because they only take a single. Got to run hard there. You got to take 2. Few people giving me greetings. I'll go to that in a minute. That's a wild swing at the end of that over. So power play does get completed. There's been a lot of swinging. There have been some boundaries, but you feel that there's more runs, or should be more runs on the board than there is. But they have got to 33 without loss. Their opponents were 36 without loss. So there's, at the moment, just 3 runs in it. But remember, when you have a look at that, just look what happened in the last half of the innings. 2 overs of 3, and that was Nalib. Marmin Nalib just bowled beautifully, and just the 1 big over in there. But Zagreb Sokol going in the wrong direction, 18, 9 and 6. Who was that in the chat? Yeah, greetings from Victoria, Australia. That was from Monty. And we also had Levy, who was saying from Beatles land and Liverpool. Hello, Levy. I think Liverpool, well, mixed feelings for Liverpool, I think, this year. Of course, they were up and about with the winning the Premiership, but of course, the sad loss of their forward for the Portuguese international. That wasn't nice, was it? It's a horrible thing to happen, and I know that I think the city of Liverpool are getting over the shock of that. Who else do we have in there? Levy. Yeah, hi Levy. So Levy was, of course, there from Liverpool in the Beatles land. Of course, we talked a bit about the Beatles yesterday, didn't we? When there was the anniversary yesterday of their first movie. That was a blockbuster. And John Gray just confirming that Tina has got those ICC T20 qualifiers in the Netherlands. So anybody else new, come in and join us. Swinging and missing. So Manav Nayak coming on, seeing if he can get a breakthrough here, and if not a breakthrough, just slow things down. That quite easily could have gone onto the stumps, but the foot of the batter, Sagur, stops the ball going on the stumps. Bit of pressure on him. He hasn't got a big shot out in a minute, and now he's missed this one as well. Well, it doesn't break the stumps here, but yeah, he's getting bogged down. Remember, he refused or declined to take the second as well, so he's trying to go for the big shot, but failing at the moment. 3 dots from Manav Nayak. They've gone now 7 balls without a boundary. In the last 7 balls, just 1 run, and that will help, as that will go to the boundary. So finally they get some runs on the board. They needed that one. In fact, they need more than just the one. The rate is just climbing upwards to around 12 and over, so SOS are making a fight here. And who else? We had the likes of Neymar, Supun coming into the chat. Stephen as well. This is played away. And not getting past me. The nice long barrier there from Sam Houghton. So Sam is here. There he is doing the fielding. So nice to see some people coming and saying hello. Wherever you are tuning in from around the world. I always like to give you some more shout out. What else can I say? Is that one's up in the air and he's mistimed it. Mistimed it at all. Well, as you talk about mistiming from the batter. Well, the batter didn't mistime it, but the fielder gets it all wrong. He's looking at it. It's one of those where he's seeing it up in the air, but the legs aren't moving. Now, whether he hasn't found it, I mean, it is tricky. It will be tricky for a left-hander hitting that side because the fielders have always got that ball in their eyes, the sun in their eyes, and the ball right in the sun makes it difficult. Another decent over, though, there for SOS. Manav just came for 8. Score 41, so they're slowing down. They're slowing down. Zagreb Sokol, they made a cracking start. Few people were saying after the first couple of overs that they look like they're going to do this pretty quickly. But there could be a twist. I feel there could be a twist here. Jubair, Ahmed, hello to you. Going to go back to Sidhu. Bowls with a bit of wheels. Bowls fast. He's sharp. Bowling to the left-hander here. So Ahmed Tukir, he's only faced 5 balls. He's got 2 runs. He's still there, but I don't think he's quite had the impact that they wanted, Zagreb. So cool. He swings again wildly at this. He's swinging so hard. I tell you what comes to mind, somebody who just closes their eyes and swings for the best. That's what I'm seeing. I don't think that's what he was told to do when he went out there. I think he's a left-hander. He's a pretty decent timer of the ball, but he's trying to wallop it. And the thing is, that seems to have rubbed off on Sagar Mansour because he hasn't been consistently hitting the ball well now either. They've sort of, if you have a look at last few deliveries, now that is, in the end, I think there's a no looky shot this. I think he takes his head right away from this as he gets a short ball banged into him. That probably will be and should be one for the over. We'll have a look at this side on as well. I think the umpire's given him the spiel already, so bangs this in. But have a look at this, no looky. I'm not looking, but it's gonna get away. So here it is again. Short. Have a look. Yeah, that's definitely over the shoulder. Back to the live action. Here comes the next delivery. And that's hit down the ground. And Sam Houghton makes the stop. So let's have a look at this shot. This was the next delivery. It was just a single. Here it is here. And it just played straight down the ground. Sam Houghton doesn't make a mistake. So all right, back to Ahmed Tukir. I think you're getting to a point here now as you're approaching that halfway mark to say, right, if he's going to get going, he gets going. Otherwise, he's probably better off getting out of the way and let someone like Hashim come. Well, he gets bit or bat onto this, so it's just ticky-taka from him. He takes another single. He doesn't seem to have thrown the bowler. That's the thing. See, if the bowlers were bowling a lot of extras because they were struggling to bowl to the left hand, I would say, yeah, it's done the job. But they've only bowled a 1 extra so far. No wides in this innings at all. Just the 1 leg by. So that's another reason why I think Sir Oliver Split are still keeping himself in this match. Sidhu in again to Mansour, who will get squared up by this one. It was one that he was trying to work in the gap again in between the fielder on the 45 and the backward square leg. This field, it's worth touching on it as it changes here to the lefty. I just feel he hasn't hit a boundary, you know, and I don't know why they're pushing everybody deep. I would want to keep him on strike. I would have my mid-wicket and square leg right up, saying, go on, go over us if you want. He's not hitting the ball over the top. Right, just as I say that, he hits one straight down the ground. It goes big as well. But you know what I'm saying. I'm not, you know, the 2 men straight you keep up. I'm with that. But either side, don't let, because all he's been, until that 6, he's faced 7 balls for 4. So he's taken singles. All right, he's broken the shackles now with that one. That's a big one. it means that they get past the 50, so 55 at the halfway point, and they haven't lost a wicket. That's the key thing. That over in the end went for 14. We've talked about this before. ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ European cricket Hindi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਆਪਣਾ Telegram channel. You can get involved with European Cricket Network Hindi. Just something, another new initiative on European cricket, and I know it's going down very well. And do get involved. Players will take some drinks. I was talking to, who was it there? Was saying that they are from Liverpool. We're talking about being from Liverpool. Levy it was, wasn't it? During 1966 press conference, John Lennon of the Beatles apologised for saying that his band was, in commas, more popular than Jesus now. The comment had sparked protest and album burnings. Okay, so I suppose it was necessary on this day in 1966 for John Lennon to apologise for that. What else can I tell you? Yeah, how about this? In 1991, for three giants of the West Indies, their last day in Test cricket ended in defeat at the Oval. Geoffrey Dujon finished with 272 dismissals. The record for a West Indies wicketkeeper, Malcolm Marshall, with 376 wickets at 20.94 each. And the legend himself, Vivian Richards, hit 60 to keep his Test batting average over 50. But England win the game and a share of the series. And they were three greats, weren't they? Dujon, Marshall and Viv Richards. Partnership worth 55. Manav comes back on. And, well, I think this is worth having a look at. I really do. Manzoor, I think he's in danger of being out. Side on here. He's gone for a walk. And now he just tries to walk back. Oh, this is close. Let's go side here. Can we slow it right down? I know that Sudesh being in the way, but let's see when the stumps actually get broken. Let's see when the bat comes down. Let's see here. I think maybe just makes it. He was so casual. Bat, I think here, just goes down there as the bails come off. Let's see it again. Bat down. I think he just makes it. Oh, that was really casual. We haven't seen today a batter score of 50. We've had a 48. We've had a couple of high 90s. 48 was ago. He got out in the 40s. Now he's on 44, and I think he's only just going to survive. That was a bit poor, wasn't it, really? And Manav almost gets away. It's a funny one, this. My feeling is here that they get a wicket, and then they'll pick up 2 or 3 really quick ones straight afterwards, and they go and win the game. That's my feeling. If Manzoor gets out, otherwise Manzoor's got to finish his match off. All right, maybe that's what he's planning here. That's a big 6 right on top of the 10th. He's got to finish the game off here, and that will be his 50. So just when I said no batter's made a 50, Manzoor recognises that, and while he's on 44 and almost gets himself out, he now clubs this for a big 6. So 6 runs off the over. 48 still required in 28, just over 10 and over. There's a quick look at the wagon wheel there from. So that's played nicely away. Yeah, so for me here, Sagar Manzoor is key. He's got to his 50, and all good batters, when they get themselves in, must be thinking, I don't get out until I win the match now for my side. So that's what he's got to do. It's very wide. There is a fielder out there. It won't. Oh, he does really well. This one hits the ground and accelerates away. But Angus makes a good stop. Makes him. I think that was wide because he wanted to try and draw Tukir out, but Tukir doesn't. Now will he try the same here to Manzoor? Hits that down the ground. Gia. Shakala Gia. Ginna Sona. Says Guerreras Mas. And that's a good, powerful hit to Sagar Manzoor. He went flat for a while, didn't he? Went flat for a while. He wasn't able to get any boundaries in, but he's come back pretty strong. Clubs that one away. All right, now dangerous times here. Manav has been hit for 2 big sixes. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It really is a beautiful shot. This time he's been made and forced to play differently, and he rocks back and he plays a delightful cut shot. Have a look at this. Really well played. It gets past the close fielder before he could blink. And that's 18 off that over. The over before went for 14. So after a couple of quiet overs, the 9, 6 and 8, they've got a couple of decent ones in there. Takes that score to 73. 73 without loss. 36 required in 24. They've taken the rate down to 9 now. Where's this wicket going to come? Who do you try? Who can get that breakthrough for you? They're going to go back to... So at the moment, they're going back to people that they've tried already. What about something new? Who else can maybe step up and create something and make something happen? Angus. McMahon being called back to have a go, bowling to the lefty. Tukia, just before the drinks break, did blast 1 big 6. They bring up the long off. And that's not a good delivery. It's not a good delivery at all. It's very well played from Tukia. It's a full delivery down the leg side, and Tukia just gets himself into position early, and he just helps it along. It's a smart shot, actually, without trying to overhit the ball. I think earlier on, when he was swinging and missing, and I said he's being brought out there as the opener to play a part in the stand, but he's trying to play a different role to what they need from him. Now he's become a little bit smarter. Well, this was what he was doing before. And now Nisako Manzoor just having a chat to him, saying, "Yaar, ki karda tu? Edda tu pehla karda si, eh chalda nahi si. Dobara jo karda na wo kar." Yeah, play on merit. You're not at a stage where you got to hit 6 and 4s. You're at a stage now where you've just hit a boundary big 6, take the singles, win the over. If it's a bad ball, put it away. Well, that's dug out. And he will do just that. This time he takes a single. Yeah, you're needing 9s. That's what it was at the start of this over. They've just smashed a big 6. So now singles will do the job. Singles will do the job. That's what they're thinking. But this breakthrough, can they get the breakthrough? Will I be right? Will the breakthrough then be the start of a bit of a collapse? I think the wicket they've got to start with that will give them some belief is this one. The one of Nisako Manzoor, who's in the 60s. Okay, he tries to play that elaborate cut shot again. Now, he's looking to play that because they haven't put anybody back there on the boundary at the point area. They've got an extra cover. Long off, long on, mid-wicket. And fine leg back, so they've got somebody back for that little flick off the pads on the boundary. Maybe they're expecting a short ball. Well, that's going to be a wide, 2 wide, and a good leave on this occasion from Manzoor. Yeah, maybe that's a trap. Maybe they're going to test him with that short ball. There was one really that he played away. He kind of took his, I called it at the time, a no looky shot. He did play it pretty well, but maybe they're going to try and set him up with that one. Oh, a little bit fuller. It's a big swing. And straight through him. And maybe just starting to feel the heat a little bit there, Nisako Manzoor, which is understandable. Right, high. Now this is the opportunity. Can anybody get there? Manav Naik is coming in, and he just can't get there. Oh, he's charging in his Manav. He beats Sam Houghton to it, but it just wouldn't go to hand. And despair from Angus. He arches over. There's over is called. You can't believe that he just couldn't get a breakthrough there. So another over goes without without a wicket. It's a good over though. They get just the 9, so they're not running away with it. Also, so Oliver Split have now achieved their first point. 82 without loss. 3 overs to go, then 27 required. They are going to try something different here now in this 8th over. Sam Houghton is going to have a bowl. And we do have, of course, one more match coming in today. And it will be the Warriors coming back, but they're up against the Raikar Warriors. The Raikar Warriors? Well, maybe they should be the Warriors, and Zagreb have to lose the Warriors title. But no, come on, they did. They fought hard in the last on the Warriors. I think they retained they keep their name. But yeah, Raikar Makos and Gurjinder Singh coming in the side for them. Harpreet Jolly coming back for the Warriors. So I was a bit concerned about him. He's obviously had a break and he feels okay. So I still will keep an eye on him. I would have probably would have preferred for him to not have come back at all, but they probably feel they do need him in the side. We'll talk more about that a bit later. Let's see if Sam Houghton can get a breakthrough. That one stays a bit low. They're not going to run this time. We've seen Sam Houghton bowl 2 different styles. We've seen the bowl just of a couple of steps when he's trying to bowl spin and just tossing the ball up. But I think this is what's worked better for him. He had to change when we saw him in the internationals, and this worked pretty well for him. Oh, that's hit hard in the gap. 4 runs. Is drilled really. It was like somebody firing a rifle. Well, home of the torpedo, invented here in Croatia, and that was a torpedo. Watch it go. No chance stopping that. And that's the wicket. There's the wicket. And it is Sam Houghton that gets a good Manzoor. I think he's played and chopped this on. Slightly quicker delivery. Well, Sam's got a smile on his face. They get the breakthrough, and the breakthrough comes with 23 still required. So here it is. Tries to play this one away. I think he tries to kind of hoik it away, but it is quicker. Gets an inside edge onto it. Chooses the wrong shot, really. And Sam Houghton is the first to show his delight, but he does go over to Manzoor and say, well batted, but I gotcha. And so Manzoor will get some good applause. But again, I repeat, when a batter gets going and gets to this stage, you got to finish the job off. He doesn't. And that means that, look, unlikely as it may seem, it means that the opportunity is there. Rashid Hashmi, again, a colleague, national team colleague of Sam Houghton. He fires and misses. So, yeah, look, you can see that Zagreb Sokol, they wanting to make it a perfect day. And Gurpreet Singh, their captain, is on his feet. They're in there. Of course, they're not standing out in the sun. They're in their dugout. They just want this done. They're starting to feel a bit nervy, maybe. Short delivery. And Rashid pumps that away. Pump up the volume as that one gets smashed big. And they pump up the volume and do it using Vinyls Day, because it is National Vinyl Day. And your chance to go old school. I must admit, I've got a record player still, and I've got plenty of vinyls. Some of them, I think, are worth a few bob now. I've got a couple of Elvis ones. I've got a few of the original Michael Jackson ones. And a few others as well. And every so often, not that I have too much time these days, the record player comes out. Wide ball, I think, here. I think the idea was the record player that I got was one of those digital ones that you could also record with. So if you wire it all up, you play the record, and then you can put your records onto a USB. It's going to be a good test for the fielder. They've done well there. They're still going to try and pick it up, and the batters. Oh, well, he's got to get up and get in. He does. My word. Ooh la la la. Have a look at this one took here. Well, let's just see the batters running here. So he turns round and he just goes flying. Look, look, the bat goes flying. And if Sam could have taken the ball, but he just manages to run in. Oh, he's being shaken. Shook up. I'm all shook up, he says. Yep, I've got that one on vinyl as well. I'm all shook up. Well, he gets himself up. Took here. Oh, he took a bit of a bang there, didn't he? He took a bit of a bang and ended off the over. And Sam Houghton gets the breakthrough, does get the wicket. But Zagreb, they are 95 for 1, needing 14 of the 2 overs that remaining. And that's just a little tap. Yes, this is Oliver Tilley who's bowling. I think Oliver's bowling something different here, is Mr. Tilley. I think he's, well, he did bowl something different. Now he's going back to his run. I think he just turned the arm over there. So once again, guys that know each other well, Oliver Tilley bowling to Rashid Hashmi. They were playing on the same team a few days ago. Down the leg side, I think that's straying. They don't take the run. It's a kind of a lethargic, lazy looking shot there from Hashmi. There's no real intent here. Just you see that, I think he doesn't get himself in a position at all. He's not moving those legs. It is hot. Players are feeling it. Wide on this occasion, so that now takes it down to 12 of 10. 2 big shots could do this, and Rashid Hashmi has those in his game, and that's another one that's into his legs. So maybe that's something that Oliver Tilley has noted about Rashid Hashmi. Go at his pads, and it keeps him quiet. Don't give him the room to create anything. Hello, crew, and how are you? Okay, back to Tukir. Oh, he's launched himself at this. Absolutely launched. It's another dot ball. Take it deep, guys. Take it as deep as you can. Take it into the last over. And that's the I'm glad the umpire hasn't called that one a wide. All right, a little bit of pressure maybe. We just get something on it. They'll get a run. It's tiki-taka going into the last. Can they mess this up? Can Zagreb Circle mess this up going into the last? This over certainly not going the way that they wanted. Just the 4 off it so far. But there is a ball to go. I think I'm expecting a big shot here from Rashid Hashmi. They're making a little change here, and right in his face, Sam Houghton is making sure that he's moving the fielders around. He's putting somebody in close to stop the single, trying to put pressure on the batter. And that's hit firmly, and it's going to be stopped. Will they try and come back for 2? Stay there, they say. We're going to go into the last. Great bit of fielding there from Sudesh, the Lion. And the Lion stopped it. It was a difficult one. Watch it. It was well struck. Watch how this Tortuga's up. Then he's got to watch the other bounce. He just gets his legs in the way, makes the stop. That could be so crucial. So crucial indeed. 9 off the last over. 9 off the last. Zagreb are on 100. So 9 off the last. They've only lost 1 wicket. That one from Tilley goes for 5. He's kept them in it. What do you reckon, folks? Hey, why don't we stick the golden ball graphic up? Because I tell you what, I think they might bottle this. I think they might bottle it. Rashid is on strike. Are they going to bottle this? Who's with me? Or maybe you go golden ball. Who knows? It could all happen. Anything can happen. Here comes Houghton. And it's a dot ball first up. So it gets to 8. It gets to 9 or 5. Here we go. Could we be heading to another golden ball? Oh, wow. Wow. It's firmly hit, but he's not going to the boundary. Watches it all the way. They only take just a single. Could be run out. I think he might be run out here. I think this could be run out. This is big. This is a big moment. And SOS. First calling the third umpire. I think this is out. He wants to try and go. There's never two here. He would never have been on strike. They would not have crossed. Massive moment. They'll get one. 8 required of 4. Let's have a look at the replay here. Here it comes. He goes. Turns around. Bat is not past the line for me. Slow this down. Let's go backwards frame by frame if you can from here. Frame by frame. Let's see. He is a goner. So Rashid, he does bottle it. Rashid is going to go. He'll go for 10 of 8. Rashid bottles it. It's the second wicket to go. Sam Houghton looking to do this. Ahmed Tukir, he's had 15 balls for 20. Are we going to see a win from nowhere? From nowhere for SOS. So 8, I believe, required here now of 4 deliveries. 8 of 4. Tukir on strike. If he gets one on his pads, he'll send it packing. Keep him outside the off. He's struggling. Sam Houghton moving the fielders around. Needs the perfect delivery. Ahmed Tukir, what's he thinking? Saqib Hussain at the other end. You know, he's another one can pump it. He'll be looking to run whatever happens. Here comes the delivery from Sam. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. He's missed the pitch completely. He's missed the pitch completely. Oh, my goodness me. 7 of 4 now. He misses the pitch completely, having to try and bowl to the left-hander. No ball, free hit. We haven't seen a free hit punished. 7 of 4. Goes for it. Free hit, remember. They've just got to run. It's going to be kicked into play. They will run 2. 2 taken. The boundary gets saved because of the old boot. Well, the size 9, I think, here from Anthony. Just kicks. Oh, can we slow that down again? Oh, don't tell me. Can we? Oh, no, forget it. Oh, I think he might have had his foot on the rope. Now he plays that away. They're asking the question. The ball is going, gone. Goes to the boundary. There's a huge appeal from Sam Houghton trying to put pressure on Helena. Helena holds her cool. Scores are tied, everybody. Scores are now tied. And they are needing 1 of 2. 1 of 2. Scores are tied. That one before, you know, I don't think the umpires carried on. But have we got it again? Not that it matters. It could spark things. Have a look here. Here it is here. This is what we're talking about. Where was this foot? Where was that foot? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's a bit too late now. Well, I'll tell you what. I know what I think. All right, let's go back to the live action. Here it goes. Tukir. Ready. Tukir ready to bowl, ready to receive the ball. 2 balls to go. Scores are tied. Well, what's going on here now? It's too late to look at that. There's no point. Get on with it. Too late. That was the ball before. You should have stopped and had a look, but I think the umpires were just a little bit keen to keep things going. I hope that doesn't make impact in this match. Could have been done already. All right, here we go. Sam Houghton wants to get a dot ball. And all right, a little bit of play acting there. And was expecting the batters to run and thought if they run, I'll do the old run out my end. But look at Hussain, he's staying pretty calm. How calm is Tukir at the other end? Has a swing. And it's a dot. Oh no, it's called a wide. That's it, game done. It's called a wide. There is a victory for Zagreb Sokol. It's called a wide. That is the end of the match. So Oliver Split will take a point, but just the 1 point from the 2 matches that they have played. Zagreb Sokol, on the other hand, they will win 3 on the spin. Took 8 from the first 2. Taken 3 from this one. And 11 points from them in the day. Well done to them. Oh, well, it got a bit close in the end. Too close for comfort. Zagreb Sokol were pretty close to throwing it away, but in the end they hold on to it, only losing 2 wickets, but win with that one being a wide, win with 2 balls to go. So great comeback from them after they were very disappointing in the 2 matches that they lost yesterday after getting the win against the Warriors. We're not done and dusted. We still got a match to go. The Zagreb Warriors will once again be thankful that Oliver Split haven't got a win, because every time Oliver Split don't win, then Zagreb Warriors' chances of surviving stays alive. And of course, that means that the 2 matches that Zagreb Warriors and SOS play against each other probably become hugely important. Some of the changes in this one: Gurvinder Singh comes in for the Reka Mahos, and for the Warriors, Malik, Sibi and Harpreet Jali comes back. Let's go straight to the highlights. And it was all pretty comfortable early on, because the 2 openers, led particularly by Manzoor, were doing a fine job. He was scoring well, he was scoring briskly. There was that little period, wasn't there, it sort of happened in over number 3 and 4, where the runs just dried up for a moment. City bowled a good over just for 6. Manav then bowled 1 for 8, and we thought, okay, getting interesting, but then they bounced back in the 5th over and went into drinks with the score 55 without loss. That one was close. He just started to walk out, walk back. Luckily, he just got back in time. And then after that little scare, he came back with 3 boundaries on the spin, and that was that over from Manav, which went for 18, and that followed, of course, the over 14 from Sidhu. Then Angus bowls a good over, could have got the wicket here if they had a little bit of luck come their way, but Manav Knight just couldn't get there as hard as he tried. And then we thought it was going to be easily done. They just needed a handful of runs in the last 2 overs, but Sam Houghton, his over went for 13, a very good one from Oliver Tilley, just went for 5, and they would get the wicket of Manzoor. And then this one, it just went and went and went and made its way all the way to the boundary. It was given as 4 runs off the bat, and then this one, that was the wide. There's a signal from Helena, and that would be the end of it. And those extras there in that over, well, how different could things have been if there wasn't that no ball from Sam, and then the wide there at the end? It certainly would have made it interesting. At Zagreb Sokol, they Sokol is the name, and maybe they were pretty cool because they didn't seem to panic. I tell you who didn't panic there. Batted all the way through the innings, Ahmed Tukir, so they gave him the opening spot. It wasn't the perfect innings. He played and missed that a lot, and maybe he's 26 of 18. It's the reason why it did go to the last, but he does hold his nerve, and he does get his team the victory, so well done to him. There he is, 26, not out. But of course, that was all about that 66 from Manzoor. And I like the way he bounced back. He got stuck in the 40s for a bit, and then he came out firing before he was removed, bowled by Sam Houghton. Then Rashid Hashmi, he seems to have gone off the board pretty quickly, hasn't he? He felt the pressure out there. I think they ganged up on him. They made him feel uncomfortable, and he wasn't able to fight his way out. And then we saw Hussain come out. Hussain really didn't have much to do. In fact, he was not out, nor he didn't face the ball, did Hussain, because Tukir said, no, I'm the set batter. I'm the one who's been out here right from the start. It's my job to finish the job, and he did do it quite nicely. So that gives us a nice little break, about 15 minutes before we get ready for the final match of the day. And just to remind you, it is the final match of the day. So do come back with your random questions, and if you are lurking, it'd be nice to have a few more lurkers in there as well. And let's have a good old chinwag while we watch some hopefully exciting cricket and a close match between the Warriors and the Rika Marcos. So join us back in under 15 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello folks, and welcome to our tour of Croatia. Of course, we're well on the way here now. After seeing some T20 internationals, we saw T10 ECIs, and then of course yesterday was the start of this European Cricket Series. Zagreb Warriors, they are thankful, I think, at the moment to Zagreb Sokol for beating Sir Oliver Split on 2 occasions. On one match, they didn't get any points, and in that last one, the SOS only picked up a point. That means that the Warriors stay in front of them with 2 points to the 1, and they've got an opportunity to try and extend that with a match here up against Raka Marcos. But Marcos will be the favourites. A little bit earlier, the Sheriff Charles Croucher had the 2 captains with him for the coin toss. Let's go over there and see what happened.
Thanks, guys. Welcome to the toss for match 10. Zagreb Warriors with Rijeka Marcos. They'll call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a tail.
We're back first.
Marcos won the toss, and they'll bat.
Thank you very much to the Sheriff and also to 1xBet, one of our partners. A big shout out to all of our partners, without whom, of course, we would not be able to deliver the amount of cricket that we do. 1xBet, HCL Software, Rado, to Bizaway Travel, and also to Locker Lifestyles. Of course, can't wait for those trophies to be coming out and the medals there on Friday, and to Grizzly Bear Sports as well. Let's take a quick look at the fantasy dashboard. You can see that Saga Malik and Sibi Lakus and Harpreet Jali coming back for the Warriors. And let's see how fit Jali is though in this one. And 88% to 12. And you saw there that the Raka Marco also have elected to bat first. So this is where they could quite easily bat their opponents out of the game. I took a little time there to make some adjustments to where I am here, and I'm not gonna be sort of afraid to tell you what I've done. Charlie's about to bowl. I've poured cold water all over the carpet where I'm standing to take the heat away. I've poured water over my shoes, and now my feet don't feel like they're on fire. And from the cool box, I've taken the ice out, some of the ice that is, and I've put it underneath the soles of my shoes. And it's about those of you who are gardeners. You know when you're gardening and you repot a plant? Well, it's like I've repotted my feet in ice, and it's working wonders. I must share this with Phil tomorrow. It is working wonders. It is good. I'm feeling cool, everybody. I'm feeling cool. Harpreet Jali, how is he feeling? Bowling to Anil Kumar. Gandhi ball, but ki shakka मारिया. Ball सी गंदी, जब ना इतनी गंदी ball होती है ना, छक्का ही लगना. और कोई चीज़ नहीं चाहिए, छक्का मारो. And not a good one. And well, Jali comes on, and it's a Jali Gandhi ball as that one gets played away. I must admit, after Harpreet Jali has got me back into going onto the old YouTube and the archives or watching but Mind Your Language again. I used to watch it as a youngster. It used to be something that we'd watch together as a family, and it's certainly brought back some memories. It really has. And just some of those are absolutely classics. And if you're always wondering, if you're a bit like me sometimes in the evening thinking, you're flicking through all of the, oh, that's another good looking shot, there's nobody out there, it's going to be, what's it going to be? Well, Shubhi's right there. Shub, tell us what it is. It's going to be 6. Manos Riba from the Albitro, 6 runs. So 2 balls, 2 sixes. It's not a good comeback there from Harpreet. Yeah, if you're a bit like me and sometimes you're just thinking, I don't know what to watch, you flick and flick and flick. Before you know it, you flick for an hour and you haven't achieved anything. And it's a good delivery. Stay there, says the batter. Yeah, if you're like that, well, there you go. Take a bit of my advice. Just type in. Well, I normally type any malicious, was it? It was just done for a bit of fun. But I watched it and it was brilliant. Had me in giggles yesterday. And welcome back, everybody. Ray Tipping saying welcome back to me. Oh, welcome back to you all. And yeah, Harpreet Charlie is back, but it's not going very well. Who else we got in there that's joining us? Dave is in there. Hello to Johnny. Johnny is there as well. Good to have you all with us. Kevin was there too. John Gray. It's nicely played away. More runs, and now it's Sahil Lal turn to hit a boundary. Yeah, there's a lot of funny things. One of the ones that made me laugh yesterday was, you know, when I think it was one where they went on an outing and the coach breaks down. So they're playing I Spy. And we all did that when we were young, weren't we? I Spy with my little eye or beady eye or whatever it is. That how you said it. We said, well, I Spy with my little eye, something beginning with. And they were going through this, and then one of them was it was something beginning with N. So they're going through it. So they're in the middle of nowhere. The coach is broken down, and there was a few guesses, and they were incorrect. And then one of the students, it's down the leg side, will be a wide. One of the students turned around and said knitting, and quite rightly, the guy who was having them guessing sort of turns around and says, "No, silly, not knitting begins with a K," and everybody was, yeah, very clever. It does. It's good to know that you know that. So they keep guessing about this beginning with N, so they don't get it. And in the end, they say, "Right, you got us. What is it?" And with a very proud look on his face, he goes, "Engine." It always gets me. So, engine, he says. And then, of course, all of them wind up, "Well, you sound so, engine begins with an E, not an N." And plays that away. Good little diving stop there from Sahil. And the over, I think, comes to an end. It doesn't go magical. It's a 19 of the over. Let's have a look at our calendar. I'm going to leave you to look at it for a moment because I think I've got an ant going on my ear. I'm back. I've the little finger and the end of the pen went in there, and I don't know. I feel better now. Anyway, there's ants and things all over the place. It's probably one of those little red spiders. And look, unintentionally, as it went across my notes earlier, I sort of accidentally put my finger on it, and it went bursting. Elvis is now singing Spider-Man. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so it just splattered, and I couldn't believe from it a very small little. It was like a pinhead size spider that when I touched it, it splattered into. It was something like a big tomato had just been crushed onto my piece of paper. Anyway, there you saw our schedule. I suggest you keep a little. Take a little photo of that next time and keep an eye on that. Let's have a look at that. Just gets back but does miss the stumps. I'm onto something here though with the ice around the feet and pouring water on them. That is working that's working a treat. It really is. That's going to get played over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. So Quattro Mas and Okuma, the little pocket rocket, started well. He's got Sahil Lal out there with him. First over from Charlie, as I said, did go for 19, so he hasn't had a good return. I just think he's burnt out. Honestly, I really do. I think he's burnt out. He was made to work very hard in those internationals. Well, that's a really nice shot. Lovely shot. Well, this one could be HCL software shot of the day. How about this? Inside out. Look at this. Delightful shot. A bit of the old reverse helicopter about that as well. Wonderful strike. Anil Kumar making a good start here. Warriors, look, they know their frailties with the bat. They've struggled to score scores in the 100. They've only got there once. In the air, gear, Chakalagya. Watch out in the tower. Watch out in the tower. I don't know how far that was away from Maggie. I think Maggie's up there now. Maggie, you good? And Maggie will normally, like Karina does, give us a thumbs up. But that was close. I get the feeling that went sort of between us and the tower. It was high. Here it is. And you can always tell, oh, look at that. That's not that far away. Yeah, and there's the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Oh, that was close. That was close. Now, Maggie was, a couple of days ago, almost did take one. It actually missed her by about, I reckon, 3 inches when she described it. So she survived. It's a dangerous job, you know. It is a dangerous job. We are always in the firing line. Big hit, Kumar. He's made an impressive start here. So this over from Tawhidul Alam has gone .446. And of course, I'm going to say alarm bells are ringing. They've made changes from what they did yesterday. But one of the change that I don't think is working is Tawhidul Alam. They've opened with him. He's bowling number 2 here. I don't think he's one that you use in the power play. I really don't. Gets a little bit extra bounce. The wicketkeeper doesn't want to stand up, and does Karthik Gupta. I think Karthik is kind of standing in, isn't he? I mean, he's not the regular keeper. But he doesn't like to stand up. He doesn't want to wear a lid. I would wear a lid full stop, even if I'm standing back on this, because of some of the bounces. So he's always lunging and flaying the ball forward. So I think the batters always bat themselves to get in. Up in the air, gets it over the infield, and it's just going to be picked up in front of the European cricket banner there. It's another good shot, easy hitting. It is a very good power play. Coming to the end of the second over, and plenty of runs there already. Alarm goes for another boundary. That is the end of the over, in fact. So 37 coming from the first 2. And we've gone at 19 and 18. Going back to that, then, all right, then who would I bowl? Very simple. Mubashir Ali is who I bowl. He bowls. I think you go with somebody like Ali first. If you want Jali, then you go back to Mubashir Ali. He's the guy that I'm giving the new ball to. Neil Smith has to bowl in this match. Has to bowl 2 overs. And they've got to use these kind of guys there. And you also got then Mahmood. These guys have to bowl. So 007, we need you. And 007 has been called. He's here. I'm only 1 call away, says 007. And he'll start with a dot. How does it go? Nicely played. So dot ball to start here from Bashir Ali. So 1 call away. Superman's got nothing on me, something like that. Anyway, let's see if 007 can produce something. It's played away. There it goes to the sweeper out there. That's nicely dealt with out on the boundary there. I think that's Chanchal Kumar, is it, that's out there? Chanchal, yeah, was a bit of a highlight in the batting display from the Warriors earlier. Did score 33 when he helped them to get to 100. 33 of 17. But there haven't been too many highlights with the bat. I think that's what they're hoping that Harpreet Jali can help them with. And maybe elevate Neil Smith to the top part of the order as well. He was coming in at, I think he came in at 10 or 11, didn't he? Neil Smith. Got to use him. I get the feeling, if memory serves me right, that Neil Smith's not here for the whole duration of the tournament. So while he's here, use him. And then, of course, that sparks questions about who else then comes in for Zagreb Warriors. A bit too wide again, is it? By having a look, saying that this one is okay. Just sneaks it in. Maybe he just caught a bit of that line. It looked like he was falling away there. When I look at it, really looks like he's falling away, but yeah, maybe he just caught a bit of that line. Now the two batters having a chat. Sahil Lal, I don't think he needs to be giving Anil Kumar any advice. Kumar 31 of 11, Sahil Lal 5 or 4. This time it is a wide. This time it's just a tad wider. And can I just say, Paolo, it is always nice to have people in the chat, but you've been told a number of times, just watch your language, buddy. And if you can't do that, then I suggest don't put any messages in. Now, come on, you should know better. All right, this is European cricket. We're a community. We're a family. We have viewers of all ages and all races. And, you know, we're family. We're all about family. I've said this many times, all about family. We're all about being equal. We're all about supporting each other and supporting the cricket. And I think you know that. And you are pretty supportive a lot of the times. But bad language from anybody in any language will not be tolerated. And if you can't stop yourself, then go away. It's simple as that. Go away and leave us to enjoy the cricket. We don't want to be constantly having to tell people to watch their language and behave themselves. And well done to the moderators for dealing with that as well. Thank you very much. As we continue, and Mubashir is getting a pretty good over in here. 7 have come from it so far, and Anil Kumar hasn't been able to get him away. Just that one solitary boundary. It's the 007. Slower ball. It worked away. Oh, well, I think that's a bit of tiredness perhaps from the fielder who needs to get down and make the stop. He's not able to do it. So it gets away. That's guided away. And probably needed to get a left hand onto that. So that's going to be past Aman Kumar. It is the end of the over. They will get another boundary from it. So the 48 is the power play score. Now, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? I know it is going downwards, but still a 19, an 18 and an 11. You'll take that. Also, the fact that there's no wickets that have gone down as well is even better. Right, Aman Kumar, what else can he try here? And he knows the other thing, of course, and all teams will know this, that whatever you get against this, or whatever you allow this team to get, they've got a very good bowling attack to come at you as well. So, looks like it will be Mahmood. So they go to Mahmood, Faisal Mahmood. He bowled well in the last match as well. They worked hard to get a point. It's going to be clipped away, running hard, and well, we're going to have to do a good look at this. It looks like an outstanding stop. It really does. He's ran hard, gets a hand onto this, but question it would be is where's his body when he makes his stop? Let's see, is that okay? He's got down, he's slide. Look at the slide. Gets a hand, pushes it away from the body, and it stays away from the body. I think he's done exceptionally well. That's a good stop, good save. It's going to work away. This is the umpire has to get out of the way of this one, and cleanly picked up as the throw comes in. So the shot on the swivel then from Sahil Lal, but it doesn't beat the boundary. So we are into that last match now, and this is where we sometimes have some random questions. And right in the air, let's watch this one first, and it's a brilliant grab. Sensational catch there. And that is Neil Smith in the action. Quality catch. That's the way to do it. Have a look at the technique here. Superb technique. Wonderful catch. And look at the foot. He says, there you go. He says, I'll let you all take a look at it. This is the fielder having a pose and says, that's the way you do it. And that's the way I like it. Anil Kumar is going to depart for 39 thanks to that really good catch. He goes 39 of 15. And Neil Smith, well, I keep saying I want to see some more of Neil Smith. And he shows us what he can do in the field. And let's see if we're going to get a chance to see him with the ball and with the bat here. So Mahmood gets the breakthrough. Well held, good catch. A new batter now has to come out to join Sahil Lal. You would imagine that it would be Jatinder Vashist. And, somebody who's already scored a half century. Scored that yesterday, of course. Let's see if he can be back in the runs. Big runs, that is, here. The ice and the water is working beautifully well. Nice and cool here. One thing. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Have a look at this. And it will be a wide, but it's it's not a ball that Mahmood is intentionally bowled. Look at that. It's hit something and just, taken off. And that's why you want somebody who's pretty fine there behind the keeper. Otherwise, it would have been 5 wides. But they'll take a single, make it 2 wides. And that's over pitch, but it's on the leg side. It's a nice little paddle away from Sahil. He waits for it, and at the last moment, he gets the desired contact. Gets it away from the fielder. Can't reach it. That's nicely played. And, Dave is saying good catch, great stability. It was a lovely catch, wasn't it? Excellently well taken. And I'm trying to see if I've given you everything about today. Not everything. 1941 was the death of one of England's greatest slow bowlers, Bobby Peel. And that was on this day. That's in the air. I think he's going to be safe. It gets over one, but to the other. And Bobby Peel, I remember him with 8 wickets in hand. Australia needed only 64 runs to win the first test of the 1894-95 series. But with a hungover, Peel was held under a cold shower before being sent out to take 6 for 67 and win the match by just 10 runs. This one, though, is going to go to the boundary. They maybe wanted to do a boundary check here because I haven't seen the signal yet from the umpire. Let's have a look. I think it's 6 runs. Yeah, that's 6. And that's hit away beautifully. Lovely shot. Yeah, I like that. He was held under a cold shower because he was hungover. Went out, took 6 for 67. And it was the only time before Headingley in 1981 that a team won a test match after following on. A superb slow left arm was a little Bobby. He finished his test career with 102 wickets at only 16.81 apiece. But drink got the better of him at the end. His county career ended when he allegedly relieved himself on the pitch in front of his captain, Bobby Peel. And did you know, without going into too much detail, did you know players like that really needed to be sort of wound up or taken care of? I know when I first started playing cricket, the first 11, so I was still a junior, and I hadn't quite, I sort of was still in the third team, but what we used to, the way it used to work, and I think it probably is the same now in a lot of clubs, one just gets played into the ground. It was 64 for 1, by the way, at the end of that that 4th over, so Mahmood, the over, did go for 16 in the end, though a wicket did go. That gets played away on the offside. So I remember when I started, and Dave is saying he was knighted, John Sir Robert Peel. Just wait for this delivery here and I'll carry on. So they're going to Sajid Khan here. It's played well, watch the bounce, and it can't be stopped this time. Good effort there from Neil. But it's whipped away quite nicely. Jatinder, after smashing a 6, he now gets a 4. So yeah, we used to play, when the third 11 played at home, so did the first 11. So, you know, and I think at the time I was probably about 16. So you used to watch some of these big players, and there was one guy who was, he was rapid. They used to call him the Big Bird. That's going to be stopped eventually by the field. I think he goes down, gets on his hands and knees and makes a stop. Yeah, so he was known as he was big chap. He could bowl fast and flat out. But, obviously, he did have some issues. Let's just say that that's going to be an issue also for the Warriors. That's a big hit again from Jatinder Vashisht. Manos riba from the arbitro. As that one is another one that gets walloped away. Yeah, let's say, you know, the old red stripe or tenants extra. Well, he always used to have a few of those. And then when it sometimes came to playing the cricket, he needed waking up. So he was somebody that they used to push under the shower to get him ready in time. But boy, when he woke up, he was deadly. I think it's the only time that I've seen in cricket that I've played or been a part of where the wicket keeper and the slips were practically almost on the boundary. Well, the keeper was, that's for sure. This boy was sharp and he could bowl. But you needed to really get him. You know, it was like the captain would really have to work on him. That's a halfway point, so we can carry on talking here. So the captain really had to work on him and gee him up. That was the art form. And if you could fire him up, oh boy, he was something else. But yeah, he did have to have a few cans of drink to get him going. Let's talk a little bit about this as well. 2022, Morocco hosted an international cricket match for the first time on this day when Pakistan and South Africa played the opening game of the Morocco Cup in Tangier. The venue wasn't the only highlight. It was South Africa's first game since the death of Hansie Cronje 2 months previously. Wasim Akram bowled the first ball of the match. He set world record 335th ODI. Sean Pollock, South Africa's captain, dedicated his team's 54-run win to Cronje, saying that they had tried to produce a performance he would have been proud of. That happened in Morocco in 2002. And we're talking about, I was talking about a little bit about players who perhaps were a little bit naughty and you had to get them, you had to really rally to get them going. That probably leads a little bit onto this. In 1923, the birth of a man whose dismissal led to repercussions for the umpire. I'll tell you, after that delivery, it's a nice start. There's a alarm. He does come back. The wicketkeeper once again is lunging the ball forward at the stumps. I think the batters will keep an eye on that, and if he does miss, because there's nobody else around, you can probably say, right, let's go, let's take runs. Yeah, those umpire just has to put the things together again. So yeah, 1923, there were repercussions because of something from the umpire. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. And basically what it was, so on his debut test innings, England, in test innings against England in Kensington in 1953-54, John J.K. Holt was on 94. Nicely played, but it should just be a single. Well backed up. It was on 94 when he was given LBW by umpire Perry Burke. But they didn't like the decision, and unfortunately the family of Holt they weren't happy. And Perry Burke, his family was assaulted by the spectators. West Indies did win the match by 140 runs, and Holt got his maiden test 100 in the next test, scoring 166 in another win in Bridgetown. So yeah, sometimes the umpire's decision resulted in his family being assaulted. Of course, nobody likes to see those things. Very rare, thankfully, in the game today. Smashed. That's the only way to put that. 6 runs as the hands are lofted once again by the umpire. And once again, good shout out to the umpires. They've had to work hard out there in these conditions. Helena is out there once again with Vedran. And we got Mia, who is the TV umpire this time. So we're going to miss off the 5th ball of the over. So still, I think you're starting to feel already here with still, after this, well, let's say 25 balls to go, that they more or less already seem to have got a good score on the board, or enough on the board. That's going to get through the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. If you don't stop those, they're going to just keep on going all the way. It's Bashir. He makes a mistake this time. I've been bitten a few times, but Mozzie. Maybe my trick to keep myself cool and my feet cool by pouring the water on the ground is also attracting uninvited guests. So that's, I think, is the issue with what I've done here. Hopefully not. Anyway, that is the end of the 6 over. 91 is what the score has moved on to. 91 for 1. That over from Alam goes for 14. He's been a little bit expensive in his spell here, but I don't think it helped with him bowling that second over. He's somebody that needs those fielders out for me. It looks like they're going to go now to Bashir, looking to see if they can get the breakthrough. So Bashir Ali gets set to come in, and to Sahullah. These two going away nicely. Jatinder Vashist once again looking dangerous. Mr. Cool himself. I'm pretty sure he's probably got the shades on underneath that lid. Sahullah is on strike now, and he works that away for what should just be a single, and it will be. The sun now starting to come down to the right of us. That means that those fielders on the offside will always struggle with the ball that's up in the air. It's going to go right in the sun. Low flying aircraft goes past us now. I'm going to have a quick look to see if well, that's gone. That is a massive hit. It's a Bizaway Super 6. Boom. Shakalagya Kinna Sona. That is out of here. Yeah, I'm just going to see if there is a picture there from Phil G, because I don't think there will be a picture of Phil G eating his ice cream under the shower, you know, because he sent me a shot of him having some lunch. Of course, he had to have the biggest burger you ever saw, with some fries as well, and of course he had to have a beer to wash it down with. He's from Czechia, of course he does. I don't think there's any chance or any room for him to have an ice cream, but no picture of the ice cream yet. Swing and a miss. Good comeback from Bashir after being launched for a massive 6 there by Jatinder. And hello to John Andrew Gilbert. It's saying Joel Garner was the big bird. You are right, absolutely right. And this guy that I'm talking about, I think his name was Johnston, and he resembled Big Bird. That's a clever shot. These sort of shots I don't think we've seen enough of on this track. It's a bouncy one, and we haven't seen it. I was even saying this at the international level. We haven't seen enough batters go back in the crease on these wider deliveries and play the uppercut. So that's really nicely played. But yeah, Joel Garner. So that's why we used to call him Big Bird. He resembled him. He was as tall as him, and he was as lethal as him as well. He really was. Shot. Really nice shot. We're starting to see the class now of Jatinder Vashist. That is going to be another 6. What a glorious shot this is. Areva. किन्ना सोना बहुत बढ़िया शॉट मारिया ना बैटिंग देख के तो मैंने स्वाद आ गया जितना स्वाद है ना आंदा जदों है ना साग दे नाल मक्की दी रोटियां खाई दी ना स्वाद आ जाता उन्ना स्वाद आ गया ओही स्वाद बैटिंग देख के अपनी जतिंदर दी what a lovely shot beautifully played wonderfully executed and Riker Marcos coming and putting up a big score, and now it's Timber. Jog the putte. And Mubashir Ali knocks the stumps over. And, well, the batter, Jatinder Vashist, have a look here. He goes for this big shot. The ball doesn't really come up. You can see that. And look at Mubashir. Have a look at the highs of that ball. You got a feel for the batter. This will show you it again. Well, no, it won't. Because he's not made of glass. And that's a nice look there of Harpreet Jolly. But that's nice also there from... There's no consolation at all, no matter what anybody says. You stay slow. The stumps get knocked over. Mubashir Ali gets the breakthrough after being plummeted for some big shots. And that is the end of the over. It's also the end of Vashist. So 110 for 2. Now tomorrow, of course, Phil G will be joining me back, and we'll be all keen to hear what he's been up to. I tell you who comes back as well. The Zagreb Assassins are back in action. And they will play 3 matches. And how about that for a start? I think sort of a split. They better get themselves sorted. Having lost 2 matches here today and only got 1 point on the board. They're going to start against these boys. And, well, Rijeka Marcos are going to look to start well. They've got back-to-back matches in the morning. It's hit pretty well. Fielder, good defensive fielding. Really well fielded. Gets the throw in pretty quickly. So well done to Sajid Khan. Watches that all the way and just parries it forward. More hit. Another dangerous hitter off the ball. Here comes Smith. Well bowled. So Neil Smith. Now he's somebody, oh, they like this. He's had so many goes at it. So many goes at it. Well, maybe he's finally executed one as Kartik Gupta. Let's see this side on if we can, Elvis. Elvis, over to you. Let's see. So, let's see the foot. It's on the line. Does he get... He's out. He's out. I'm telling you, he's out. Start walking, Mohit. Start walking. You're going to be gone because the foot doesn't get past the line. He's going to get the message in a moment here. The message will come through the moment. Look at this. The foot hasn't gone past the line. The stumps are knocked over. He is going to get his marching orders. There it is. And it's the breakthrough. And just like that, a wicket from nowhere for Neil Smith. I'm saying that they've got to bowl this guy. I'm not saying that that's all to do with him. That's all to do with bad cricket from Mohit. And Mohit will learn very quickly that you can't be doing stuff like that. So he's gone. Mohit has to depart. So on his way he goes, Mohit. And well done to, I suppose you've got to say well done to Gupta. He's been trying. And I was saying that he's got to be careful because quite often you're going to see that he's going to try and do this and then get out. Now, some discussion here now with the umpires. So, Sohail Ahmed, some discussion here. Not sure what the discussion is about. Sohail Ahmed is now the new batter. I'm not sure what was said there to Helena. But Mohit, not good. You only do that once, don't you? So Mohit will go for a golden duck. And you would hope that he doesn't make that mistake again. So Gupta does the stumping. And just like that, Smith has picked up a wicket. And he will want a few more as well. Goes a little bit wide. He's got a bit of a bounce about him, hasn't he? He's got a spring in his step. But look at him, he just doesn't stop. Boing, boing, boing. is the good old-fashioned Zebedee. Let's see, goes back to his mark. And in he comes again. Just watch the spring in his step. Has got a good slow ball as well, so watch out for that. And there it was there. There he goes again. He just doesn't stop. Well, he's certainly not feeling the heat, is he? Look at him go. Boing, 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 zippity. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-doo. Back to his mark as, well, Sohail Ahmed swinging and missing. He's still got Sahil Lal out there. Played to the fielder. They don't take a run. I don't know why they don't take a run. Always a run there. Maybe just not prepared to run. They're thinking they can hit the boundaries. Raika Marcos on the Nelson. Neil Smith putting in a really good over here. Just the one run from it so far, and thanks to the awareness and the alertness of his keeper. He has a wicket. That's crunched. That was right in the hitting zone, and oh no way! Oh no way! Samir bhai, tu ki kar ditta? Oh yaar. Well, it's the new snazzy shades there of Samir. देखिए अपनी ये नमी एनका पाई है ना कि ना देख लो सारी जाने मेरी ये नमी एनका ओ एनका तो नमी है पर कुछ दिसता भी है आ देख लो कैच गया थल्ले and Samir puts it down and it's on camera as well. Have a quick look at the over by over. Samir puts down the catch, and we might be able to see that again here. Now let's go to the live and then go back to it. I think that could be out. It will be out. There's the wicket, and we'll see this again here. This is the very next ball, the start of the new over. And Mahmood gets the breakthrough. It's a big wicket of Sahil Lal. Here it is here. Full, straight, right on the pad. I don't think that's missing. Here's a goner. And there it is. It stays low. No doubt about it. So wicket goes. It's a big one. Now, we were in the process of trying to see Samir. The reason is that here it is now. So he puts it down and then watch him here. He takes a look at us. He knows the camera's on him. He knows we're talking about him. And watch him look here. Those new sunnies. Back to the action. Here it's Mahmood. Oh! All right, now that changes things slightly for me because we get to a point when the key batters, that are the likes of Kumar, Sahil Lal, who just went there for 22 off 17. LBW, no doubt about that. Right, could be another in the air. Who wants it? And 007 has pulled out of it. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness me. Mahmood, I thought it was going to hit him on the head. 007, he pulled the cord. He said, Mera nahi catch, man. And then, does it hit him? And, oh, it does, I think. It catches him kind of up on the top. That's a big opportunity to remove Shukla. Shukla goes Shukriya. And, oh, there's the throw. See, I told you. He just froze it. He's hit it once. I think he's had one success out of the 15 times he's tried. Yeah, Shukla being dropped there by Mahmood. They've got I was saying the key batters, so they've got Akuma, they've got Jatinder Vasisht, low ball that stay low, unfortunately for him. 41 of 12, 5 sixes, 2 fours. Sahil Lal now gone Mohit, wandered out of his crease and got stumped. So it's a good opportunity, though, I would say, for the other batters to see what they can do, and it's a pretty good shot crunched away from Sohail Ahmed. He's hit that pretty well. I think some people feeling that Raika Marcos have probably already got enough runs on the board, though. Dave was saying he reckons the 150 chance is gone. Well, it's a bit of a swing here. We'll take a leg by, and that takes us to the end of the over. There's a signal. See this again. This time it's going down leg side. Misses out on the big shot, but he will take himself back on strike. End of the over, 123. And that's 9 completed then. 9 overs done. 123. There was, again, that over. So you'd feel that Neil has to come back. Yeah, he is coming back. Of course he is. And he went for the 7. Good to say. I think with Neil, they haven't really given him too many opportunities. I don't think they've. I'm a little bit disappointed about that actually, because I think he's a good player. I know that he hasn't always had success, but he hasn't had too many opportunities. He's getting his 2nd here, and that's in the air. There's nobody at mid wicket, which is a bit of a surprise. I don't know if this is feel that Neil is having set to himself by having a square leg and nobody at mid wicket. I think you've got to have a, yeah, you can see a number of players are just signaling here to say, hey, you've got to have a mid wicket. They're trying to move the fielder who's that square leg to go, yeah, now Neil is pointing, saying, you go back. So he's bringing up the sweeper, who's all on his own there, and he's been out there a long time as Chanchal Kumar. And in all fairness, he hasn't had much to do. So this is a better field. And springs back to action after getting a dot ball there, Neil Smith. Yeah, boing, boing, boing. It's the cricketing version of Zebedee. Smashed, and even though there's a fielder there this time, it's gone the full Monty. That's been crunched by Sohail Ahmed. Ahmed showing that he certainly hasn't lost his hitting abilities. It's another one that's cream crackered out of the middle of the bat. Well struck, good hit. It's another boundary. 2 big 6s in the over. So Raika Marcos already got a big score up there on the board. Oh, that one had just taken off. That's going to be a wide, and 1 for the over there. I think he does bang this one in. I think as Helena saying, that's 1 for the over. You know, if you're going to do that, the chances are it's not going to be touched. I wonder if that's could be a deliberate ploy maybe to get Sohail Ahmed off the strike and stop the flow of boundaries and see if you can keep Arpit Shukla quiet. 3 balls still to come. Shukla just gets bat onto this. Should be taken, and it will be taken. 2nd wicket then for Smith. And let's have a look at the height on this. I'd like to see the height just in case. Remember, he just was told 1 for the over. So let's look at side on. So side on this. Looking at that, it looks like it's okay from that angle. Side on is back in his crease. How high is it? I think it's just okay, you know. It's just, you can use the top of that banner as a good guide. So that will be the end. It's the 2nd wicket to Smith. I think that was clever from him. Bowl the bouncer. Get the batters to change over. He's got a fielder out there, so he'll still have 3 balls left. And have a go at the other batters, and it's worked out a treat. So another wicket goes, 2 balls to come. So Sohail Ahmed is going to get frustrated because he's stuck at the other end. He's thinking, I think he did me there. I think he did me there. Shukla, he'll go for 1 or 3. Gupta takes another good catch. And Smith, another wicket. Batter is ready. It's Wasal Kamal, the captain, to face Smith, who's taken 2 for 21. And gone, full and straight. Oh, look at him. He's jumping and hopping up and down, Neil Smith. Well done. And that's 2 in 2. And that means that there's an opportunity for a hat-trick here today. Last one that we had was, we had 2 in Wimbledon. One was on the very first day, which was a double hat-trick, 4 in 4. And that was Arslan Abbas. And then we had one from Tom Weston as well. Are we going to see another? There was the 4 in 4 from Arslan. And Then we go over to the next page. So here we are, hat-trick ball. And it's the last ball of the inning. So you know this, if you're ever going to get one, this could be it. Gurvinder Singh, he's going to be swinging wild for sure. He gets plenty of this though, and it will be fielded. They will take just a single and finish on 138. And there you go, Neil Smith gives his whole team some applause. And well done from Neil. 3 for 22 he'll finish with. And I like that because I was the one who was saying, I want to see him bowl. I want to see more of him. And he proves me right. And I like that when that happens. So well done to Neil Smith. And gets involved in the match. And he does restrict Raka Marcos to a score under the 150. It looked like it was going to be around 150 at one stage. So good work from him. And Neil Smith, there he is. He's very much a team player. You can see just why he is a little bit of a motivator. Let's get ready to see the highlights as we will see. It was once again a solid start with Anil Kumar and Sahiwal really digging into the bowling. And there were some good bits of fielding on the outfield as well from some of the spectators, some of the players, and even Maggie almost getting into the act. Almost got taken out by one. Some good hitting on the offside, just managing to just keep the scoreboard ticking. But that was the brilliant catch from Neil Smith, perfectly executed. But the runs would still keep coming. Smith did take the catch to remove Kumar, but then Jatinder Vasisht came in, and then we had that from our very own Samir. And there it is, Samir. He knew. He looked a bit like a younger version of Elton John there, didn't he, with those shades on? But as I said, he might have the fancy shades on, but it didn't help him taking the catch, did it? And that's why they're not, maybe they're not the right, they're the fake ones, Samir. Good catch, wickets did start to fall. And there was the 2-in-2. What a good delivery that was. A good bit of bowling there from Neil Smith as well. He knew what he had to do. He knew what the batters were coming out to do. And he did have a chance to take a hat-trick. Put the ball in the right areas. But the batter getting a little bit of bat onto it did Gurvinder. But Wasal Kamal goes for a very first baller. He's not having a good time out there, is he, with the bat? I get the feeling it's not the first time that he's being done by a first baller. Smith, though, he was having a good time. Quick look at the batting, 39, Anil Kumar, Sahil Lal, 22. Very good. Quick fire, 41 of 12 from Vasisht, and then Sohail Ahmed kept things going when wickets around him were falling. Jatinder Vasisht a little bit unlucky with that ball staying a little bit low, but I'm glad that it is Mubashir Ali that gets the wicket, if anybody else, because he's the man who's been having a lot of bad luck. On the bowling front, Neil Smith, been calling for him to have a bowl. He does have a bowl, and he picked up 3 for 22, 2 for 19 from Faiza Mahmood. And other than that, I think the other bowlers were there or thereabout. Alam, I think they used him badly. I don't think he should be bowling an over in the power play in the first 3 overs. Mubashir, well done to him. He's a hard worker, and he deserves all the little highlights that he gets. Harpreet Jolly, I still don't think he's right. I know they brought him back in for this match. They're probably thinking they're going to use him as probably one of the key batters. I also, once again, though, would like to see the bowler there right at the end, Neil Smith, get a bit of a chance with the bat as well. I think he can bat. Whether he's going to give them enough power or enough strength to go and score the 139 they need for victory, we'll have to wait and see. So final innings of the day coming up. You've been fantastic company, and the same way I think that the captain of the Raikal Marcos will be saying to his team, come on, one big effort. I'll be saying the same to you. Come on, boys and girls, one big effort. And let's see if we can have a good finish to the day here. Keep your questions coming in, and maybe we will have some food talk as well a little bit later. Hasta pronto. We'll be back in 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go, and the players are out there. And let's have a look at the bonus point situation here. So with that score, 138, 96 or less now. Warriors, we know, have had their issues. And let's see if they can put those behind them and put a big effort in here. The final innings of the day. We saw them earlier pick up a point when they got to 100. And now they want to get to that 139. I think that would probably be the biggest. After, I think, Zagreb Sokol beating SOS and taking all the points in the first match, I think this would probably be a bigger shock than that if the Warriors are to get a victory. Kuma is swinging hard at the beginning. And Dave is on his way. Dave, see you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. And, of course, Phil G will be here with me tomorrow as well. Have a good one. And thank you for your lovely words as you depart. And Dave just reminded us now that we're pretty close to 4,000 and what are we at there? There 469,000 subscribers. Good hit. Boom. Shakalug, yeah. Well, 469 and it's 469 and boom, shakalug, yeah. Good hit. Powerful shot. Wasal Kamal, who once again gets another first baller. Wasal. So, Kamal, the captain, bowling to Aman Kuma. I think this is again, it's just little steps going forward. And they've also gone with Kartik and, at the number 2 position. I'm surprised actually that they weren't tempted to go with Chanchal Kuma, who of course made that fine 33 earlier. And this time blocked away. Just needs to, I think that's the sort of delivery, you just see the line that it's going down and then try to either get a bit of bat onto it as you whip it away. Big Hoik. Hoik in the mist. They've got a genuine catcher in there as well. It's kind of a fight. You see his legs there. Kind of a fly slip. Kind of a third. Kamal. And just have a look where the batter is. Look where the batter is. How, you tell me, Aman Kuma, when you go back and have a look at this, ask yourself a question. How do you play a straight ball from where you're standing there? Let's see. So he's showing all his stumps anyway. Look where he goes. Not possible. Why are you trying to play a straight ball from there? A ball that's hitting middle stump. And those are the things that need to be addressed pretty quickly. So Aman Kuma does hit a big 6, but that's all he's going to get. And Kamal has his man in the end. 6 or 5 cleaned up by the captain. So, ball still to go. New batter comes out to join Gupta. Gupta, who himself is yet to face. Has a little look around. So Chanchal Kuma now does come out. He played a blistering knocker earlier. Just plays this one away. It's a little push outside the off to end the first over. The 7 from it. 7 off the first. Golden ball. Anybody feeling it? We haven't really had a close one here today. I guess that one, the last match we saw, Sir Oliver Split kind of took us pretty close. 2 balls to go when unfortunately Sam Houghton bowls the wide and gives the game away. But I suppose you could also say he kept him in the game. That's the kind of the closest that we got today. We saw, if you go by one of our matches, Zagreb Sokol winning by 58 runs in the first match against the Warriors, and then Zagreb Sokol winning by 43 runs against SOS. Then there was a 6-wicket victory with 4 balls to go when the Warriors went down to Raka Mako. And then, of course, the one I just mentioned, third of a split 108. Zagreb Sokol got there with 2 balls to go. That's probably one that unlikely, but could have. I think they needed 9 off the last, didn't they? So we just haven't had a close one. In a way, I'm quite pleased, because I think if we do get a golden ball here, I like that myself and Phil to do it. And I know that we had one there in Romania, and it would be nice to get another one together. I know I had the pleasure of having one there with Tina, that 3 over a side one. That was quite a spectacular one. So let's see how we go. This is worth having a look at side on. It's being called a no ball. We'll get a chance to look at it again. And Rahul Amin, there it is there. Yeah, no doubt about it. No ball. Chanchal Kumar now has a chance to go after the free hit. This ball from Rahul. Now the field can be changed. You don't see a lot of teams making that change. It's the same batter, but well, what's the conversation here now? What's happened here? What do we see here? What's happened? What has happened? Did they? Yeah, it must have been a dead ball when the batters. Did the batters run? What did we see there? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the batters did take a sneaky run or something after. But that's going to be okay, is it? Let's see side on here. Let's see side on. So there was the free hit. And side on, let's have a look at side on. I think the umpires might be wanting to have a look at this side on. So here it is. And yeah, I think it's got to be the one. It's another one that's over the shoulder. So that's the wide signal. Free hit still stays in place. So it's still a free hit, remember. Still a free hit. It's hit, and it's hit well. That will bounce just before the rope. There's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. And they do. We haven't seen too many of the free hits being put away, but that one has been nicely. Just bounces inside that rope. It's a nicely played away. Comes Amin again. Right, that's hit well. Lovely jubbly Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya, and he's doing it again, isn't he? Chan Apana Kumar Shakke Vatke Mar. Boom! Oh yeah, nice. Out of the middle. Adios Palota. And is that another one? That's after Maggie. Maggie! You're a ball magnet, Maggie. And Maggie will be saying, well, when Karina was up here earlier, there was no trouble in the tower. Now Maggie's up there. The Kookaburras, well, they're definitely being attracted to Maggie, aren't they, the Grizzlies? That's cleverly played, but there is a fielder there, no mistakes. Guided away quite nicely. Amin. Looking to finish the over. 13 have come from it. It's another full toss, and he's going to get it over the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. They're good over that, Rahul. 17 runs coming off the over, end of it. So it takes the score to 24. 24 for 1. Good, solid over. Probably will have Muscle Kamal come back and finish himself off. He looks like he's ready to take his cap off and pass it on to Vedran. And then after that, I suppose you got to just have a quick look at this. So Zagreb Warriors, you can see why they need the points more than anything else, because they know that SOS will probably get better. Now, if they can stay ahead of SOS, then of course the matches between the two of them become pretty important. And that's where they're the ones that they can't afford to lose. And you get the feeling that that will be pretty decisive, especially with Zagreb Sokol having a good day here today. I know that yesterday myself and Phil, we were saying that it's going to be probably a battle between Zagreb Sokol and SOS. And, well, what's going on here now? It's Wasal Kamal to bowl. There just seems to be a lot of time between bowlers. It seems to be a lot of discussions about things which I don't really understand what's going on. So Wasal has already bowled one. He's going to bowl his second. It sounds pretty simple and straightforward to me. And Kuma's going to try and blast him for a big six. There he goes. And he does do just that. Lovely footwork. Una, dos, tres, boom! And it goes a boom, boom, boom. Chakalagia. Oh, yeah. Nice shot. Down the track he comes. The head is the key, isn't it? He keeps the head nice and still. All right, Wasal. He does have that quicker delivery, and I think he's going to try and use it. Good strike. Chanchal Kuma. Or should we say Chal Chal Kuma? Chal Chal. Changi Tara Chalda. It is the slightly quicker one. On defensive stop. The height on this is important. Let's see the height. Now, it's been called early. I think Helena has called it. Let's have a look at this. Let's take a look at this. It's been called, but I think that's on the way down. I don't think that is, actually. It was called by Helena, and they've had a good look at it. I don't know if the umpires are changing their mind on it. I'm not seeing anything on the walkie-talkie, so they're staying with the call. That one didn't look like it was too high for me, if I'm honest. But opportunity to put the free hit away. It's a big swing. And that seems to be the difference at the moment. If Kuma is on strike, there's runs Gupta. Well, he has, I suppose, it can't be too unkind to him. He did hit his only ball to the boundary. Come on, once again. All right, in the air, it should go to hand. It will go to hand, but it's a... let's just say the less said about it is probably better. Shukla then gets the throw in. And I'm pretty confident that might be Arpit Shukla. Just caught the bit of the back of his shirt, so it's hoiked up in the end. I don't think... They say you have to get hands to him to drop him. Well, Shukla, he didn't get any hands to that at all. So opportunity was there. And Gupta gets dropped on 4. And Shukla doesn't get there. That's hit firmly. Good bit of fielding. And well, they actually came back for 2 there. That's why Shukla was back on strike. I was about to say, did they not run at all there? Well, they did. That rates around 4. Look, they can keep it around 14 to... Say no more than 16 and keep going and take it to the last at that. It's still very much on, isn't it? All right, up in the air. Fielder will make a total hash of it. Total hash of it. And look at Kamal. Kamal is saying, oh, yaar, tusi da aaj Kamal kar ditta tadi feeling dekh ke. Pehla catch mere chhod ditta, hun pata nahi kitte goal ghumi janda. Yeah, I mean, it's another one. And maybe he's wearing the same shades there as Samir. I mean, what's he doing here? He's running in, out, shake it all about. That's not good. And that's from a fielder who knows better, Sohail Ahmed. You wouldn't expect him to make that sort of error. It's another boundary. And with a ball to go. It's 39 ball to go in the power play. So just some adjustments being made there by Chanchal Kumar. It was going well. He made 33 not out when he came in pretty low down in the earlier match for the Warriors when they did get to 100. So I suppose he's the shining light at the moment. He's the one who's making things happen. Well, that's a good heavy ball, well bowled. And the two umpires look at each other. and probably call over. They do. And Kamal doesn't look like a happy captain at the moment. That over goes for 15. So the last two overs, 17 and 15, they're well ahead of where they need to be. That's why that rate is just coming down slightly. But remember, there's still a lot of key bowlers to still have a bowl. Jatinder Vashist is certainly one of them. And looks like he is the one who's coming on. One thing certainly to notice about Raika Makos is that they are going to be pretty dependent on the likes of the captain with the ball. This guy now, Jatinder. And they're not bowling pace, they're bowling the slower stuff. So if batters get into them, let's say you get into Kamal and then you get into Vashist, then they're going to have to make a change. And who do they change to? So far, we've seen them being, you know, pretty comfortable with what they've been bowling. They haven't really been made to feel too uncomfortable, even though Kamal there goes for 15, but his first over went for 7. So let's see how Vashist goes. They don't go back to Rahul and Min. That's not a surprise. And, oh, that's going to get through. Bobbles away to the backstop. It's just going to be a bye. Now, this is the one. This is the big one. Let's see how Chanchal deals with bowling off Vashist. Field is pretty well set. They haven't got a square leg back, but mid-wicket, right, that's not going to carry. Just going to bounce just before the fielders. It'll be just a single. A lot of people in the chat at the moment. Of course, we've talked about many things today, and it is World Elephant Day, where we honour this magnificent creature that's been around with us for thousands of years. That's a nice catch taken. That's the first wicket. So Gupta will depart for 7. 7 of 6. But, pretty straightforward catch. And is that man Jatinder who gets the breakthrough. No mistakes from the the fielder. The captain goes straight over there to Vashist and says, I should have had some in that last one. You know, I think he's right as well. Good catch there taken. And I think that is Shukla. Shukla does. And that's what the captain's saying. He said, you're lucky. Shukla didn't take it off me, did he? When he sort of did that dive and almost landed on top of the ball. Mr. Cool, there he is. Jatinder Vashist with the shades on. Collars turned upwards. New bat will come out. And it's Faizal Mahmood. Has to block that one up pretty quickly. Yeah, some of the stats and worrying stats about the elephants is that over the last decade, the number of elephants has significantly dropped by 62%. Goes for it, is in the hitting arc, and he gets the treatment. Lovely jubbly, Kinna Sona, on top of the tent. Well, Charles Croatia taking evasive action as that one comes through. And who's that in there with him? Well, I don't know who is in there. Oh, Charles Croucher seems to have, it seems to have more than just the match officials in there. Not sure who else is in there. I think that's Ivana, who is one of the umpires, but somebody else is in there as well. Well, Charles looks like he's entertaining. Maybe he's got a barbecue fired up in there. It is coming up to the end of the day, but that was a really nice shot. Then this was the next one. It's too high on the thigh pad, end of the over. And still, it's within reach. It's staying around about the 15, but it does go up a tad with that over just going for 8. 47 for 2. And Mahmood needs to keep going. Yeah, the other worrying thing there about the elephants is that it's estimated that every day 100 African elephants are killed by poachers. Isn't that really sad? Brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it, that people are still doing that? But we are the ones that can make a change. And we're the ones that can... Well, that's crazy. It's crazy. There's no need to do this. And a run just given away. And there's the bye signal. And the wicketkeeper there doesn't have to do that at all, Mohit. Well, Mohit, here he is. Well, he says, they did it to us. We'll do it. Hits the stumps. Well, Mohit does hit. Did the bails come off there, by the way? I don't think they did. That's well bowled. Good delivery. Yeah, I don't think the barrels came off there. So even though the base of the stumps were hit, the barrels stayed where they were. And I guess if the batter was out of his crease, it still wouldn't have been out. So here we go. Let's see it here. Oh, it hits the batter. It doesn't hit the stumps. That's why the barrels don't come off. And there's going to be 4 runs. It gets through. Shukla again. Well, old Shukla's been all shuckled up. There's another one that gets past him. I'm all shuckled up. So you like that, Elvis? Are you an Elvis fan yourself, Elvis? I know Elvis is... Elvis is... not really. Elvis is probably too young to even know who Elvis is. But I think Phil G is doing the Elvis impersonation today with the burger he was having. Maybe it was an Elvis burger. Short ball, Gundy down the leg side. Wide ball called. Nalal just getting it a little bit wrong here with the ball. What else? We celebrated Milkman Day. Celebrated today on the 12th of August there in the United States. It's a joyful occasion honouring milk delivery and the hard-working individuals who make it happen. It's another wide. National Vinyl Record Day. Time to go old school. Spin music lovers all around the world have disagreements on a number of things, but one thing we think everyone can agree on is that vinyl records are here to stay. Making a bit of a comeback. Is that going to be another wide? Not this time. For those who value the quality of sound, owning physical copies of your favourite album or simply the nostalgia factor, it's probably safe to assume you've got your own collection of vinyl records stashed away somewhere. I think most people have, you know. I know that I have. It's going to be over the keeper, and well, this time I think the bounce of the spin actually favours the fielder. It actually comes back into him. Good throw into the keeper. And they're the days that are being celebrated today. And Lal moves very early, does the batter, and just does a 360 spin as he tries to get a bat onto ball. It's another pretty decent over. It didn't start well. There was a bye, a dot, a 4, a couple of wides, but still keeps it to just 8 runs. So 8 runs come off the over, 55 for 2. Upcoming events then, to remind you, for those of you that are maybe on making plans to disappear, first of all, thank you for your time. But make a quick note of this. The Croatia will finish the ECS here on Friday, and then we'll have 2 days of ECS women's action. In the meantime, on Friday, Corey will be starting things off in Norway with ECIs and T20 internationals. I will make my way to Kiel to start things off there, and then Vinny Sandy will join me. I'll leave Vinny to continue while I go and get things happening there in Romania. The Romanian encore starts on the 21st of August, and then 22nd of August, the day after that, there's ECI and T20 international action in Austria. And then, well, if you're hungry for more, well, you just have to go to Hungary, because on the Friday, the 29th of August, T20 internationals, ECIs, and the European Cricket Series happening there in Hungary. So plenty of cricket is coming up your way. The players are just taking some drinks at the moment. Why don't we stick the Robo Derek up there, Elvis, because one of the things that we're looking to do in the next few days is to give a name to a jolly handsome fellow that has appeared up on our screens. That's not it. We just had a look at that. So Robo Derek, there he is. I tell you what, he's growing on me. He's got those cute eyes, isn't he? I'm not so sure about the armour look, but okay, it's a Robo Derek, and he's got the ball in hand and the bat. And I wonder if we could maybe we could put the ECN graphics on the ball, and yeah, ECN graphics. We could give him an ECN bat, couldn't we? But anyway, what we do have to give him is a name, and you got the QR code there. QR code. Yeah, we can give him a grizzly, maybe a bit of a grizzly bat, I reckon. Give him a grizzly bat. That'll be a little shout out to, of course, one of our partners, Grizzly Bear Sports, who also, of course, provide the umpires with their lovely blue tops. Oh, short delivery, and he hasn't stopped too many, has he? And this time, well, the fielder is wrestling the grizzly. It's a bit of a wrestling match there. Well, the grizzly and the fielder out there having a little bit of kabaddi action. And nicely done in the end, I suppose, eventually, there by Rahul Amin. That's up in the air. It's going all the way, I think it does. Manos Arriba, 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 árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Así, así, así. Maybe not exactly where he's wanting this to go, but it will go to the boundary after a couple of quiet overs. That rate does go past the 17 mark, so they need to bring it back down again. That means a little bit of clubbing is required. And one man who likes to go clubbing is Chanchal Kuma. He moves to 30. Right now, this one, can anybody get there? Fielder doesn't go for the catch. Doesn't go for the catch. That's a Rahul Amin. And you can see Vashishka, no, yaar, Farlinda, catch Farlinda. No, he says it wasn't there for the catch. I think you go for that one, because if you can get the wicket at Chanchal, you can probably put an end to this match. Oh, that's a Gandhi ball. That's a Gandhi ball. I don't know why Jatinder Vasisht is banging this in. That could be a wide. Let's have a look at this. It's definitely one for the over. Let's see this side on. That's not a good ball at all. They're saying that it's one for the over. We're probably not going to get a chance to see too much of this. Let's have a look. Here it is again. I don't know if they're still waiting. Can we see that one again one more time? Slow it down. Can we slow it down? See where this ball passes him. And I think, yes, I think it's the one for the over. Yeah, doesn't go over the head, one for the over. So that will be communicated through, I think, now to Helena. So there's the signal, one for the over. Yeah, why is he trying to bowl pace on here, Jatinder Vasisht? He's just trying to bowl fast all of a sudden. Well, that's better. Up in the air. And wicketkeeper will not take it. Casual one glove just put out to it. There was 4 players getting involved in the action, and now there is no keeper at the stump, so somebody has to come and take the stump. So, oh dear. It's a big swing in the air, and it was a very laid-back, casual, come on, drop in my hand. Wicketkeeper's got to be diving for those, get off the ground, gloves together to try and take the catch. Mohit not able to do it. Mohit, to be honest, has had more that's gone through him than he's actually taken in his gloves. Vasisht flights this one up. It's hit firmly. Fielder will make a mess of it. See it happening. The fielding here has been pretty shocking. And that's one thing is my concern for Rika Marcos. They'll win matches, they will, but their fielding is going to mean that they're going to lose a few as well. Their fielding is going to let them down, and you can see Jatinder Vasisht is filthy. He takes his cap and walks to the boundary where he'll be fielding after another boundary goes there. So 15 come off that over, so they don't quite go past the 15 mark, but to get Vasisht, the key bowler, to go for that many, that's a good sign. 70 for 2. And I said that before, if batters get into the likes of Jatinder Vasisht and Wasal Kamal, then that's 2 key bowlers that always are looking to bowl 4 overs between them. Now the batter backs away here. Not sure what that's about. Okay, so they go here now to Sahulal. See how he starts. That's a nice looking shot, and that's going to be elevated up over the top. And I think this could be 6 runs. Let's see what they decide here. Well, 4's being signalled. Let's have a look at this. Hits it on the up. It's a good, clean, crisp strike. Where's the rope? Just bounces before the rope there. There you go. You can just see a bit of the rope there gleaming in the sunshine. So 4 runs. Nice shot. So you can see that Faisal Mahmood also scoring here. Now remember, I've been saying about Faisal Mahmood when we saw him for the very first time in action with the bat. He did crunch some lovely boundaries, so he's definitely one who can make things happen. Nobody in the mid-wicket area to take the catch. They're gone defensive, haven't they? I think their mindset here from Raika Marcos is save the boundaries, which is fair enough, but that just means when you have this field like this, and we've seen a lot of teams doing it, so long on, mid-wicket, square leg's just inside, and so is the 45, but they've got nobody catching. And oh, that's caught him. Where is his caught him? Well, he's down, but he's up. I think he just gets tucked up He says, can I bat like this? Can I just stay like this in front of the stumps? Well, I suppose you could. He sees the funny side of it. Let's see what happens here. And he sort of, gets tucked up, gets bat onto his thigh guard, and he knocks himself over. He's all right, though. Nice to see him smiling. And that's a delightful shot. There's a fielder there. He's a classy little player, isn't he? Is Chanchal Kumar. He's gone past the 33 that he scored earlier, so he's moved to 38 of 20. And now he's just giving some advice to Faisal Mahmood and saying, hey, you can do the same, you know. Faisal Mahmood is more likely to go down the ground. And he hits this firmly. Fielder is there. And I don't think he fancied losing his fingers there, did Robin Sharma. That was crunched. So the boundaries keep on coming. They've now moved of this over. That boundary takes them to 12 of the over. Could they get another boundary and just keep staying with the rate? I mean, it's just edging upwards, but they need to. They're getting close to what they need per over, but because they keep missing out, the rate keeps creeping forward. And that's the reason. So again, it's not a bad over at all. They'll take 12 from it, but it's those 2 dot balls in there. 2 dot balls. If they could eliminate the dot balls, and that's been the problem where the other teams, the good teams, will always make sure that there's no dot balls. They may not get a boundary, but they won't dot you up. So Sahiwalal, despite those a 4 and a 6, only goes for the 12. And the score moves to 82, and that means that rate now required is 19. They need 57 in 18. I'm not going to put it past them with Chanchal Kumar out there. This is what's happening tomorrow. And we'll see that the key matches for me will be... Oh, it went pretty quickly. Can we go back to that? They're running, taking him on. Big kid here, misses. And just going to be a bye here. So let's just see the matches coming up tomorrow one more time. I was going to see if, we're not seeing that one there. Zagreb Warriors against Sir Oliver Split, match number 14. It's going to be a pretty important match. There's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. And, nice bit of fielding. Oh, Neil Smith. Well, Neil, it's a good job you don't feel like that when you're on the field. And, on the field he's pretty good. But have a look at this, Neil Smith. He gets down and is going to go right through you, Neil. And it's on camera, never mind. I don't know if they're applauding the shot or the fielding. That's hit well. The fielder comes across and does deal with this nicely. Can they get that big over that they're after? That's what they want to see here. Helena was in the firing line there for a moment, wasn't she? It's whipped away nicely. Got to be fielded cleanly. Little kind of bounce there this time for the fielder. Sahiwalal. Nice and tidy. This is, of course, Jasprit Singh, the man who likes to do all of the celebrations. He'll probably bowl this in the last, Jasprit. It's played firmly. And, the Tortuga. Will they save it? They will. That's excellent fielding, actually, there. Excellent fielding. They're still running, are they? They're thinking about it. Excellent fielding from Sahiwalal. And he does the initial stop. And then Jatinder Vasisht gets it through. That's really good fielding. That was a real proper Tortuga. Phil still moving around, so you can understand why the batter pulls up. Jasprit. And edged. But they've got a man back there. Makes the stop. They already get the single. So just like that, you see, that's been the issue. It's been a good over. So they've gone the last 3 overs. 15, 12. Then that one from Jasprit just goes for, I think it will finish with the 10 with that single. Yep, 10 it is, so 92. They need 97 for a point. That is still very, very important because it means that they get just another point, one more above the SOS side. Sort of a split. And 2 batters demanding a little bit of water out there. It is getting warm. It is warm out there, so I can understand it. It's quickly done by the 12th. Nice work there from, I think that's a Tushar Kulkarni. In the air. Catch it is the shout. It's in the sun. And I think he's caught it. Yeah, he's happy about it. Look at it. And Shukla, Prince Shukla said, Dekhiya phal liya. Well, third time lucky for Shukla. Shukla goes, Shukriya. Yes, nice catch. Now, let's have a look at that. Can we just slow it down a fraction when he's taking the catch, just to see that he doesn't put the ball on the ground? Can we just slow it down one more time, please, Elvis? Just about when he gets it into his hand. So this is fine. Now here, let's see this. What do you think, folks? What do you think? Keep it going from there. Okay, there you go. Now, I don't think that the third umpire is going to get a better look at that. So what have they decided here? They've said not out. They've said that it's going to be a single. So Faisal Mahmood gets lucky. Shukriya thought he had his man, but you just saw that great work there by two. So Elvis, well done. I knew having Elvis in the house was going to be doing the business. A bit of rock and roll work there from Elvis. But the problem was the ball, though he took it in his fingers, it did go into the ground. A good replay and good umpiring there from the third umpire. I think that's Mia who has a look at that. And between Mia and Charles, they decide that's not out. It's no run this time. Somebody in front is saying Sasri Akal, and that looks like it is Sandeep Singh. Sandeep Singh, Sasri Akal, don't know we. It's played. Watch the Tortuga, and a very experienced player, Sohail Ahmed, does just that. So they're edging towards a point. They're going to go down here, Zagreb Warriors, so they can't change the fact that they're losing, but at least they can change the fact that they are at least getting points. And that six there will get them a point. To a big cheer once again from the Zagreb Warriors. All these points are very important. Remember, at the end of the group matches, so at the end of Thursday, the team that finishes fifth will be eliminated. And they are just staying a couple of points ahead of Sir Oliver Split at the moment. But remember, they have played far more matches than Sir Oliver Split. And that's the one thing they still need other teams to do them a favour, like Zagreb Sokol did today. And then when it comes to the crunch matches, when they play SOS, they're the ones that matter. And I already feel that, you know, if they win against SOS, then they could give themselves a chance. They will play them twice. Over comes to an end. And Zagreb Warriors have now achieved, and that's the other thing with them, each time they play, they get better. All right, they're not winning, but they get better. Chanchal Kuma, he has made now 40. He's done well. Mahmood has done well. So it looks like they will go to Jasprit. Kuma 41, and he stays on strike as well. So last over coming out. Wouldn't it be nice if Jasprit, well, it'd be nice if we see Jasprit bowl tidily, but also be nice if Chanchal Kuma does get to a 50, but he well deserves it. And now Jasprit is doing a bit of showboating, saying, yeah, what you trying to do there? So let's see where he can get to here. Smashed in the air though, and it's going to be caught. Good catch taken. So that is going to be the end of Chanchal Kuma. That's a pity. It's a pity. And are we seeing celebrations there from the bowler? We probably are. Let's have a look at the bowler here. So there's the catch. Nicely taken by Jatinder Mr. Cool. And let's see what the bowler's up to. I don't know if we got anything from the bowler here. And the wicket gets taken. And it's another one there for Jasprit. And so almost, we've never seen Chanchal Kuma on the network before, and he almost brings up a half century, would be his first. Oh, no, it's not a dead ball. No, it's not a dead ball, Helena. Sorry, you'll be taught about that later. We'll have to have a look at that later. And I'm not going to say show the replay, because you can see here that Jasprit is just bowling as quick as anything. But yeah, it's not a dead ball, Helena. You don't call that a dead ball. but because it could have been a run out if he wanted to. High in the air, another catching opportunity maybe, and oh, what a good catch. Oh, Sharba, I tell you what, 10 out of 10 for the catch and the landing. You can give 10 out of 10 for the landing as well. What a great catch that is. Absolutely sensational from Jatinder Vasisht. What a wonderful catch. Well, that one certainly has to make the socials happening here in this 9th over. What a brilliant catch that is. Happening in the last over, actually. Absolutely brilliant. What a catch from Jatinder. Oh, you can watch that again. And there was the celebrations there as well. The funky turkey dance. So another wicket. Jasprit just has a way of taking wickets. What a catch that is. What a catch. And what about the landing? Catch and landing nailed. Nailed it. Brilliant. Right. 102. 2 balls to go. Down the leg side. Off the pads. Will take whatever they can. And they'll take a leg by. And Jasprit Singh. This time they held him back, didn't they? They thought, you know, let the other bowlers bowl. We know we've got him to fall back to. He's the danger man at the moment, Jasprit. Right. The last ball of the innings. Full and straight. It's missed. And there is Jasprit. He just puts his hands up saying, that's what I do. He's a little entertainer, isn't he, Jasprit? He's here to entertain us. And, of course, that's what we do. We're here to entertain you as well. So that is the end of the match. And, of course, that means that is also the end of our day. Do stick around for the highlights of the day. And also, of course, don't forget that we will come by. And when you join me back in the igloo, and we'll say our thank yous to everybody. But if you do have to go straight away, then thank you for your time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. And, of course, we'll see you tomorrow when myself and Phil G will be together to talk you through the start of and the start and conclusion of day 3 of this European Cricket Series. So the teams will shake hands. The umpires will shake hands. The stumps will be parked away until tomorrow. And that means that we're ready to start to show you the highlights of this innings. It's another victory for Raikar Marcos. That's the wicket from Kamal. But, well, he may have taken a wicket, but he also did get a little bit of the treatment. So did Rahul Amin. He's first over, and his only over wasn't a good one. He went for 17. They took a liking to him, didn't they? But once again, a very good knock there from our man there, Chanchal Kumar. I like the way he bats, and he put a good partnership together there with Mahmood. So Chanchal went for 41, and Mahmood 37 not out from him of 21 deliveries as well. We know that he can bat, and I think what he's done there is show that he can bat. And what Neil Smith has showed us is that he can't field unless he's in the middle. Shukla was celebrating, but reviewing that, it was not out. Now this one was, well, Kanaka, where are you running to? And of course, if you wanted to take the bails off, he could have done so. But that is just a brilliant catch. That one, I think, will be up there on our socials for sure. Jatinder Vasisht, absolutely brilliant from him. He's a performer, isn't he? And he didn't even break a sweat when he took that catch, by the way, did Jatinder. And also, another guy who's a bit of a performer as well is Jasprit Singh, who only concedes just a 10 of his 2 overs, and he does pick up 2 wickets as well. Take a quick look at that scorecard. 41 to Chanchal, well done to Chanchal. And also, there was 37 not out there from Faizal Mahmood as well. It's good to see that the Zagreb Warriors are starting to put some partnerships together. So it's that time now for us to, or for me to, on this occasion, to say my thank yous to everybody. So if we have a quick look at first the bowling figures there, there's wickets there once again with Jasprit, a wicket for Jatinder Vasisht, who once again proved to be an outstanding performer with the ball, with the bat and in the field. And Wasal Kamal, he was very disappointed, as was Vasisht, I think, in their second overs with the errors that were made. But they were smiling in the end when they get the victory. So there's the match summary. Well done there to Raka Marcos, the team that are on debut. We always knew that they would be a good team because they've got some good players in there, as we know, who are performing. So let's welcome you in a moment into the Igloo. And I want to say, firstly, a very, very big thank you to everybody in the chat. I've got to say, the chat today has just been rocking and rolling all the time. There's always been something, there's always been chatter, there's always been questions, there's always been some banter, so well done to all of you. Thank you for keeping me company. And remember, join us tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? As I've mentioned it, 5 matches. We're going to start with the Raka Marcos. They take on Sir Oliver Split. That's a big match for SOS. They need to get a victory. Assassins are back. They take on the Marcos as well. That'll be a really good match. 2 teams in very good form. Then the big one, the Sir Oliver Split against the Zagreb Assassins. Big because if they don't win that one, SOS, then the next one becomes pretty crucial. With the Warriors, can they get one over SOS? And then we finish the day with the Assassins taking on Marcos again. So there's a double head of the Assassins against the Raka Marcos. That, I think, is going to be pretty tasty. I'm looking forward to that. And I know that when Phil G is with me as well, he will really be cherishing those 2 matches because I think that they're going to be pretty exceptional. Matches today were pretty one-sided, and that means that maybe tomorrow they're going to be closer, and maybe myself and Phil G will bring you a golden ball tomorrow. Well done to the umpires. Look, I know that some of the umpires that we have here, they are kind of in training mode. I know the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, is working very hard with them. So big shout out to Helena, also to Mia and Ivana. They're learning all the time and putting what they're learning into practice there in the middle part. Well done to Popovic as well, and DJ, who looked like he picked up a slight injury there today, and also to Vedran. The umpires have been absolutely fantastic. Well done to the Blue Crew. Good work there. Well done Samir, to Vasu, to Nilkesh, also to Shub, doing a wonderful job at the ground. And of course, Diana Horos, the ECM photographer, snapping away and getting those magical shots for you to enjoy. Big thanks to the Federation. Another very hot, stifling hot day, and they've served and looked after as well. And I have to say a very big thank you to Elvis in the Indian room. Elvis, you were amazing, and you can't leave the building just yet. And also a big thank you to Karina and to Maggie. So on that note, I think it's time to start to play the music for the end of the day. Thank you all very much. Thank you for watching. And as I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Hasta mañana. Adios, mi familia.
my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back